All right, welcome everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming. My name is Donald. Everybody knows me as DJ Bolger, a professor at the University of Maryland in the College of Education. I'm here today with my wonderful co-host and co-convener who has been such a great person to work with, Simone. So I'll let Simone, you can introduce yourself.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Simone Gibson. I'm an associate professor at Morgan State University in the Department of Teacher Education, and DJ and the rest of the family at College Park. I really appreciate you for allowing us at Morgan to help with this event today.
So we would like to thank everybody for being here and attending. This has been such a wonderful event to just to plan and be a part of. This is our second literacy summit. We held our first one back in January of 2021. And the start of that summit started a conversation in the state and has snowballed and snowballed, especially over the past 18 months. And we have seen so many of our partners and districts and our new superintendent all really embrace the discussion around literacy and evidence-based practices of literacy. And this is a conversation that we want to continue today. And so the point of today's summit is really to be discussing how far we've come, but also where we need to go. And what is this conversation as a state and as partners? So I look forward to our discussions. We'll have the structure for today, and we can post in the chat. We'll post the agenda that we have for the day, and we will be discussing, especially in the morning. We will have our keynote speaker, Elsa Cardenas-Hagen, talking to us live from Houston about her wonderful work and expertise, especially in evidence-based reading practices with English language learners. And we'll have a panel of experts talking about all of the facets of evidence-based literacy instruction. We will then follow that up with some breakout rooms this morning to just have a quick time period for people to ask questions and to explore and discuss those particular facets and those particular issues. And then we'll go, following that, we'll have a panel, a community panel, talk about parents and community stakeholders, talk about how important literacy is and getting it right for the community and engaging with the community, right? That this isn't just an issue between education stakeholders, but that parents and communities are stakeholders in this and that they are a part of this conversation. So that will be our structure for the morning. In the afternoon, we'll have several more panels focused on policy implementation, what we're doing across the country, and then especially what we're doing in the state of Maryland, and ending with some discussion of potential policy with policymakers. So thank you everybody for being here. I also want to acknowledge our co-sponsors. So first, we have the Reading League of Maryland, and we'll hear a little bit more about the Reading League in general. And so if you give me one moment, I'm going to share the Reading League. So I want to introduce Rachel. Are you there?
I am, thank you. So good morning. Good morning, everybody. As Dr. Bolger said, my name is Rachel Donnelly. I am privileged to be the current president of the Reading League Maryland. The goal of the Reading League Maryland is to advance awareness and use of evidence-based reading instruction to improve student literacy in Maryland. So if you share in this goal, I'd encourage you to visit our website, which we will put in the chat, as well as to follow us on social media. We are so pleased to be associated with the summit, and on behalf of the board of TRL-MD, I wanted to thank Dr. Bolger, UMD, and the summit committee, the planning committee, for the hard work that's gone into this event. And I really look forward to seeing positive changes in our schools due to this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel. I also want to highlight one of our other sponsoring organizations, and that is Maryland Reads. And so I will, and Winifred Winston. Winifred is going to talk about Maryland Reads. Winifred, are you there?
I'm here.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Winifred.
Okay, so I'm super excited to be a part of this event. I serve as the chairperson of Maryland Reads, where our mission is that all Maryland schools will teach every child to read so that they are college, career, and life ready. We have 4 main areas that we want to focus on. We want to become a trusted resource for the application of the science of reading. We want to improve educator preparation. We also want to improve educator professional development, and we want to inform and respond to policy. We are super excited to have Carrie Wright join our leadership team. She is the former superintendent of education in Mississippi. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel. We want to learn from her first on and see how we can have that same impact here in Maryland. And I want to send a special thank you to DJ and Dr. Gibson. I had the pleasure of being on the planning committee last year, and I remember it was my goal to reach out to every HBCU in the state of Maryland, and I connected with Dr. Gibson. So to have Morgan State University being a part of, this Literacy Summit #2, and the work that they're doing to improve teacher preparation, I am super excited. So I want to thank you guys for all of your hard work. And we are so lucky to have the University of Maryland and Morgan State University leading this charge around teacher preparation.
Thank you, Winifred. Like I said, it's great to have these new organizations. And again, these are both the Reading League of Maryland and Maryland Reads are organizations that have basically come together over the past 18 months. And as I said, this has been an amazing time in which these groups are working together, forming together, interacting. So we have stakeholder groups, and as I said, the Reading League Maryland functions as a learning community, and Maryland Reads as a kind of research and guiding policy organization. So again, these are just a phenomenal time for people to be coming together and forming organizations around these issues. All right, so as I'd like to start things off with, like I said, our sponsors in the in this, and so as host at the University of Maryland, we have the privilege of having our interim dean, Dr. Laura Stapleton, who is a member of our AIB, the Accountability Board for the Blueprint of Maryland. But she is has been a wonderful dean for the College of Education, even though it's just interim. But I want to turn it over to Laura for her wonderful leadership that she's provided in this. So thank you, Laura.
Thank you, DJ, and thanks to everybody who's here. I just have a few sort of official formal remarks that I wanted to make. And so first of all, thank you for joining us. So, as you know, the state of Maryland has a history of coming together to foster initiatives in education in our public schools. And the Blueprint for Maryland's Future is the most recent and arguably the farthest reaching example of this. In contrast, up until now, it seems that the details of addressing literacy education have been left to individual institutions of higher education, local school systems, and the teachers themselves. And across, if we think about the broad landscape, we've got 24 school districts with over 1,400 elementary, secondary, special needs, and vocational schools. And in these schools, there's over 60,000 teachers. And they've been trained in multiple places, 2-year and 4-year post-secondary institutions in the state, as well as outside of the state and in alternative certification pathways. So without a common understanding across all of these different stakeholders of the best levers of improvements in literacy education, our educators on the front lines often feel the whiplash of this constant change, the fatigue of yet another professional development seminar, the challenges addressing multiple needs of vulnerable students facing poverty, trauma, and disability. So as we're going to hear from speakers today, National test scores, as well as state test scores, indicate that our students are struggling to meet even basic reading standards. And that gap in performance between children in poverty and those with home resources continues without really a sign of closing. So it's this context that we're brought together today. And I'm so glad that DJ and Simone have brought us together. So parents, advocates, and political leaders are all demanding action and accountability to raise our test scores, not for the sake of the scores themselves, but because those scores represent the opportunities that children will have, the potential for college, the careers they'd hold, the future that they will create. So our current approach to literacy in Maryland is no longer sustainable, and I think everyone agrees with that. Districts and schools are attempting individual solutions to literacy instruction, and often they have disappointing results, and they're left to bounce from program to program, initiative to initiative. I think that MSDE's approach with Maryland Leads is a great first step to create some consistency of approach. So that successful models and approaches are being implemented in districts and in entire states, as we're going to hear about today. Models in which there's a coordination between schools and across districts, and where statewide networks are established for coaching and professional learning, where higher education and teacher preparation are in sync with districts and schools. So it was in that vein of collaboration that we launched the first Literacy Summit back in January of 2021, and it brought together over 300 stakeholders from across the state. And to discuss this idea of a statewide model for success and a statewide approach to literacy achievement. So the goal of this second summit today is to build on that momentum that was created almost 18 months ago. Our state leadership, administrators, school leaders, principals, and teachers have started down this path of embracing evidence-based approaches to learning, guided by the research that we're going to hear about today. And this approach is driven by the knowledge that we've gained from implementation science that shows it's not fidelity that drives improvement, but harnessing the skills they already have of our professional educators to adapt and contextualize their approaches to meet the needs of their students. So in closing, I just want to thank our organizer, DJ Bolger from College of Ed, and Jennifer Littlefield from the School of Public Policy at the University of Maryland, and Simone Gibson, School of Education and Urban Studies at Morgan State University, as well as the co-sponsors that we've already heard from, the Maryland chapter of the NAACP, the Reading League of Maryland, and Maryland Reads. And I look forward to robust discussions over the day ahead. And thank you for being here today to invest in our children's future.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stapleton. As I mentioned earlier, my name is Simone Gibson. I'm in the Department of Teacher Education at Morgan State University. I have the opportunity to now introduce my dean, Dr. Glenda Prime, forgive me. I'm gonna tell a little bit of a story about Dr. Prime, and then I'm gonna shut my mouth. When I first came to Morgan like 9 years ago, outside of my chair, Dr. Prime was the first professor whose name I remember. You know, beyond research and all that, she came and spoke to us at the new faculty orientation. And I was immediately struck by her. If you've had the opportunity to meet Dr. Prime, she has an incredible presence, right? When she first spoke to us, I remember feeling like I needed to sit up a little straighter, put my phone away. Y'all, I'm a teacher educator, but I'm a terrible student. But when she started speaking, I just felt like this is someone that I want her to think very highly of me. So I want to represent myself really well. She is someone who, what I came to learn from that presentation and then over the past few years, she advocates for her faculty. She cares very deeply about what's going on in K-12 schooling, and she advocates for kids within the state of Maryland. She is someone, it meant a lot to me to get to know. She is someone that I consider a mentor, and within the past couple of years, she rose from being a chair to actually being the dean. So I got to meet with her. She was chair of a different department. So I have that opportunity to work with her a lot more closely now. This is the dean of the School of Education at Morgan State University, one of my mentors, and someone who I just think the world of, and I'm so grateful she could be here this morning to give an introduction. This is Dr. Prime. Dean Prime.
Well, thank you, Simone. This is the first time I'm hearing that story. But yeah, I value so much the contribution that you make to the School of Education and Urban Studies. So it was a pleasure for me to accept your invitation to be here. And I'm so pleased to be a part of this convening and to bring you greetings from Morgan State University. I'm especially pleased by the collaboration that this summit represents. The work of enhancing and developing literacy skills in all children is foundational to addressing what for me is the most pervasive and vexing problem in education, and that is the problem of inequity. It is work that requires a multidisciplinary, inter-organizational, and inter-institutional collaboration. So this summit makes me optimistic that we can and will bring our collective expertise to the task of laying the foundation through literacy on which to build a more equitable education system in which all children feel valued and achieve their potential. The Educator Preparation Program at Morgan has as one of its hallmarks, one of its distinctive features, the preparation of teacher candidates to be experts in the development of literacy skills in elementary school learners. I remember talking with Simone one day about her literacy work, and she said to me, by the time I'm done, the wall can teach students how to learn. So confident was she of the efficacy of the work that she was doing with our students, and I value that a great deal. So the work is spearheaded by Simone Gibson, whose dedication to this work extends beyond the School of Education to her work with young men from other majors whom she trains to work with children, to her work to the community, and to her grant-funded work with Orton Gillingham Training. As I look through the agenda for today, I see the strong emphasis on reading. But I know that you know even better than I do that the development of literacy encompasses far more than developing reading competence. Indeed, the juxtaposition of literacy and equity in your theme indicates your recognition that literacy, more broadly conceptualized, is related to cultural practices and has much to do with marginalization and privilege. In your deliberations, whether about literacy practices out of school or about the theoretical underpinnings of the in-school approaches to developing literacy skills, issues of marginalization and privilege are bound to surface. And that is why it is useful to think about literacy as an equity issue. A look at the relationship between reading scores as measured by NAACP tests and children's socioeconomic status show clearly that the literacy skill of reading, at least as measured by NAACP, reflects a child's status of marginalization or privilege. NAACP fourth grade reading scores of children in high poverty schools is 34 points lower than the scores of their counterparts in low poverty schools. And the same pattern persists at 8th and 12th grade. And then as children transition from learning to read to reading to learn, reading ability becomes more of an equity issue. Because as children enter the high school, they must now master the differing demands of reading in different disciplines. So reading becomes a gatekeeper for the courses that are needed for college readiness. As you engage in your deliberations during the summit, I offer two questions that I think we might consider as we seek to understand the implications of viewing literacy as an equity issue. And my first question is, what literacy practices in school might serve to disrupt, and which ones might serve to perpetuate the marginalized or privileged status of the diverse learners in our classrooms? And secondly, what experiences might help teacher candidates to understand the culture relatedness of literacy and help them to value the out-of-school manifestations of children's literacies as a basis for their in-school learning. I want to thank you for your commitment to this work, and I wish you all a stimulating and transformative summit. And now I think Simone has asked me to introduce the next speaker. So it is my honor to introduce Dr. Elsa Cardenas-Hogan. Hope I said your name correctly. Dr. Elsa Cardenas-Hagan is a bilingual speech and language pathologist, a certified academic language therapist, and qualified instructor. Dr. Cardenas-Hagan is the president of the Valley Speech, Language, and Learning Center in Brownsville, Texas, and a research associate with the Texas Institute for Measurement, Evaluation, and Statistics at the University of Houston. Elsa has spent the last 23 years working in national research projects sponsored by the National Institute for Child Health and Human Development, the Institute for Education Sciences, a research arm of the United States Department of Education, and the Office of Special Education Programs. Each national project was related to the development of language and literacy skills among Spanish-speaking English learners. She has worked with teams of researchers designing assessments and interventions for English learners who struggle with reading. Dr. Cardenas-Hagan is currently the chairperson of the National Joint Committee on Learning Disabilities, a past vice chairman of the International Dyslexia Association. She has also served as a board member of the Academic Language Therapy Association, Southwest Regional Education Laboratory, and Texas Comprehensive Center at the American Institute for Research. Elsa has written many scholarly articles, curriculum programs, and book chapters related to the oracy and literacy development among English learners. Her book, entitled Literacy Foundations for English Learners, a comprehensive guide to evidence-based instruction, was recently released and listed as a bestseller by the publisher. Dr. Elsa Cardenas-Hagan.
Thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. I'm so honored to be here, and I've looked through and I see so many friends and colleagues out there, and I'm especially excited that this is the topic at hand. I feel like we've arrived because this is such an important topic. And as you mentioned, we have to consider equity. We have to be inclusive. We have to be mindful of the work that we do. And sometimes we don't even realize, through our actions, what that causes, the feelings that it causes. But I would like to say today, if we can listen with an open mind, and I'd like to start with my 4 L's, and these are my 4 L's for you. Let's listen today. So let's listen and learn, so we can lead to literacy. And so I ask for your open-mindedness to listen to the body of evidence that I'd like to speak to you about today, and to describe to you what you can do today. I know there's many educators out there, and perhaps policymakers and leaders in education that maybe will see an opportunity of what practices am I using? What am I in fact reaching all my students, especially those from diverse populations? And I'd like to say, just in honor of some of my colleagues, such as Dr. Julie Washington, that when we have students who have dialectical variations, we must also consider those, and how we get from our formal language to our academic language. And that's so very important. We have to honor, I have a different home language than my academic language, obviously. And but we honor that home language, but we have those high levels of academic language that we are looking for, and on that journey towards literacy. And so as educators, we must be mindful of the context that the children, and I want to say something else that, really thinking about the work that families and caregivers They should be at the very center and the very core. They are our partners, and they have so much information and rich information about our students, and we must bring them to the table. And I also would like to say, no longer will I accept the crumbs off the table. I want to be at the table, and so do all of our other families and our other students and who they represent. And so this, as we begin in teacher education, we must include these topics, include these instructional practices that are evidence-based, so that our teachers come out prepared. And our school districts also are doing such, work too, in trying to make sure that the students actually have what they need, and that our instructors are empowered with that. And I think that's what my book was about, was really about showing how you can do this work, and you can be considerate from the very beginning, right from the start of these students. And so I'm so fortunate to have been invited. I'm honored to be here. I have the same message that I've been talking about, and I see some of you that just probably joined me on Monday in DC and other places. And so thank you for being here. And sometimes it doesn't hurt to hear the message again and again and again for it to sink in, right? That repeated practice. So as we begin, we know that this is such an important topic. There are, more than 5 million English learners. My work, as described to you, has been for Spanish-speaking English learners for a couple of decades now. And that's because, close to 80% speak Spanish in the home. Arabic is the second most common language, with about less than 3%. And as you describe, this nation's report card, keeping an eye on, how are students doing? We do look at that, but we must look at the body of evidence. And, I was so fortunate in that, and part of my work of advocacy, went right to the director of the National Institute of Child Health and Human Development, Dr. Reed Lyon, and said, we have started a nonprofit called Brownsville Reads. We're on the border. We're the #1 city of poverty for a population of over 100,000. Most of our students, come to school speaking Spanish as the first language. We would like for you to join our Brownsville Reads and talk to us about, what we know. And that was in the year 1996. And 96, 97, Dr. Reed Lyon came down and he spoke, and he was talking about research. And we closed down the whole city for that day. All educators were there to listen to this esteemed, speaker, and so knowledgeable. And the people in the audience said, "Excuse me, Dr. Reed Lyon, but what about English learners? All of our students here, have, we're 99% Hispanic here." And Dr. Reed Lyon, and I was like, why are they putting him on the spot? But then I realized, no, we should bring our needs to Dr. Lyon. And after that, Dr. Reed Lyon went to the United States Congress and asked for $30 million to begin the research called the Biliteracy Research Network. And lo and behold, Brownsville, we were part of that laboratory to start investigating and learning. In the year 2000, this National Reading Panel report came out, and it was, looking at research studies that had evidence. And this is where those 5, areas that we should include within our reading and language arts time with students, where phonological awareness and phonics and fluency, vocabulary, and comprehension. But we didn't know about English learners, not English learners in the United States having to, either be in, and we'll probably talk about these different models of their language of instruction. But we began our work and collaboration with many other researchers across the United States. And by the year 2006, this report of developing literacy in second language learners appeared, with many of our studies in there to say, yes, these 5 components of literacy are important. However, you must be adjusting that instruction to meet the needs of these English learners. And when you use in a systematic, authentic way, their native language, to support that second language, this is the key to success in literacy. And understanding those cross-linguistic features, it's your job as educators and instructors. I may not know the language, but I have to know enough about the student in front of me, about something about their language, about their culture, about their context. Know your students, know them, celebrate them, and understand that what they bring, speaking another home language, right? What they bring is an asset, and we have to use that as an asset. And these cross-linguistic features, they're a resource for helping them develop biliteracy. And in this National Literacy Panel report, it did say, when you have your native language skills, you will perform higher in English literacy than those students who are only instructed in English only. As a young girl, I did not have that opportunity. And, we were punished for speaking our home language. And I was fearful to speak my home language. And I was very quiet until middle school, when you can take a foreign language. Oh, I'm going to take Spanish. That's my home language. I'm going to show all that I know. But today, that's unacceptable. Today, that's unacceptable. We have to understand and know our students, and we have to know the research, because it's not, will I have an English learner in my classroom? It's how many will I have? So onward to finally, so the National Literacy Panel, that National Reading Panel Report and the National Literacy Panel Report for Language Minority Children, 2000 and 2006, right? Showing the body of evidence. 2007, the Institute for Education Sciences practice guides telling us, okay, let's see, what do we need to do in the early grades? Yes, we know we need to screen for those reading problems and monitor that progress. We have to know our students. Where are they in this continuum of language and literacy? And when we find areas that need to be addressed, we're going to do so in small groups. And all the while that I'm working with English learners, we're going to be attentive to their language, to their vocabulary, so that they're developing language, vocabulary as they're developing those early literacy skills. And then by 2014, some of our studies came in here when we looked at the content areas. Ours was in the area of science, but really thinking about, be intentional. Teach a set of academic vocabulary words intensively, right? Intensively across several days, using a variety of instructional activities. But all the while, you're going to integrate that oral and written English language instruction. So we are language teachers and literacy teachers, no matter what content we teach. And we have to be systematic and explicit in that approach. And then by 2017, here I'm just giving you what you should be reading and knowing about as you work with English learners. By 2017, promoting the educational success of children and youth learning English, right? By, the National Academy of Sciences, Engineering, Mathematics. And what again, what is it, after reviewing the research, provide explicit instruction that includes phoneme awareness, phonics, oral reading fluency, vocabulary, reading comprehension. Writing. Writing is a part of literacy, right? Listening, speaking, reading, and writing. And we still today, I can't tell you, and I will tell you about some of the projects that we have today, but we don't have all the answers for writing. We still have so much work to do. And, we have to be honest about what we know and what we don't know. And so much work still needs to be done for this high level of language, which we include as written expression. In this report, once again, be explicit in your approach. Develop that academic language during content instruction. Sounding familiar from the other reports, provide those visual and verbal supports, because we've got to make the content comprehensible to these students that have another home language other than English. Get them in those peer-assisted learning opportunities. Celebrate and capitalize that home language, that background knowledge, and those cultural assets that you heard of today. Yes, we're going to screen for those language and literacy challenges, and we're going to monitor that progress. But as we're doing that, we're addressing those areas that are challenging for our students. We have just completed, and I want to share with you our work at mtss4ls.org. And this was a model demonstration project that we just completed, looking at multi-tiered systems of support, but looking at it from the lens of English learners. And we have these literacy briefs and some resources and tools about how to be reflective on your systems and what you're doing for these students. But we always want to be thinking about, as we're conducting our language and our literacy instruction, are we in fact scaffolding for that student's linguistic needs and academic needs? And are we bringing in those culturally relevant principles that are applied, right, to instruction and assessment, and providing those meaningful opportunities for listening, speaking, reading, and writing, using the home language as support for that second language? But that means our educators, you out there, what do you need to know about that language, and how can you find out and research? And I'm going to share a few other websites that could be helpful to you. But in our framework from Project Ellipsis and our work with the MTSS4Ls, in this framework, you've seen, this model of, we're going to try and get the best evidence in that tier 1 instruction. And if our students struggle, we're going to see them in those small groups of tier 2. And if they need more intensity, perhaps, these are the students that need very, very explicit work through special education. In some cases, it's service through general education. But what's different for our English learners is that while you're working across the tiers, depending on your role in the school system, you must be thinking about the level of language, the second language. Are they, and first and second language, are they at the basic language proficiency level? Are they at intermediate or advanced? And we have to bring that in as we work with our students. And then you'll see on the outside of my triangle here, CLRT. Those are the culturally and linguistically responsive teaching practices. Now, what I say is that, when we bring this in, is that going to teach you to read? No. But what it has, when we bring this, it really motivates our students, it engages them, and it makes them so excited that they can see themselves, right, in the materials, and they can relate to what, they're reading about and learning about. So you can look at that. We have another tool that I want to tell you about there also, that is a rubric for determining how you're doing in your school campus, or how your district is doing in implementing a multi-tiered system support in your school, in your district, from the lens of English learners. You heard mentioned that I'm a speech and language pathologist, and so everything really centers around language, right? And if we think about language, this is my language center of the brain. And as we think about language, we must have strong language skills to develop strong literacy skills. And as Dr. Blumen-Leahy described, that every language in the world has a sound system, the phonology of that language and how it works, semantics, those words and the meanings of those words, morphology, another wonderful thing for English learners that I'm going to talk to you about, because these small meaning units, these morphemes in language, they really can help our students as they're learning to decode, as they're learning to spell, as they're learning many, many words, and as they're making these connections across languages. And the syntax, understanding how words work in a language so that I can develop these beautifully cohesive sentences to write these beautiful paragraphs. But it's also about use, the pragmatic language. And this is where I, even as an adult English learner, I'm considered an advanced English speaker now, but I still work on my pragmatic language skills to understand, because this is about understanding the local use, the regional use, the state use, the national use, It helps me to understand, pragmatics is understanding idioms, which I'm always learning about, and understanding about the social registers of language versus the academic registers. So all of this is language, but it's all related to literacy. I have to have phonology to really address those phonological awareness skills. My semantics and morphology help me. They help me for my reading, for my understanding, for my vocabulary development. Syntax helps me to understand how to write and express myself in written language. And pragmatics helps me to know my audience and the ways I can use language. So it's in everything that we do. And if you would work from this framework, and always think about this framework, and I'm going to model how you can do this kind of work today. This is so essential as we work with our students. So, you all have, Maryland, have done a lot of work looking at what we should be including in our, early years. And I'm going to include this in my later years if I get newcomers into my classroom, that, students need to be able to understand how print works in this new language, and they must have enough background knowledge and vocabulary and comprehend it to get to skilled reading. Dr. Hollis Scarborough, expanded this, saying, okay, under that, decoding part is that phonological awareness, understanding letters and sounds and decoding, applying that to spelling and having that instant sight recognition, becoming automatic with that, but all the while expanding students' background knowledge, their vocabulary, teaching them about the language structures and those literacy structures, right? So that they can become strategic in their reading to get to that fluid execution and coordination of that word recognition and text comprehension. So as we think about that, I'd like to tell you that there's been, some issues brought about that whether, this body of evidence is effective. And I want to share with you, those were the reports. And when you work with students, you should be very familiar with these national reports. And what I want to share with you is some of the studies, for example, with my work with Dr. Sharon Vaughn and Patricia Mathis and others. For 10 years, we did work in Texas, Colorado, California, really looking at students, as Spanish-speaking students as they were learning language and literacy. And we found students who were below the 25th percentile, and really began these early interventions for these students that were at risk. And through the years and following these students longitudinally, these children can make wonderful progress, and they can sustain that ability through years. And by the way, we did this work both in English and in Spanish, and found that, yes, we can get significant results in literacy skills. Dr. Linnea Airy in her work has also found being able to, help readers, and especially these language minority students, by what? Also looking at and applying vocabulary and applying meaning and providing those visual supports. And so in our work, those literacy supports were meant to expand the students' receptive language, their understanding of language, and their expression, right? And every lesson that we taught, we always taught it from the framework of what's going to be challenging for them within this lesson. Let's address it. Let's give them that front loading. We call it front loading. And let's especially prepare them for our lesson that we will have today. And if we have these students who are struggling readers, let's really tailor that instruction to their language needs and their literacy needs, and that will maximize instruction. So we're always thinking about a comprehensive approach to literacy. And so as we think about that, there's been discussion about, well, should you even be working in phonological awareness with these students? And so what we know is that in the studies, and Lee Branham Martin was the PI on this, and phonological awareness skills, they appear to be just so amazing. They appear to be a universal skill. Yesterday, I was speaking to Donald Joseph, and he was talking about his work in languages such as Mandarin and Korean. And yes, these phonological awareness skills are apparent. Children rhyme, they pay attention to the sounds, they can blend sounds. And these connections, what we find is, for example, between Spanish and English, the correlation was 0.92 for some of these phonological awareness skills that predicted their reading skills, not only in their home language, but in the second language of English. So these cross-linguistic features are so important. And it's up to us to know what's the same and what's different, and not to have our instruction be, just the standard instruction that we give to everybody. But here's an example. Look at all these Spanish and English consonants that are direct transfers across languages. So you see there between Spanish and English, b and k and d and f and g and so on. So those are connections. So the student has this native language and has native language literacy. Hey, look, you already know these sounds, right? And in English, and these letters and sounds in English, because you have native language literacy. You have that home language and you understand how to read in that language. The same for Arabic. Look at the connections between Arabic and English. Look familiar? B and d and k. And you'll see some of the common sounds across languages. Let's look at Vietnamese and English examples, right? And there again, that b and d and k and o and Interesting. So celebrate that. And I'm going to give you a website at mylanguages.org, which you can have hundreds of languages that will tell you about those connections across languages. But now, as I work with this, I have to be mindful. What's going to be challenging for these students that are learning English as their second language? Those short vowel sounds, right? The schwa sound. I think about that word banana, right? Think about that letter A and how it appears, and saying and that letter J that says challenging, right? The R for us that are Spanish speakers, we shouldn't be saying like in our language. But here's what you can do, and I'm going to show you some procedures. So if we think about that letter J that's so challenging for many of our students who are learning English as a second language, put your hand just right here on your vocal cords, and I want you just to say the CH sound. Those vocal cords were not vibrating, but now I want you to say ch, which is in your home language, but I want you to make the vocal cords vibrate. Say it with voicing. Let's try it. J, j, j. Turn off your voice. Ch, ch, ch. Turn it on. J, j, j. That's the only difference between your sound of ch in your home language and this new sound in English of j. Oh, that medial D sound of Spanish. Here's my finger. The way we spell finger in Spanish is D-E-D-O, but it has two sounds of the D. Dedo. Look at my tongue, what happened to the second D. Dedo. I stuck it out. That English sound of TH when we voice it is the Spanish medial D sound. So when I write father, F-A-D-E-R, you tell me, good for you. You know the sound, but you used your home language letter, D. We use TH. The U of Spanish is the English OO, like in moon. That's why I write boot as B-U-T. No, the U is the OO. You need to teach me. This is the connection. I trill my R. Let's soften it. I even have a soft R, right? My word for face in Spanish is C-A-R-A, cara, right? And what happens is I'm not trilling that R. I'm just lifting my tongue up and down. And so in English, that's the English sound of T and D in the middle position of words between vowels. So words like ladder, letter. So I might write the word letter, L-E-R-E-R, and you're going to say, good for you. You know the sound, but we don't use R like you do in your home language. We use, right, that double T, that medial consonant that's doubled. Arabic doesn't have the sound pa, but you can do the same principle that we did with the CH and the J. They have b. So turn off your voice box. Give me only air. Say b with only air. Same thing. No sound for v in Arabic. But they do have the sound of f. Same thing. Turn on your voice box. Turn it off. No initial S consonant blends, just like in Spanish, right? And so tell your students, we're not going to open our mouths for those S blends. Show me your teeth. We're going to typically in Spanish and Arabic, we add that extra vowel. In Vietnamese, there's mostly 1 or 2 syllable words, right? And so we want to teach how we can divide words into syllables and then blend them together. Those consonant clusters are challenging. Those new sounds are challenging, but we can use approximations as we work on those sounds. So now that I made sure that they can process in phonology the sounds, what would I do for phonological awareness that would be very distinct from what I do for typically monolingual English speakers? This is what you do. You focus on, remember what I said, Spanish and English 0.92. There's been, other languages like Hebrew and English, Italian and English, very strong correlations between these languages. And so when we look at this, we're going to celebrate and give credit for what they know. But I know that J is a challenging sound. So my phonological awareness activity is going to target that sound. So I'm going to say things like, say the word ham, change the h to j. Can you try it just by listening? Jam. Say the word bat, change b to j, jet. Say the word pig, change p to j, jig. Say the word hog, change h to j, jog. But what you notice here is they were listening, they were manipulating sounds, and they were targeting this new sound. That was very explicit and systematic because I knew that that was a challenging sound. But now let me extend beyond. What would I do different? I would target those new sounds, and I would also bring in those visual supports, right? So there's the jam. You said jam. Did you know that that's my strawberry jam? This I'm going to put on toasted bread. That you said jet. That's the same word as an airplane that goes in the sky. Right? That's the jig for when I go fishing, right? When I use the jig. And this young lady is going for a jog, running at a steady and slow pace. So having discussions, extending it to the meaning, that's something unique for these students. And then I'm going to link what I've had them process and manipulate and practice. Now we're going to link it to that letter. So words like, say, jam, jog, jet. What did you hear at the beginning? You heard the sound j, right? The letter's J, and it says j. And here's this picture of a jaguar. Can you say the word jaguar? Is this something you recognize? Do you have this letter in your language? Tell me about it. Jota. That's correct. And what sound does it make in your language? Oh, in the English language, it says j, right? Let's try and use this in a sentence. Let's extend that. The jaguar is an animal who can run very fast. And let's say the letter name J, the sound J, the word jaguar. Now we're going to apply that to reading. And as we work on reading, we know that we have in English these syllable patterns that we call closed, open, vowel consonant E, vowel pair, vowel R, final stable syllable. You know this, right? And so the reason that's so helpful to me as an English learner is you're teaching me about when to say the short vowel sounds, the long vowel sounds, and when not to say some of those vowel sounds. That's essential for me when I'm learning this language, and this structure and these syllable types very much help me. But guess what? I have some of those same patterns in my home language. Look at that. You said 10, which is the number. In Spanish, I have 10, right? It means something different. But I don't have to learn these syllable types because in my language, my home language, the vowels never change. There's only 5 vowels and they never change. But you have to teach me these. Here's no in English, in Spanish, no. Here's dame in English, and I'm going to want to say dame, right? So I've got to know, no, that's that long vowel sound and the E is silent. Look at the vowel pairs. Oh, that looks familiar to me. I would say pie. That means your foot, but the word is pie. Right? Oh, that vowel R looks familiar to me, but guess what? In English, it only says one sound, R. In Spanish, it's ar, mar. So those are some differences. So let's celebrate and teach the similarities and differences. We have these final stable syllables of bull, right? And full, but we say all the sounds, cable, right? And so you've got to teach me, but look at those connections across languages. Let's talk about what's the same and what's different. And now let's apply it. And, you know, I am a participant of the multilingual community. Absolutely. But this drives them crazy. They're like saying, why are you doing this, Elsa? Why do you have them read these words? And I go, well, I want to get at that automaticity. And then I want to apply, you know, and make them confident in reading these closed syllables. That means the vowel's going to be short because at least one consonant's after it. And then I'm going to embed, you know, those components of languages. So I'm going to have them practice their reading, prepare, you know, look at your vowel sounds. What are they going to be? Which vowel sounds in English? Ready, read these. Jam, jet, jig, jab, jan. Now tell me, which ones of these? Let me think. I'm going to address phonology here, the sounds. Which one of these not only have your target sound of j, but also have your sound of ah? That's right, jam, jab, jan. Prepare these next ones. Ready? What about those vowel sounds? Get ready. Jim, job, jack, jen, just. All right, students, let's look and see which ones of these words are persons' names. Did you know that in English? Jim, Jack, Jen. And how did you know that? Oh, they had capital letters, right? If I want to say it's someone's work, what word would that be? Job. Very good. Let's look at this next set of words. Get ready, prepare. If you need to look at those vowels, remember they're followed by consonants, short sounds. Jet, jig, jan, jack, jab. Which one of these words can not only be used as a noun, but a verb and an adjective? Yes, the word jet. We talked about the jet when we did phonological awareness, but did you know when we're finished with our lesson today, you're going to go to lunch and you're going to jet out of here, leave quickly? And I have jet black hair. It's the type of color, really dark color hair, right? Or there's an inkjet printer. It's describing that printer. Prepare, just, jam, jig, jab, jet. Good reading. Which one of these words can be used in this saying? Hey, I was only kidding. Which word can you use instead of only? Just. But that's a multiple meaning word. The judge gave a fair sentence. That would be a just sentence, right? Or what do we say when we're going to go and we're going to, what to the music? We're going to jam to the music. But you learned another word for jam, right? You learned that it was that strawberry jam earlier, or we're going to be stuck in a traffic jam. So this is how we can do that work on those foundational skills, but bring in language as we're working on that. And guess what you do when you do that? You're showing a system. And guess what the students start to do? They start to think deeper about what they're, even if, you know, those words like, that was boring. Well, guess what? I practiced those words. We practiced that new sound. We practiced that syllable type. We made connections to the language. Now we've got to, you know, try and make that bridge into, we're getting that automaticity. Let's take that bridge to the fluencies and into the comprehension. So yes, I'm going to be able to learn the code and read, right? But I have to understand what I'm reading. And just because you work with me on fluency and building that automaticity doesn't mean that I'm going to understand. You have to give me that extra work on phrasing and expression and vocabulary and oral language, because reading fluency and comprehension is moderated by that oral language proficiency. So teach me. So here, you know, we've been talking all week about jobs that people do, and you've learned that letter J, you've learned NG, you've learned Z, and now we're going to put it all together to read sentences and make a paragraph, right? And so what will my students need? They'll need to learn that cadence of the language. So I can use some pencil swings. Jim makes rings for his job. We're practicing that reading, practicing that phrasing, practicing that fluency. Or I might even show, you know, when your intonation changes, let's emphasize Jim. Jim makes rings for his job. That kind of slightly changes. Oh, you're focused on Jim. Or let's do the action part. Jim makes rings for his job. So English learners really need that opportunity to, I call these the supra-segmental features of the language, the intonation, the stress. That's hard for us to pick up. And so by working on the fluency and the stress patterns and the phrasing, that's so helpful to English learners so that they can read as if they're speaking to a friend. And repeated reading practice with intention is very helpful to them. So word learning, we're always thinking about what opportunities can we provide as we work with our students. And some of the best, most evidence-based practices are cognate awareness and morphological awareness. And those cognates are words that are similar in spelling and meaning across languages. And those morphemes are those little like a prefix or a root or a suffix, these meaning units within words. So we've been talking all week about occupations. And so, as you do science or social studies or mathematics or language arts, as you talk about, certain topics and are studying those topics, look for the cognates. So for example, we've been studying about the different occupations of persons. And so let's look and see, are there words that are similar across the languages? Carpintero, carpenter, arquitecto, architect, artista, artist, dentista, dentist, doctor, autor, author. And then let's bring in those visual and verbal supports and let's engage in conversations around that. And that's going to prepare me also for my reading. So as we look at that, here's a cross-linguistic example. So the word in English is author. Can you say that word in English? Author. Do you know the Spanish word for that? Autor. Very good. Let's put your hand under your chin. How many syllables does it have in Spanish? Autor. 2. Your mouth open twice. How many in the English? Author. It also has 2. How about the sounds? How many sounds in Spanish? Au. Or it has 4. How about in English? 3. How many meaning units? Author. Is it 1 or is it 2? Well, if I said authors, for sure that would be 2 because more than one author. How would you compare that with an architect? How are they the same? How are they different? Can we use this word as a noun? Is it a person, an author? Can it be used as a verb? He authored many books. Let's use it in a sentence. What's the same in the spelling? Everything except that H. I want you to notice right there what I just did, and this is your framework. I addressed phonology. How many syllables? How many sounds? I address semantics, vocabulary. What does it mean? I address morphology. How many meaning units in there? I address syntax, right? What's the function of this word? Noun, verb. And I address pragmatics. Right there in this cross-linguistic example, I brought in those components of language. That's what you can do too. And I can do the same work with the morphemes, right? 60% of the English language comes from Latin, right? And 80% of the language in Spanish is Latin. And so there's so many, word parts that are the same across languages and can build. These are wonderful word learning strategies. So just exactly what I did with the cognates, I can do with learning and paying attention to these morphemes that are wonderful ways in which we can really make connections across words. Some schools have that as, we're going to have a tree. We're going to be talking about this word part today. Let's see how many children can come up with as many words as they can think of with this. We're going to have a contest. We're going to be using these words. So here's words like artist, pianist, dentist. They all have ist at the end, right? The person who, can draw or paint. The person who can play the piano. The person who takes care of your teeth. Any other words like a guitarist, right? Or a florist or the therapist. So I did the same exact principle as I did with the cognates, with the morphemes. But now let's put it all together. And I talk about this as 3PV3RQ. What I'm taking, and this is how I remind myself as I work with students to make sure that I'm bringing in the evidence-based practices for comprehension. And this is what I use to remind myself how to design my lessons. My 3 Ps, I start with the purpose so students can hone in, get those frontal lobes activated, hone in. What am I supposed to be thinking about as we get ready to read? What's the purpose of this reading? I prepare a connection to get to that background knowledge, right? We make predictions to see if those predictions come true. We're going to address the vocabulary that we think might be challenging for them, have discussions about that. We're going to do my 3 R's. We're going to read for accuracy, for fluency, for comprehension. We'll do a review. And then my students will retell to solidify that understanding. They can retell with a partner, they can retell to me, and then we're going to have them answer questions, but generate questions. And these are the evidence-based practices that we find put together in kind of a simple way to help me design my lessons. So remember that passage I was showing you? We've been talking, students. The purpose of our lessons today is to put all together the concepts that you've learned. And if we look at the title, let's see if you can make a prediction. See that ART? That's art. And person who, and many SS, that's right. What do you think it's going to be about? Artisans. Yeah, maybe people who create art, perhaps. How would you say that in your language? Artesanos. Ooh, it has some of those same word parts. Art, an, and then that S, anos. Let's talk about art. In your mind, can you tell me about what art means to you? So there's that background knowledge. What forms of art do they know, right? Is it painting? Is it, sculptures or ceramics or, music or, and we have that discussion so we can explore the background knowledge. So they can use that language. I know in this passage, it's going to be the word content. And although it's a cognate in Spanish, contento, content changes. And this is one thing English learner won't know about. So in this passage, it's going to be content. Look at your mouth as you say content. You emphasize the second syllable. That means happy or satisfied. That's my friendly definition. Don't say content, because that means something else. Your things, your belongings, like what you have in your backpack, right? And so in Spanish, that would be contenido. So today's passage will have this word content. Can you tell me something you're happy about? What? And use the word content. So let's prepare. Let's get ready. Let's read. So they'll read that title. They'll go through and we'll read the passage. We'll work on the phrasing. And then as they're reading, then we practice. Okay, what did Jim do for his job? He made rings. What were they for? Men and women. What did he do with them? He rubbed them with the cloth. And you see that word content. What does it mean when is he content with his rings? Yes, right, he's happy. And it says Zach made some pots, right? He was making those ceramics. And it says he was content. What does that mean? He's happy. But it says that Ren was singing, but does it say he was happy about it? Does it say anything about it? And here are my questions. But now what I want you to do is we're not only going to go through and answer these questions, I'm going to have you generate questions. And I want you to generate a how or why. So right there, I put in all those evidence-based practice and I put everything that they learned together. And that's how I integrate phonology, right? Semantics, morphology, syntax, grammar, and that's how I work on phonological awareness, phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension, considering the students. And in our studies, we always brought in texts that so far would really solidify. And by the way, we did this in high school and in middle school as we worked in the content areas, always bringing in books and read alouds that could really solidify what they've learned. And we preview that book. We scaffold for language. We have those questions and discussions. Language is everything, being exposed to books and having opportunities for books. Yes. And making those language and literacy connections always. So teachers, be knowledgeable. That's what you should know about home language and that second language of English. Capitalize on the assets that they bring, both in their experiences, their culture, but also their knowledge of language and literacy. Think about your language and literacy goals and everything that you teach and use those cross-linguistic features of the language. And so Literacy Foundations for English Learners is a book that really goes through, very detailed, all the components of literacy and what we know today and some effective practices. I mentioned to you that MTSS for Ls, looking at the multi-tiered systems of support. Colorín Colorado, we have some wonderful videos on there. At the Meadow Center at UT Austin, there's these like top 10 things to do for English learners. At the IDA, we have fact sheets. And our new center at the University of Houston is the Center for the Success of English Learners, just getting off the ground. And it is a center for really focusing on adolescent English learners. Please go to the center and really find out, there's some wonderful webinars now. And as the center continues to do the work in adolescent literacy, more will be placed on there. And here's some references, but I end with literacy is the bridge to equity. And so you should be prepared to teach every student, including our English learners. And today, I hope to have brought you something about what you should know and the framework and how you should work with these students. Thanks so much.
So, oh my goodness, Elsa, Dr. Cardenas-Hagan, I always love hearing you speak as a fellow speech pathologist. What you say is so affirming, and what you say makes sense, and how you make connections in bridging your foundational knowledge in oral language and bridging it to reading, but then bridging it to English learners is just amazing, incredible, and so helpful. So I would like to bottle you and just put you on my desk, or maybe have something like Alexa, where I can just say, Alexa, key in Elsa's talk.
Oh,
so
my
I can
goodness.
listen to it. How about
That's so, thank you so much. You're too kind, too kind.
No, I'm just truthful. So, so thank you so much. I really appreciate you participating in this panel, and I know that people benefited from it. So first of all, my name is Jo Amelia McCarthy, and I am very honored to be included in this panel. And I am, as I said, a speech language pathologist with a focus on reading. I am the executive director of the Summit School in Edgewater, Maryland. And our school is a state certified non-public school for children with learning differences. And we serve the needs of children with dyslexia and other learning differences. So it is such a pleasure to be among these wonderful and noteworthy professionals. My job is moderator for the next panel. So to begin, I would like to ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves, and please take 2 minutes to tell us about your background and work with regard to reading instruction to historically underserved students. So the first panelist is Dr. Nancy Nelson-Fine. Are you here?
I am.
Hi.
Yeah, thank you. It's great to be here with you all today. I am Nancy Nelson. I am a Deputy Director for the National Center on Improving Literacy. My background and training is in special education and school psychology. So I was a middle and high school math special education teacher in Oakland and Berkeley, California, several decades ago. I received my PhD in school psychology from the University of Oregon, where I served as a research professor for the next decade and have recently accepted a position as an assistant professor at Boston University. And my work really focuses on the implementation of reading and math interventions for students that are struggling to learn concepts based on failures in art instruction, predominantly within multi-tiered systems of support, thinking about students who have learning needs really related to a risk for learning disabilities. So I have a lot of federally funded research projects that support my work. I'm a director of one of the treatment arms of the National Evaluation of Multi-Tiered Systems of Support in Early Reading that's being conducted by American Institutes for Research, commissioned by the Institute of Education Sciences. I have another research project that's focused on developing what we call a Tier 3 reading intervention. So when we have given students very good Tier 1 core reading instruction and good supplemental Tier 2 intervention, and students still are not responding to that instruction, what other supports do they need, and how can we design interventions that allow them to learn to read effectively? I have other projects as well, but I'm here today as a representative of the National Center on Improving Literacy, which is a technical assistance center that was authorized by the Every Student Succeeds Act and mid 2010s. So the inception was in 2016, starting at the University of Oregon. The center now resides at Boston University. As I mentioned, I'm a deputy director for the center. I also lead the professional development and technical assistance work for the center, and our focus is on providing support to educators to use evidence-based practices in the area of screening, identification, instruction, and intervention for students that are at risk for disabilities that would impact literacy specifically. So I will stop there and hand it over to the next. I think that's my 2 minutes.
So my question is, do you sleep?
Sometimes, very occasionally.
Sometimes, it's a good thing every now and then. Right. So also on our panel is Dr. Elsa Cardenas-Hagen. Do you want to say anything else, Elsa?
No, but I see some friends here on the panel, so thank you so much. And that was enough said. Thank you. I do want to mention, I mean, I talked about this Center for the Success for English Learners. We have another project called a model demonstration for dyslexia that we're working on, which is from the Office of Special Education Programs. And these are really putting the research to practice, and we're in that. And I'll talk a little bit when maybe I'm asked a question about, really putting all this into practice, and about, this was our first year on the project. So I'll talk a little bit when you ask. So thanks so much.
Okay, and then our next panelist, I want to make sure that I pronounce your name correctly. Dr. Intea De Shields, did I say that correctly?
It's Intia, and it's okay.
Okay. Thank you for the correction.
Yes. Go ahead. Good morning, everyone. I am so excited to be here. I'm Intia De Shields. I am an assistant professor of English language arts at Morgan State University. I have spent the past few years, I used to teach what the university calls developmental reading. It's since changed to analytical and critical reading. I know not a lot of universities offer a course for college students to work on post-secondary literacy development. But what I bring to at least my current research is that I know what the college readiness piece is, what is expected of college students when they get to college, and what instructional material we offer to our students who require additional literacy instruction on the college level. And what I'm currently working on with a colleague from Towson University is how to increase reading literacy as well as writing mechanics in middle schoolers. So we've been working for the past year with 6th graders at a Baltimore City charter school on developing their reading literacy skills. And I'll talk more about all of the wonderful things that Dr. Hagen mentioned. We employ a lot of those same strategies, specifically in thinking about morphology and morpheme awareness to help increase vocabulary and those reading literacy skills, as well as writing mechanic skills. And so I'm excited to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
Terrific. Our next panelist is Dr. Rachel Romeo. Hi, Rachel. It's good to see you. And Rachel is from the College of Education in the University of Maryland. And Rachel, talk a little bit about yourself.
Sure. Thank you so much, Joan. And it's so good to see all the other panelists. I'm Dr. Rachel Romeo. I am an assistant professor at the University of Maryland in the College of Education and Human Development and Quantitative Methodology. And I have additional appointments in the Hearing and Speech Sciences Department and in the program in Neuroscience and Cognitive Science. So my background, I'm a researcher and a practitioner. So I started as a speech language pathologist. I still am. I guess I still am a speech language pathologist. It doesn't leave you.
It doesn't. We always stay there.
It's ingrained in a module. Yeah, I'm a speech language pathologist. Work primarily in Title I schools, having a product of Title I schools myself, and trained as a neuroscientist. So interested in how early literacy happens in the brain, and how early experiences can hinder or promote learning, language and literacy in the brain. And so most of my research happens with our youngest children. I'm really interested in the early childhood space, so preschool, kindergarten ages. I'm new to Maryland, just started my, or just finished my first year here. So still learning my way around the Maryland networks, but excited to think about increased partnerships and how we can promote literacy in some of our vulnerable little ones. So thanks.
Thank you. Thanks so much. And longtime friend and colleague, Ben Schifrin. So nice to see you on this panel. You're on mute, Ben.
You know, I'm technologically impaired, but separate from that, I am truly honored to be here and to join this panel. One, you know, I am approaching it from being a dyslexic human being, an adult. Learning to read for me was extremely difficult. At grade 2, they told my mother I'd never learn to read. And it wasn't until grade 5 when my parents found a tutor. And in those days, $15 a week was a lot of money. And Dick and Jane were not my friends. Those of you that know the old Basel readers, every time Dick went one way, I went to the nurse. But anyway, honestly, it wasn't until 5th grade when a tutor my mother hired for $15 a week realized I was dyslexic. And he used in those days the old Orton Gillingham method, and he taught me to read. And I learned to read, and I went on to receive my master's degree. I eventually will finish my doctorate. I have a few more things to do and hope to do it before I retire. But the truth is, my passion is, and I head the Genesee School here at Genesee for the last 20 years, and prior to that, Westmark School in the Los Angeles area, that no child ever have to go to school the way I did, that every child can learn to read, that there is a way to teach reading so all children can learn. And that's been my passion. And I also have the honor of serving on the State Department board, and where I get to travel overseas and really get to see international schools and help develop the science of reading there, along in the field of executive functions. And just excitingly, and it's not today's presentations, to look at the field of executive functions and how it really interplays with reading right now. I think in the next 10 to 15 years, there's going to be an emphasis on that, like there was on phonemic awareness 10, 15 years ago. So I'm truly honored to be here among these panelists and happy to see everybody who I haven't seen for a very long time.
Thank you. Our next panelist is Dr. Kelly Cummings from the College of Education, University of Maryland. Kelly, it's so good to see you again.
Sorry, Joe. It looks like Kelly got held up, so we can go on.
Okay, we can go. Okay, fine. So let's see how we can get a conversation going. Our first question is for you, Dr. Nelson. And the science of reading is a term that is used frequently, but the meaning isn't always understood. Can you give us a definition of the science of reading, and then describe what you would expect to see in a first grade classroom and a middle school classroom when the knowledge of the science of reading is incorporated into literacy instruction?
So first off, that's an enormous question.
I know.
But I will do my best to answer. I also want to acknowledge that Elsa should probably be answering this question based on her presentation. She did a fabulous job of summarizing the science of reading, particularly as it pertains to English learners in her keynote this morning. So I want to take a step back and just sort of unpack how we get to the science of reading, because I think that relates to some of the confusion in the field. And so when we think about the science of reading, we're talking about science, and science is the study of a discipline where we make observations, we pose a question, we develop a hypothesis, and then we test that hypothesis or prediction to see whether or not it pans out. That's a process that has occurred in other fields for a long, long time. It's relatively new to education, probably starting and improving, sort of gaining traction over my lifetime. So when we think about this in reading, we're talking about, a body of evidence that is emerging over time, and there are best practices that we use for developing science in general. Some of those are based on the research design that we use. So we know that randomized control trials are really the gold standard when we're talking about intervention research and thinking about how can we reduce bias to the greatest extent possible so that when we test something out, we're really looking at outcomes that we expect to be real. Another best practice that I think is sort of the linchpin of where confusion is related to the science of reading is this idea of replication. And so when we study things, we conduct an intervention study and we find results in one particular study, that's great. That's, you know, if we've done a randomized control trial, that gives us some rigorous research evidence. But because this is a body of work that evolves over time, those findings are subject to change. If we conduct additional studies using the same intervention and we find different results, we have to change our interpretation of our practices, what we're going to actually implement in the classroom. And so in the field of education, as we've started to develop the science of reading, we've done a number of studies on particular practices. Some other practices are less researched. And so we have some practices where we can say, probably with pretty good likelihood, those findings are going to stick. One of those is related to the use of systematic and explicit instruction to teach children to read. And so Elsa gave some great examples of what that looks like in action. There are other practices that, again, that we have within reading and reading instruction that we know much less about. And in those contexts, our obligation is to use the best research evidence that is available to decide what practices we're actually going to use. And then as a researcher myself, researcher and professor, I have an obligation to the field and to educators, and as a technical assistance lead for the National Center on Improving Literacy, to make information available related to that research evidence and to continue to pursue it. So even if it's uncomfortable, even if there's something that my personal belief system is such that I don't think that that's a good practice, I have an obligation to test that and to summarize the results and share them. So in the science of reading, we have the simple view, we have Scarborough's rope, we have information about how reading develops, we have information about systematic and explicit instruction and some other practices that we want to infuse in our instruction. If we're talking about first grade reading instruction and what it would look like to infuse the science of reading within that context, I would expect to see most of the things that Elsa described earlier today. So we're talking about comprehensive instruction. We're not talking about just a focus on phonics. We're talking about a focus on phonemic awareness and phonics and reading accurately and fluently with connected text. Building oral language, vocabulary, and comprehension, all of those things have to be part of reading instruction. And within our sort of literacy frame, we also have to focus on other aspects of literacy, like writing and coding as part of our phonics instruction, linking the letter sound correspondences to what they actually see in print and what they put into print, writing instruction more broadly, and other literacy elements that we would want to have as part of our reading block. I would also expect that in a system that is using multi-tiered systems of support, we would see that we provide very effective, comprehensive core reading instruction, explicit systematic instruction in all of those areas that I just mentioned, with differentiated instructional time built into that core reading block, but also supplemental intervention for students that, for whatever reason, are based on their screening data, have a need for supplemental support. And that supplemental support should be provided in addition to that core instruction to shore up those areas that are important focus. So for English learners, that might be a deeper focus on oral language proficiency, and making some of the bridges that Elsa described. For other students, that could be a focus on comprehension or vocabulary. Very often in the early grades and first grade, we are talking about foundational reading skills for students. So we're talking about explicitly teaching kids the code to read, because we know that if we give them access to that code, they will have access to more text. And as they have access to more text, they will build more language, and that will enhance their comprehension, which is the ultimate goal of reading. If we're talking about middle school, it really depends. And I know that's the worst answer possible, but it really depends on your individual students and knowing who those students are. So if we've done a good job in the early grades and making sure that students have those skills that I described, you're able to focus on advanced text and thinking about more advanced writing skills to push students forward. But if you have students that haven't learned those skills because they haven't been taught And many students will not have those skills if we do not explicitly teach them those skills. Then we have to spend time in middle school focusing on additional phonics instruction, in addition to the vocabulary and comprehension instruction that we know is part of good reading instruction. So I'll stop there. And others may have additional comments that they want to chime in on related to this. It's a big topic.
That was a big question, and thank you for such a comprehensive answer. It's very hard to make those specifics in a response, but I think you did a wonderful job, and building upon what Elsa had talked about in her presentation too is very helpful. My next question is to you, Elsa, and the question is, Maryland's Ready to Read Act requires schools to universally screen kindergarten students for risk of reading difficulty 3 times during the school year. So what recommendation do you have for school leaders or administrators when a reading screening indicates that a majority of English language learners are at risk?
Thank you. First of all, I thank you, Nancy, so much. And I want to kind of, the message I got from Nancy right now, I think it's an important one that she talked about, in elementary and onto middle school, so forth, and that it depends. But what I want to say and kind of summarize something that to always be thinking about, and language supports reading and reading supports language. Yeah. And so she was describing very clearly, what we need to see in these early years, we need to make sure of, and that, the other thing is one size doesn't fit all. And she spoke about that differentiation of instruction, very key, and getting to see that. And I think that's important. But we get language, right? So our language skills will support us as we're reading, but we've got to get into reading and have those tools for reading. And where are we going to get this rich academic language? It's not only from listening, it's from reading and wide reading. And so that's very key. And the other thing I want to say is that context matters. And what you just described to me, Joan, is, first of all, before you even screen, there has to be a thinking process. And I've been bugging David Francis about, okay, we need a decision tree. Come on. Let's talk about this some more. Let's just put it together. But here's what I want to tell you. Context matters. So even before I screen, I must know the following. What, in fact, has been that language of instruction model that the students that I serve, my English learners, what was that language of instruction model? Did that language of instruction model include literacy? And I'm going to take that context, and that matters, that language of instruction model and what we're using for language of instruction models for what I'm going to screen. So let me give you an example. If in fact, I was in and I had the opportunity for my native language literacy, then very clearly, are these tools available in my native language? And so, yes, we've developed tools in Spanish and these Spanish early screeners that we've been using since 1998. Hello. And so yes, then that's okay for me to look at and screen in that native language. Or is it that the student was in English immersion? And by the way, that exists, and as much as I would love dual language programs to be across this country and biliteracy to be the central theme of what we do in this country, it's not. The majority of our students are serviced in English, and English is a second language. That's where they are. It's not in this dual language and bilingual education like we would like. And part of it is, we need the human capital to really provide those opportunities. But it would be, you will get different results and inaccurate and not really great results if I didn't receive English literacy, right? Then why are you testing me in English? And that's what happens to our students. I've seen it. I know all of you here have seen that. They're testing them in English, but they didn't receive, or they received very little English literacy. So the tests that you use and how you use it, or if I was in 50-50 where I was being exposed to 2 languages, then okay, you know what? Let's look at both languages and see how you're coming along. If there's a weakness in one, does that weakness exist in the other, or why is it? But I've got to know. But when you get that, yesterday somebody was talking to me that 40% of them are at risk, then I say that's not dyslexia, that's dysteachia, right? We've got to do something wrong with the core. And by the way, in our model demonstration project for dyslexia for this year, we had to ask our project officer, we can't work in dyslexia this year. In our school districts, we have to work on the core. The evidence-based practice and comprehensive approaches do not exist and so you're going to have a lot of kids at risk when the core. So what does that tell me? It's not the kids, it's the core instruction, right? And something that every person here in this panel works towards improving. And so we got permission to work with the core this year because it's, so important how we can develop that. And so the other thing that has been said is that, and I want to tell you, it's said that we're going to, that's why the process is so important for the screening, and context matters. But the other thing that's important is just knowing that this issue of, when I have all of that, then something's wrong there, right? And I want to tell you, when you look at this following kind of those context matters approaches and what that screening process should look like. That's why, those tools from NSEL and then also the National Center for Intensive Intervention too, that has it, and we adapted for English learners. But what I want to tell you is that we don't want the over-identification, but that is not the story in this country for multilingual learners. And I'm just going to give you my state's example. We've had a universal screening since 1998 that has to be done at the beginning of year, middle of year, and end of year, specifically K-2, and then they have the option in 3rd grade too, right? Currently, we have 5.3 million students in our state. 1 million of them are English learners. In the whole entire state, after all these years of screening, we have 224,000 students identified with dyslexia. Of the English learners, 41,000 of that 1 million. 3.9% of English learners are identified with dyslexia and 4.2%. All right. If we think conservatively, you've seen numbers, 5% up to 10, 15%. So we're not over-identifying, right? But it's not only the screening, Joan, it's what we're going to do. What is the screening for? It's to map and tell us what we need to teach. It's a progress monitoring. Okay, how are they doing? Oops, I'm not doing enough of if all of these children are at risk, right? This is what I need to focus on. And it's that thermometer of how we're doing. And how can we design our instruction if we don't even know where they are? It's unacceptable not to screen. And, we must do that, but we must have the personnel and the human capital to think about that process and how to incorporate the context matters. Did I answer your question? I don't know. I went off.
You did, but I'm gonna bring you back to it. And I appreciate all that you said. Because there has been a huge push across many states to implement screeners. We've really worked hard on that here in Maryland, and we're not there yet. But at least it's a start. But very typically, we look at English, children who speak English as a first language. And we very typically forget, oh yeah, there are other groups of kids for whom this is really important. So 2 things, I appreciate what you said. You have to know what you're doing, know what the child knows so that you know where to go. So appreciate it. But 2 things I want to say, are there tools that states should know about that address the needs of English learners in screening? And then second, and I had this question at a presentation I did last week, You know, are 28% of my kids dyslexic if 28% of my kids who are English learners or non-mainstream dialect users fail the screener? So that's, what is the advice to administrators? Do you just say, oh my God, you know, everybody failed? What do you do? What would be your advice? So there's two questions there. What are the tools? And then what's the advice?
Yeah, so the first thing, and I'm sure panelists would agree with me, we as administrators, district leaders, school leaders, we have to be knowledgeable in looking at the tools, and we have to ask important questions. In the, you know, studies for reliability and validity, what was the sample, the normative sample? Who was involved in the, like, so in our studies, you know, since we have so many, absolutely, those students were involved in our studies for developing an English screener. And of course, when we developed Spanish, they were all Spanish speakers, right? So you have to look at who, you know, for whom is this designed? And look carefully at that normative sample and how did those subgroups perform, right? Because it may not be the same. The other thing about that too is that as we look at that, you know, when we're thinking about early screening, for example, for us, we just simplified it in Texas, you know, so, okay, here's our universal screening. We're going to be looking at foundational skills. We'll be looking at phonological awareness. And by the way, you saw me demonstrate to you the correlation across languages. It's amazing, right? But the other thing about it is we want to know, okay, do they know if I have kindergartners and they don't have these early skills of phonological awareness and they don't know their letters and sounds, and I've worked on it all year, there's a problem here, right? And I don't even have to bring language into it. I already know that there's a decoding problem, right? I will tell you, I live in a city of poverty, and my students, when you use these measures, their language measures and vocabulary measures, they're not going to be there, and we have to think of better ways to really capture. And that's why I do lots of, you know, speech pathology. We do lots of language sampling to see what do they have. And that's the other thing, you know, there's informal things you can do as well. You know, what kind of language are they using? Oh, look, these are the kinds of sentence structures they're giving me. What's missing in that sentence structure? Oh, look, when they read, these are the error patterns. Oh, when they write, look at this writing pattern. That, you know, that is data every day that I'm receiving. But I would say, you know, look at that. And I would say, be mindful of who's in that normative sample. And if you're in those early grades, you know, some of those foundational skills, such as the phonological awareness, you know, that transfers across languages quite well. Child's having trouble, you know, telling you sounds and letters, and you've worked on it all year. I mean, that we already know that that's a risk in kindergarten. And first grade, they're not reading, and you've worked on it, and you can be assured. Because the other thing I will tell you is, in our studies, when they told us, oh, we did this and this and that, when we go in and we look and see, did they really do it? The answer is like very mixed. So know your teachers, know your campuses, know what's being done, monitor it, and you can do that informally. And that's what you get every single day. And every single day, as speech language people, whatever the students give me, I capitalize on that. And that's my point of, oh, they don't have this concept, I'm going to work on it. And so there's many tools out there. I've reviewed and helped on some of those tools. So like, for example, you know, the Haslea, the TPRI, the EDEL, the DIBBLES, I mean, there's so many tools out there, but just look to see who was involved, you know, dig deeper. And then don't only look at the scores, for goodness sakes. Can we look at the sub skills, you know, which ones of these phonological awareness things, or which ones of these letter sounds, or in the decoding, what kind of error patterns in there, and in fluency, this, and, you know, what are they asking? Let's analyze that too and dig deeper, because your data drives instruction.
Absolutely.
Also, this has been, I think you bring up a really critical point that I'd like the audience to really listen to, and that's the ERA analysis. You know, so many times we focus on the science of reading and teaching about decoding, that one of the critical pieces sometimes we slip on is teaching teachers how to do ERA analysis. What exactly because you can get sometimes more information from that than you can from a standardized score. That's
right. I appreciate that. And the other follow on I want to say is that you brought this up, but I'm going to bring two words to it. We have to look at the fidelity of instruction as well as the intensity. And sometimes just ramping up intensity really makes a difference.
Yeah. And what I want to tell you, I just described to you, Joan, Nancy described the science of reading and, gathering a body of evidence, but the implementation science, we have a lot of work to do because there's so much variability. And how do we get it across the grade levels and both, vertically and horizontally aligned, and the consistency? This is where we'll spend the next 20 years.
We could talk for a whole week, without taking breaks on this. No,
Thanks,
no,
Ben.
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying there's so much to dig into here, but they're really good questions and really good concepts. I would like our next question to be answered by Dr. Ed.D. DeShields. And my question to you is, you're a sociolinguist. I just love that. And you study how social factors such as age, gender, or dialectal differences impact our language. You are currently working with Baltimore City Public Charter Schools on improving oral language. I love that too. And also reading and writing skills of middle schoolers. Can you give us some examples of how social factors of language play a role in reading and literacy achievement in students?
Well, again, thank you. So I spent several years between 2009 to 2015 working as a researcher on assisting teachers in Baltimore City schools, and those were public schools and private schools, on navigating language variation in the English language arts classroom. So my approach, again, is informed by a background in sociolinguistics, specifically in consideration of Black culture and Black language. So to begin with, before I really address the social factors, I consider that language acquisition is a natural process for most people. We learn to speak the language of our community. The immersive nature of the spoken word allows us to make auditory and symbolic connections to the world. So language is one of the most salient yet least understood means for creating our identity. So again, my perspective is really about identity and what we bring to the classroom as both student and as teacher. Language is a significant form of symbolic power, and the symbolic power, at least when we think about the classroom, is in the hands of the teacher. And how we wield that power can determine how effective we are as teachers, especially when we're thinking about literacy instruction. Okay, because our identities, again, are deeply connected to this. Sociolinguistically speaking, the way we use language often hints at our politics, indexing our alignment or disalignment with particular groups or causes. We read people's words or clues, signs, anything that might help us figure out where they stand. And our students do that every single time we stand in front of the classroom. So when it comes to language varieties are not just a list of features that belong to a given race. Rather, linguistic features can be employed by speakers as they shape their identities, or more accurately, thinking about engaging in processes and projects of identification. So again, I really want everyone to think about how you identify with yourself, how you identify with your identity as it relates to your immediate community, meaning your family, your friends, the neighborhood you live in, and then where do you teach? What is your relationship to that community? And therefore, what is your relationship even to the students in that extended community? So when it comes to Black language, Black language is very much a conscious racial project. We are intentional about the language we use. And at the very least, we know that it is a secondary language socialization, but we bring this language into the classroom. And it has all sorts of impacts when it comes, of course, to literacy development. So with that in mind, we know that reading is not a natural process. It requires direct and explicit instruction. So we learn and eventually teach others to read and write for some of us. So with literacy development, social factors can complicate the experience of learning to read. But again, before getting into the reading aspect, I think it's helpful for us to consider what implicit biases inform how we listen to and interpret the language of young learners. So I'm located in Baltimore City. I recently participated on 2 different podcasts, one, the Curiosity Bureau on NPR, exploring the Baltimore accent. And one thing that people always mention when they think about Baltimore is how we say the word, and I'll spell it for you, D-O-G. D-O-G. Can someone turn on their microphone and just say how you say it? Okay. How do you say that word, D-O-G?
Dog.
Okay. You say dog. Anyone else?
I used to say dog.
Dog. Okay. Good. Anyone else?
Dog.
Okay, dog. All right. Now in Baltimore, we say Doug. So when we come into the classroom, we are bringing our language identity, our local linguistic identity into the classroom. And so we walk in and we'll tell the teacher, it was a Doug outside, so that's why I ain't come right in the classroom, right? Or right into the school. We're coming in with all of the nuances that make us unique. And if you don't know a Baltimorean, we are very proud people. Okay, so in thinking about this, we have to then consider what are the implicit biases that we are bringing into the classroom that again influence how we listen to and interpret the language usage of young learners. So there's a common myth, of course, with English language speakers, and that is the myth of linguistic decline. How many of you at any point, and you can just nod your head or raise your hand or give a thumbs up, if at some point you have said to a colleague, oh my gosh, the children just don't know how to use English. They just can't, they just don't talk right, or they just don't speak correctly. Okay, so it is generally a myth, and that myth has been around since the early 1800s, if not before, when it comes to English language, right? Someone in the chat said dog. Okay, for those of you from Georgia, that drawl. Okay, so you have dog, but think about, again, the biases that we're bringing into the classroom and the myth of linguistic decline, and how that then also further informs how we are engaging the learners we have the privilege of working with. Because when we think about having these young, malleable minds in our hands, it is a privilege, okay? But understanding also that we're coming to it with a lot of implicit biases that we are not always fully aware of. So when we think about now English language speakers and this myth of linguistic decline, African Americans, non-white people in general, but specifically African Americans are on the blunt end of the accusation of demonstrating linguistic decline. And those attitudes bleed in to how we then approach language instruction, English language arts, and specifically even how we then help them or assist them with reading, okay? Or I'll say, because I'll touch on this, but with the middle school work that I've been doing, we focus not only on decoding and vocabulary development, but of course also writing mechanics. So linguist James Milroy has said that there are many complaints about what are believed to be declining educational standards. And again, when we think about young people are said to be liable for the misuse of language or to not learn it properly. Therefore, we have a responsibility to do what we can, understanding that one, language acquisition comes from the community, but when it comes to reading instruction, that is something where we do have to be intentional. So linguistic and cultural diversity are a necessary area of consideration when working with students of different cultural backgrounds. So let's see, there are scholars, William LaBeouf, Geneva Smitherman, and others who have determined that attitudes toward African-American English influence the type of classroom practices and strategies teachers employ. And what has been discovered most is that teachers' attitudes about the language of their students is the single most powerful factor in determining a teacher's predictions of student performance, and therefore even how they engage with language arts students. So the social factors I'm thinking about are not necessarily the social factors of the children, but rather the social factors that we bring to the classroom as teachers that then influence how we engage with the young people we have a privilege of working with. So when it comes to, again, literacy development, there is limited research around literacy development in the middle grades. What my colleague from Towson and I have spent the last year exploring is how strategic language instruction, the kind of deep language dive that happens in early grades, and incorporating that with culturally diverse literature, how it can impact the development of reading literacy skills, focusing primarily on vocabulary development, decoding, and writing mechanics. We engage our learners in direct morpheme instruction by employing the Orton-Gillingham method. I know someone mentioned that earlier. So we utilize the Orton-Gillingham method and then provided struggling readers with specific instruction in phoneme awareness. So I have my phoneme packs right here. I don't have a green screen, so it might be difficult to see, but this material is extremely helpful even with working with sixth graders, because our research was focused on sixth grade reading literacy and writing mechanics. But our particular approach is informed by culturally sustaining near-peer instruction. And when we think about culturally sustaining approach, the intention is to promote literacy learning and build cultural identity. So one thing that we observed, we had a guest come in. We don't use a correctionist approach in our particular program. And by correctionist, meaning that if a student writes something in a non-standardized, and the difference between standardized and non-standardized, standardized is the formal, what we would call the accepted syntax of English writing, versus the non-standardized form, which is the accepted syntax, at least, of African-American English. And this student wrote on her paper, "We was walking to the store." Now, we had a guest, and the guest looked at her paper and corrected her. Now, this is where students were doing a free write. They were reading what they have written and then would go around and share. They would read what they wrote and then go around and share. So this particular student, when she read it aloud, she was corrected. Her friend, who is typically extremely engaged, immediately shut down and refused to read. Right? So what we know is that the correctionist approach, and you all are probably already familiar with this, the correctionist approach does not validate the cultural identities or the linguistic identities of our students. And so when we open ourselves up again to at least consider our own biases and what we're bringing to the table, then we take one step closer to being able to truly engage our students and assist them with acquiring at least this standardized form, and still, of course, affirming them in their home standard, okay? So when we think again about culturally sustaining approach, we're thinking about making community connections. What is our relationship to the community we are teaching in? Do we just drive into the school and then immediately leave? Do the students see you in their community at all? If not, how can you now how can you engage in the school community or even the students' community in a way that allows them to open up? Because again, young people are sensitive and they are astute when it comes to reading people. Okay. And whatever we bring to the table, those social politics will always, of course, bleed out. So thinking about, and I hope I didn't go too far off. I'm thinking again about the social factors that truly inform language instruction and reading instruction. And so I don't want to go too far necessarily into the strategies as much as I do want to focus on, again, what we are bringing to the table and how it informs and influences our instruction. So
that thank you. And I agree and I appreciate all that you said. And it makes me think about a few things. We really are trying to become more culturally responsive as a country and as a profession of educators, because we want to teach all children. We want to include all, we want every child to be seen, heard, to belong. And so when you don't look like the children you're teaching, or the children you're teaching don't look like you, you really have to do some work. And so what I'm thinking about is, number one is, as a speech pathologist and a linguist, you know, the differences between standard American English and non-mainstream dialects. It's really important, the way Elsa was showing the differences and the similarities. It's really important in training programs for teachers to have that information. The other thing that's really important is for teachers to understand the sociolinguistic component of language and the self that people project by how they use language and how they perceive language, and understanding that there's no one right or better language system in this country. They're different. And when you understand that, then you can better approach. And so I kind of charge our higher ed institutions to think about how can we include this in undergraduate, graduate, and doctoral programs, because not everybody is going to come to a conference like this and get this information and the light bulb go off. So I'm just charging the IHEs to say, how can we help with this?
And may I add, I know that when it comes to cultural diversity, there are plenty of people who do not look like the students they teach. I know in Baltimore City, there has been a steady increase in the number of non-Black teachers in the school system that has predominantly Black students. But what I will say is that language usage is a strategy of survival. And if we think about it that way, you can pick up on, and this of course is only if you allow yourself to address your internal biases enough to open your mind to receive some of the information, right? So how can you employ some of the linguistic varieties or the linguistic features of the community you're working in? Because that point of identification will allow you to become a bit more relatable, and therefore even have a student open up to you more in receiving instruction. One strategy that we did use in our research is that when we would have students write, and we focused a lot on parts of speech, we did name games. So one name game is I, me, my, mine. These are things that do not rhyme. Us, we, our, together. These are things that last forever. So making sure that we incorporated these kind of kinetic learning experiences so that they could retain a lot of the information, that at least when it comes to African American English, this second person verb usage versus first person verb usage, it becomes really complicated when you're trying to teach someone that if you don't quite know what is happening, especially with the written, when they're writing their sentences. So we would oftentimes have them do a free write however you would say it. And then we would go back and have them write it another way. So if you write it this way, how else can you write this? And so they now have 2 examples for how they could write one sentence. And I know there's not always that kind of time in the classroom to do that kind of, direct and intentional instruction. But if you think about just allowing students the time to just be who they are, and then going back and explaining, even on a large notepad, have one sentence without saying this is not the correct way, but here's one way we could say this, here's another way we could write this. And that again affirms their cultural linguistic identity, and it really does go a long way in engaging students. One other thing we did, while we utilize some of the work from their classrooms, thinking about Two Roads, which is a long novel, Patient Zero, the novels they were reading, we pulled vocabulary from those books, but I also used, this is a classic for those of you in the room. This book is the 101 African-American Read Aloud Stories. We utilized this book, and what we did is we used Dr. Hagen's method, where we allowed time to connect and build background knowledge, so that even in looking at the pictures, they could now see, though the people in these books are not always American, they could see themselves in the images of the people, meaning they could see kings, they could see gods and goddesses, a totally different pantheon, which is something that is completely opposite from the literature that these young people are often exposed to. The young people are often exposed to slave narratives that do not reinforce or affirm who they want to be. And that goes a long way, of course, in influencing then how they even engage with the ELA classroom from that point forward. So just thinking about different ways of engaging our students so that it is truly culturally affirming. And that's something we can all do, even if you do not reflect the racial or cultural background of these young people.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I'm looking forward to a full day training with you.
Out of your mouth, I accept it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next question is for Dr. Romeo. When educators and policymakers look at assessments such as the NAACP or the MCAP assessments for Maryland, they see significantly lower scores in students living in poverty and assume that poor kids can't learn to read. So what is your response to that assumption? And what should we as educators do to ensure that students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds do not fall behind their more affluent peers? That's a small question. Yeah. I know, Rachel.
I'd say they fundamentally don't understand the issue. And let me also say a couple of tough acts to follow. I just want to amplify everything that's been said by Dr. DeShields and Dr. Cardenas-Hagen. I mean, the strength-based approaches you're bringing to our students who speak multiple languages and multiple dialects, that is a talent. That is and to bring multiple languages and dialects, that is a skill. So regarding poverty, obviously this is poverty-related disparities in literacy are a multi-pronged issue, often that intersects with these issues of English language learners and children of color dialect users. These are intersectional issues. Specific to poverty, I want to highlight 2 issues. One is about too little and one is about too much. First is too little access to early learning resources. And the second is too much stress and adversity and how this hijacks the brain's ability to learn. So in terms of the too little, with our kids growing up in highly disadvantaged regions, we've got reduced access to high quality and evidence-based learning resources across multiple environments. I'm talking about the homes, I'm talking about preschools and daycares, I'm talking about libraries and schools. So this is a bit of an older statistic, so it's probably out of date, but I still don't think it's irrelevant. While middle-class children have access to an average of 13 age-appropriate books per child, children in concentrated high poverty areas have access to only one age-appropriate book per 300 children. So we're talking about a wide disparity. And this is just material resources. We've also got reduced time. So caregivers are stretched so thin. I mean, even just thinking about, folks in middle class, economic statuses during the pandemic, think about how stretched thin we were. Caregivers in poverty are stretched even thinner. So we're talking about not having the time or capacity for engaging in many early learning activities. Because early literacy starts long before a child is sitting in a kindergarten classroom. It is starting long before that. But I can't stress enough that this is not a blame the parents issue. That is victim blaming. Parents are doing everything they can. And of course, every parent wants the absolute best for their child and their child to be a strong reader and learner. These are opportunity gaps. The other thing I want to highlight is amplifying what Dr. Cardenas-Hagan was saying earlier this morning, that reading is not just the print, it's the language. Reading is decoding plus language. And here I'm specifically talking about the academic language we use in school settings and in print, which may be a different language or dialect than you're exposed to at home. And it's certainly of a different nature than we tend to use in conversational speech, no matter what language or dialect you speak. So vocabulary is a direct reflection of our experiences. You learn vocabulary through an exposure to a variety of different objects and activities and experiences in life. So if you have reduced access to those diverse and varied experiences, you probably won't know those words. So even if you can decode it, you won't understand what you've read if you don't know what a word means. So we've got to integrate these language and literacy education strategies together. And then the second thing I wanted to highlight is that poverty is strongly associated with increased stress. So parents and caregivers, as well as students. And while a little stress in our lives is good for us, it gets us moving, it gets us motivated. Chronic exposure to increased stress is something we call toxic stress. And toxic stress arrests brain development. I'm coming at you with my neuroscientist hat on right now. So when you're exposed to toxic stress, it affects a lot of areas of the brain. One it particularly affects is our prefrontal lobes, which are responsible for effortful learning, attention, and making connections. So you cannot learn to read if you are preoccupied by worrying about whether you have food, whether you have violence in your neighborhood, whether you have exposure to other what we call ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. So the more adverse experiences you have, the more your brain is just not able to focus on a book in front of you. So what do we do about it? It is a bigger question. We've got to increase these evidence-based pre-literacy activities and experiences in early learning environments before children are in kindergarten. This is, we're talking about universal preschool, we're talking pre-K, we're talking about getting materials into homes and under-resourced neighborhoods, increasing exposure to world knowledge and academic language. I want to add that just library access on its own is not enough. So there's research showing that just plopping state-of-the-art at libraries in high poverty regions isn't enough on its own without targeted age-appropriate programming. We still see disparities in usage and activities that actually promote early learning without those engagement activities. And we've also got to train teachers in trauma-informed teaching. We've got to consider how trauma and toxic stress affect learning and behavior. Our teachers provide so much for our children, and so we need to equip them with the toolbox to really support them and providing these learning environments for children, these safe educational learning environments.
Thank you. Anything, do any of the panelists so far have any questions or comments to address to Rachel regarding, the whole notion of toxicity and how the brain suffers true trauma, and its toxic stress is just truly very compelling and interesting to think about. Does any of the other panelists have a question for Dr. Romeo?
I mean, that hits, just when I think about this, Rachel, I have like tears in my eyes just thinking about the pandemic and what we learned. We learned, if there was one thing that we learned, is that we were the least connected city in the United States, and that not even our teachers had access to internet. I mean, shame on us. And it's very, it's unacceptable. It's just unacceptable. And so we have to do better. And, I've read the studies of looking even at little babies and 3 and 6 months old that are already in the brain, seeing the stressors of poverty. And, so we've got to support our families. We've got to bring them to the table. They need to be a part of us. We're a community. We've got to work together to resolve these issues, and education and literacy is going to break that cycle of poverty.
And I do think that neuroscience really is helping us to really rethink about how we think about children and how children present to us, and how things that happen to all of us are translated into brain structures and chemicals and differences in structures. So as Ben said, as the years go on, and not far in the future, we are learning a lot, and it's important for educators to understand the strength of neuroscience research and how it helps them understand their work with kids. So thank you for that. My next question is for Ben Schifrin. And Mr. Schifrin, as the head of a private school for students with dyslexia and other language-based learning disabilities, often your students only found out they have dyslexia after years of struggling to learn to read in their balanced literacy elementary schools. And I emphasize that. I am yellow journalizing on that.
I hear you, Dr.
Mr. Chaudhary, Maryland State Superintendent, is encouraging schools and teachers and administrators to use core reading instruction that follows the science of reading. Can you explain how teaching according to the science of reading can help children with dyslexia, and how it has helped the hundreds of kids who have gone through your doors?
Well, absolutely it does. First off, systematic and explicit instruction works for most kids. And what we do at GEMACE is just good education. It really deals with, and I want to step back because I think you've heard a lot from Elsa and everybody, about what are the components of a good reading program and what needs to be there. But what I want to say is we really need to train teachers on this knowledge and not about a program. So many times what I'm asked is, what program do you use? Like everyone wants this magic pill to please give what program do I use as a teacher? And the reality is, if teachers understand the reading process and the science of reading and how the brain learns to read, they can teach a child to read out of a phone book if they had to. And I'm doing that jokingly because too many times what I watch is people get invested in a program and lose the student. And they come up against a wall and the program doesn't tell them what to do. And a good teacher knows when to use a wrench with a child and when to use a screwdriver with a child. And really, I can't stress that enough. And you've all spoken, and I want to go somewhere else, Joan. You've all spoken about written language, but I didn't hear the word spelling anywhere in what we talked about this morning. And spelling is something that needs to be one of the elements that's taught within everything you teach: decoding, comprehension, fluency, and spelling. When you tie the two together, and I always hear the argument, Joan, well, English isn't a consistent language. Well, we're 85% consistent, and that's a B, okay? So what I'm bringing out, teaching spelling isn't somewhere that shouldn't be ignored. But I want to lastly say, because I know our time is short, that I think the challenge is we're getting universities to teach the science of reading, but we're not going to give it, once these teachers come out, and we've just spoke about this with Morgan State, the frustration they have is they go into these districts with the information and then they're giving a reading program to use that's totally based on whole language. So one of the things we need to do now is start teaching them how to take these programs and institute the science of reading within these whole language programs. And to just end, you know, my cup of tea this weekend was picking up the New York Times and seeing one of the gurus of whole language, let's put kids around words to learn to read, all of a sudden admit that phonics instruction is important. We've come a long way and it's taken a long time, but really it's about teaching teachers how to teach a child how to read, not about a program. And once a teacher has that knowledge, whether a child's dyslexic, whether a child's gifted, whether a child is learning English as a second language, if they know how a child the brain learns to read, they will be able to teach the child. And that's my message that I'd like to give today.
I appreciate that, Ben, because you and I both know that when children struggle with reading, you have to teach them to decode and spell the same words and word structures and syllable structures.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate that. The other thing that I was going to bring up before, but I am going to say, because I am going to, tweak things a little bit. I just don't understand, and maybe people can help me understand why there's still reading wars going on. Why, with such solid science, with the neuroscience that we have, do we still wonder if we should use a balanced approach or whole language versus the systematic, explicit reading methodology that we've been talking about that is grounded and surrounded by language development? So I don't understand, and maybe that's just, I'm asking the question and being obnoxious, I don't know, and maybe there's no answer for that.
Joan, I would say people like to be right. It's very hard to admit something that you believed your whole life, that maybe I'm wrong. Maybe what was seen like a great idea, like, let's look at it, put kids around language, they learn the language. As Dr. DeShield said, if we were born in Russia, we would all be speaking Russian. That's a natural phenomena for the brain. And so it was a natural phenomenon to say, hey, just put kids around words and they're going to learn to read. Well, we're realizing that isn't true, and some people need to change the way they believe, and changing people's beliefs is not an easy thing. And I think that's the struggle we're up against. I mean, personally, where I see it, I so many times get frustrated because I think what's going on in Baltimore City is criminal. It's not even, I'll say it publicly. We know how to teach kids to read. And if there's going to be any future for the kids of Baltimore City, they need to learn to read and write. And we're not doing that. And we're just not doing that. And we know how to do it. It's not like, gee, we've got to discover how to do it. We just got to get people. And you know what? When we've done outreach work as Genesee, these teachers are dying for this. These teachers want to make a difference in these kids' lives. They've just been taught inappropriately at the college level for when they went to get their methodology courses. And we need to make a difference.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. So now I have a couple of questions to open up to the panel. We have 15 minutes left, and there's a couple of questions coming up in the chat. I think importantly, we know that MTSS has been around since 2004. And we talk about it a lot. And I'm shooting from the hip here. I would say a lot of schools or school districts are using or what they think is MTSS, but yet since 2004, we haven't been able to move the needle. So maybe, and this might be simplistic, but what could be the most important component of a good MTSS system for making sure that all students in school or in a school become competent and fluent readers with good reading comprehension? Tough question.
Yeah.
What is one important component?
Yeah, I just want to follow up on what Ben just said. And, basically what Ben is saying is teachers teach, programs don't teach. And so having that highly knowledgeable, well-informed teacher makes all the difference. And we need to make sure that our higher education institutions are, you know, graduating expert language and literacy teachers. And so I just want to say that. And then the other thing I want to say of what we discovered in, you know, looking at MTSS and that study of MTSS for Ls, and then right now on the model demonstration for dyslexia. It's so interesting. You know, Ben, it really kind of goes into what you were just saying. Teachers have like this schedule that they follow, and I mean, we're working with administrators too, because administrators and we're working with the families. But what I want to say about that is we've come to the point of this is what we're seeing in the schools. Oh, it's my phonologic awareness time. Let me pull out this phonologic awareness program. Oh, now it's my phonics time. Let me pull out this phonics program. Oh, now it's my vocabulary time. I got this vocabulary program. Oh, I've got this comprehension program. Oh, we don't have enough time for this is, I mean, we don't have enough time for writing. So we do after school writing in a tutorial. No, right? And so you know, that's really been our work this year about how to really still be explicit, systematic, but that we do listening, speaking, and reading and writing, and that it's all connected. And that's one of the things that we're seeing in the core instruction, just compartmentalized instruction and just going through those programs. And, you know, instead of really knowing your student. And I love what you said about, you know, spelling. It's through, you know, how children write. And, you know, you, Tara, you talked about that, you know, through their writing, we acknowledge, we celebrate their writing, and we celebrate their language use in the writing, right? And we show them different forms, but we acknowledge and recognize that. But it's through that too that we can learn opportunities. Hey, let me show you another form of this language. But I think on MTSS, really it all boils down to, are we doing the right thing in the core, which we found was not, and we couldn't even address tier 2 and tier 3 until we addressed the core. And it's a major problem. And we've seen it in all of our studies, so.
Yeah, piggybacking on that, I mean, the MTSS is a system that's intended for all students. And it's really rooted in public health information in terms of how we have set up systems that are designed to be responsive to students and provide additional support when they need support, using data and evidence to drive what we're doing. And too often MTSS is perceived as an intervention itself, or as a time to provide support rather than a framework for thinking about how the system functions and is implemented. And so I want to correct that misnomer. Also want to address what Ben was saying related to science of reading. And I think too often, instead of thinking about the science, what science is, how research studies really inform what we're doing based on how rigorous they were, who was included in those studies, et cetera, the lack of understanding makes educators, and I'm speaking as an educator myself, latch on to experts or gurus rather than using information. So I'm not going to wholesale blindly believe what Elsa says just because she said it. I'm going to believe what she says because I know about the science of reading and how to unpack that to make sure that I'm implementing the best practices for my students.
And a good place to go for that are those IES practice guides. Each of you talked about your IES studies, because it's so simple to read. And it says, look, this is what we know. And this is where we have strong evidence. This is where we have moderate evidence. And here's where we have very minimal evidence, right? We're still digging to figure this out. But, you know, we want to make sure. And so we've got to be good consumers. And just like we do in healthcare, right? It's almost like being the FDA. Before we take a drug, it's tested, right?
Also,
same thing.
One of the things you said earlier that I think kind of ties this together is we can talk about the science of reading, but it's not going to look the same in every school, even if they follow it, because there's no cookie cutter. What an inner city school may need, I could see kids coming at the age of 3, getting intense vocabulary language, you know, versus an upper middle class school, what their interventions look like. And I think we sometimes as educators all want to look the same way. And we need to realize as we develop the science of reading, it really is going to depend on the culture of the neighborhood, what kinds of interventions are going to work and what's going to be needed. And I think we've got to really address that in a very clear way, because too many times people want it all, oh, well, I'm doing it this way, then you're doing it wrong. No, we need to look at the data and results. But I love the line you used, Elsa. There cannot be a cookie cutter approach to this. There cannot, even in dealing in the science of reading.
And that's what's called differentiated instruction.
Absolutely. I love it.
That's great. So I have another question for the panel. We hear a lot about the academic gap for children of color, children in poverty, and children with disabilities. Detractors of evidence-based practices for teaching reading say that you're only concerned with teaching phonics and aren't concerned about teaching reading comprehension or knowledge building. How do you respond to the assertion that evidence-based practices cannot close the gap for historically underserved students?
So I've heard people on a bus going to the conference say, oh, she's gonna be presenting that phonicator. And then I get in front of them and present. I'm like, I don't say anything while I'm on the bus to the conference. And then I'm up there, I'm like, hi, well, I'm the phonicator here today. But the bottom line is, and I just really love, when they say, well, how much time should we spend on this? And how much time would, I said, once again, we have to be diagnostic and prescriptive in our teaching. Who are the students in front of me? And as we look at this comprehensive approach to literacy, what is it that they need? And I see, like if you're spending way too much time in one area, then, and they don't need that, then no. But I've got, like, once again, know my students, know what they need and differentiate that instruction. So that's why Ben's saying it's not, cookie cutter, but am I bringing in these evidence-based practices from that body of evidence? And I don't know if you saw, but Dr. Reed Lyon responded to some articles and says, we've known about this body of evidence for quite a while, but he talks about how, how did we go all these years and do so poor in the implementation and this higher education. But anyway, yeah, diagnostic and prescriptive teaching, if there's anything that we can do, and it's not cookie cutter. And these children, and you heard Nancy talk today about, the work that she has done, and you've heard Rachel talk about her work. Everybody talk about their work, but the bottom line is that what I want to say is we have diverse populations. We're not all the same. We celebrate the beauty of each of us as individuals. We're amazing human beings, but as we deliver, we have to think about, here's all these components, and how do I, which of these components are challenging? How do I differentiate that instruction? And how do I make that connection? And you heard, and Teo talk about that social and linguistic connection, and then us even figuring out, our internal biases and how we engage. And, there's even studies to show what she was saying, that even young children, and I think, Rachel, you might have mentioned it, that even young children, they get you, and they know if you're authentic or not, right? They show that, like, these studies have been so fascinating. Like, little babies could figure out who not to trust and go with. But I think, once again, it's that teacher knowledge, like Ben was saying. It's not cookie cutter. It's knowing everything that exists. If I go to a heart surgeon, I want that heart surgeon to be well prepared, to have had a lot of practice and mentoring. And, in speech language pathology, we don't go out there until we have been mentored. And even after we've been mentored, we have a whole nother year of work mentoring. So we have like another year of where we do our clinical fellowship year, just like they do in medicine. You have your residency. Maybe we need more of those models, mentors, to help and coach us as we move along.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, I think with the diagnostic and differentiated instruction, it is important. So I take into consideration that a lot of Baltimore City schools, for instance, they use programs that are purchased and prepackaged. And those programs, they do their best to incorporate literature that is culturally responsive. But what we know is that in most cases, even if they choose a book that is by a Black author or features Black characters, that the material, the questions they develop, the additional learning programs or plans that they have that are packaged in those programs don't always allow room for true engagement. And what Dr. Hagen mentioned is that prepare and connect portion of the reading, which is really where, in my experience, that's where developing readers really start to engage with the material. If they can sense from the beginning that, okay, there's a Black character, but it doesn't, like, the Black character is either it's a slave narrative, or the Black character, at least in the review of the storyline, it doesn't give me any information about where Zaire is, or where Zimbabwe is, or where Kenya is. So giving yourself an opportunity, even as the teacher with the limited time you have, to just have additional material placed around the classroom so that you can now make additional connections where the students can see themselves reflected in the story. As well as even, looking at, I know that our students were reading the book, The Boy Who Harnessed the Wind. And for that particular program they were using, it never explained the country. It never gave any background information about the country the boy was from. It never gave any background information about the food. So thinking about maize, when the students came to us, they had questions about the vocabulary that were never addressed in the program. And it's not the teacher's fault, but it's because the teacher is required to use a program that does not consider the cultural factor that is really important to a student who is learning about literature, learning to read from a person who doesn't look like them. All of those things matter. And so I think it is important, again, one, for the teacher to consider, where they stand in relation to their students and the material. And then what can I do to maybe just give them a little bit more without having to do a whole lot of extra work, because we all have a whole lot to do already, right? But what can I do to just give them a little more? So thinking about the relationship between culture and food, maize, corn is a major crop for most people. How can we now use this as a learning experience to not only think about the food we eat in our own community? In Baltimore, we love crab. Right? I saw a picture of a little boy who brought crab to school and was in the cafeteria picking. And when I saw the picture, I was like, I need him on my team because he's a good picker. You need good pickers on your team. But that is because, again, thinking about culture and how it informs, not only how we engage with each other, but even how we engage with literature. I think all of those things can really assist when we're thinking about young people who are from, again, a city like Baltimore. And I'm cautious to use the word impoverished when I think about Baltimore, because Baltimore is very diverse. And poverty is something that exists every ghetto, every city, in the words of the famous Lauryn Hill, right? Every ghetto, every city, every urban place I'm in remind me of my days in the New Jerusalem. So every ghetto, every city, it has its issues, but there's still a lot of diversity here. And not all of the students who are in these schools are necessarily from impoverished home communities. And so we can't always bring that idea into how we approach reading or literacy instruction. So, it's complicated. There's no, as they've said many times before, and not to, harp on a cliche, but it's not cookie cutter, but really getting to know your students and getting to know yourself in relationship to the community you are working in, I think is the best way to really increase student engagement when it comes to literacy learning.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time is up. As a panel, there are some questions we didn't get to, but perhaps, Dr. Bolger, that the questions we haven't gotten to can be the foundation for yet another morning focused on this topic. So I am just so thrilled to be a part of this conversation. It has been so rich and so natural and so informing. The questions on the chat are wonderful. I thank you all, and I look forward to the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
Thank you to all our panel presenters. Thank you, Joan. At this point, we are going to take a 5-minute break. They're all closed. So wonderful. Yes. Well, welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed a little bit of debriefing time. We know there's never enough time to fully discuss maybe all the questions and thoughts that you had, but hopefully it gave you just a few minutes to touch bases with some folks, like-minded folks, or maybe not so much, but just to engage. So I got a little excited before the breakout session, so much so I started introducing Mr. Flowers a little early, so I'm gonna start all over again. I got to know Mr. Flowers based on some of the really awesome work he was doing in Howard County with teachers and students. I don't know if you all remember all the busing conversation and the lovely excitement around that from a couple of years ago, but that's how I got to know, first get to know Mr. Flowers. He currently, Willie Flowers currently is the president of the National Association of the Advancement of Colored People, or the NAACP in Maryland, for the state of Maryland. Although he's likely best known by neighbors and friends in Howard County as a unifier, working with schools, teachers, police, officials, and stakeholders from different backgrounds who play different roles within their communities. One of his major contributions within his role involves training community organizers, which makes him perfect for this next panel. He's actually going to be introducing a panel of parents. And what we've learned within this reading work is that parents have been some of the best and most impactful advocates for the work around reading, enhancing reading within the classroom, structure, scientifically proven reading strategies within the classroom, training for teachers, specific targeted support for students. Parents have been some of the best and most impactful advocates for that. So at this point, I'm going to turn the conversation over to you, Mr. Flowers. Thank you so much for serving.
Hello, thank you, Dr. Gibson. And thank you everyone for joining in. It's a very exciting topic, as always, readers of breeders and all that. And I'm very excited to kind of start a conversation on what I like to consider the grassroots aspect of learning, because as much as we talk about systems and the macro piece, the reality is that literacy starts at the grassroots level. It starts from mother to baby, from family to family. And it's kind of like community organizing. So I stay basic with it. I'm very excited to be someone who was basically inspired toward literacy because of my grandmother's encyclopedias back in the day. So, and I often think, had I not had those encyclopedias, that I don't know how they got on there. I don't know where I would be. That created, this is 1970s Alabama, really grassroots stuff, right? But had it not been for those encyclopedias, my curiosity would have been different. The questions I asked, would have been much different. And I think that we have to find a center or something in families. Unfortunately, we have the challenge of technology devices, but something that really allows a child to feel and touch and ask those questions. And that's where literacy starts for me. She mentioned the NAACP, but also run a health justice organization in Baltimore City called the Park Heights Community Health Alliance. And the community I work in is a complete literary desert. It's kind of hard to, have this thirst for learning if you don't have a library. So it's a challenge with that. But what we did at my space, we had a commons area, and we created a reading room that allows for families to come in to pick up books or to donate books And this type of exchange, I think, stimulates this thing that we call in grassroots literacy. So that's my pitch to how to make vibrant communities. But I also want to remind everybody that it starts there. But if the systems aren't strong in our schools and other institutions, then we'll be challenged. And that's why I'm happy to have the list of panelists for today's topic. Is Nora Morales on?
I am.
Yes, I'll start pinning everyone. If our panelists could turn on their cameras, and I'll pin them. Yes.
So the bits and pieces of what happens after a child begins their educational journey. Like I said, it starts at home, starts in the community, and then we have this tremendous dependency on the public school system to do it. But we have to have those pieces that hold school districts accountable, and it starts with organizations like Identity. So I let Ms. Morales, come in her own way and introduce herself. You have the floor.
Okay. Hola, buenos días todos. I hope everybody's having a wonderful morning. Thank you so much. It's an honor to speak to all of you. I recognize some of you and rock on Equity Partners. I want to let you know a little bit about Identity. Identity has been around for about 24 years. We served 13,000 people last year in Montgomery County, and in the public schools we serve about 5,000 to 6,000 students, K to 12. So I'm a lifelong advocate, 28-year veteran in education, was a teacher, worked for a number of school districts, the last one being Prince George's County Public Schools as the diversity officer there, and also was able to be a senior advisor with the Mid-Atlantic Equity Center, serving 5 states in the District of Columbia. So I have a lot of experience, and I have a child who's twice exceptional and really struggled with reading. So that's who I am.
Thank you. So thank you for your presentation. Next up, we have Lauren Stoughton. Is that correct?
Yes, you got it right.
She represents Decoding Dyslexia Maryland. And I'm certainly excited about her because, once you have these, your child, prepared to learn, however they get the thirst for learning, if there are challenges, there needs to be advocacy so that the social determinants are understood and the pieces can be helped to guide people toward equity. And I want to introduce her because she holds a specific position with Decoding Dyslexia, which is Maryland, so that children living with those challenges can have support. So she can introduce herself in her own way.
Thanks, Willie. Yes, I'm Lauren Stoughton, one of the state leadership team members for Decoding Dyslexia Maryland. So the advocacy work that we do is very important, and we have a focus on parent empowerment as one of our driving factors in our mission. We do serve the whole state, and we have chapters in almost every county or region in the state. We have focused for online resources, but we also have in-person workshops prior to the pandemic. So we are there as a community resource, and it's humbling to be a part of that process. And I am very honored to share our story with the parents that come to us for help and guidance. And it's been an incredible journey, and it's something that I hold very dear and to my heart, a passion. So thank you for the introduction.
All right, I'm gonna back up because I think I did something wrong. So I wanna pass this over to Ms. Winifred Winston with the dyslexia avocation. So she has the floor. Go ahead.
No, you didn't do anything wrong. We're just letting the panelists go ahead and introduce themselves.
Right.
Just some background. I'm Winifred A. Winston. I introduced myself earlier. I'm the chair of Maryland Reads. I'm also the founder and executive director of Dyslexia Avocation. We're a charitable organization here in Baltimore, and we want to make remediation affordable and also have provide parents access to a network of providers in the space. I'm also the host of the Black and Dyslexic podcast, which is our dyslexia awareness campaign, where we want to help remove the stigma of learning disabilities in the Black and Brown community. And I co-host that with international advocate Literate Horn. So I won't interrupt. Let's keep it going, ladies. So Willie, now it's back on you. Now we back on you.
I like the way she handled that. I don't want to say last or anything, but Marla Posey Moss is president of Free State PTA, which I think is, I don't even know what it means, but it sounds very strong. And this whole thing about free and PTA is and that's free as in liberation, right? That's not free as in you getting something for free.
That's
so
correct.
I saw the panel earlier about the use of words, so this fits there. So we're not talking about you getting something free. We're talking about the fact that true liberation, and you know, you invited a civil rights guy to do the panel, so you're gonna have to deal with this. True liberation is how you feel free, how you walk in the room ready to work, right? So a child who is feeling free, vibrant, and extending a vibration, not only does success starts there, it attracts people who can help them be successful. See how I work that out. So I want to introduce Miss Marla Posey Moss.
Thank you, Mr. Flowers. You did a great job with that introduction. I appreciate it. As you did mention, I am the president of the Free State PTA, Parent Teacher Association, a nonprofit here in Maryland. We have over 55,000 members, or several units throughout the majority of the jurisdictions in the state of Maryland. We are a membership-based organization. We're predominantly parents, many not parents. We have business leaders, community leaders that actually run the local unit PTAs in individual schools. And we also have council PTAs, which has a broader presence in, say, in the county with regards to parent advocacy and work in the schools. Our mission is to make every child's potential a reality by empowering and engaging families and communities to advocate for all children. And the way we address literacy in all issues is through our family engagement. So I look forward to speaking about that some more.
Okay, so this is where I tossed it over to Miss Winifred.
Okay, so thank you so much, you guys, for introducing yourselves. I'm excited to moderate this panel. This is a topic that I know all too well. In addition to everything else, I'm also a parent of a struggling reader, and low literacy rates have a huge impact on children and young adults. You know, reading is fundamental to many life activities and is perhaps the most essential skill children learn in school. The long-term effects of reading struggles can make it difficult to build vibrant communities. You know, these children who struggle to learn to read turn into adults who actually struggle, and this impacts their ability to have productive careers, to go on to college and in life in general. So we often talk in education, we focus on reading instruction, curricula, and assessments. You know, we sometimes forget that education is about the lives of children. And as parents of struggling readers, we know this all too well. I would like to start this panel discussion by getting to know some of the children. Okay, so Nora, I want to start with you. I would like you to share, and could you tell us about the life of a child that you've worked with who struggles with reading in school? Tell us how old was this child, you know, what frustrated this child, and what excites this child, and what does this child dream of doing with his or her life?
Absolutely. So I want to speak today about Stephanie. Stephanie, when I met her, she was an 8-year-old who was reading at a kindergarten level. Our after-school program at Identity, we work in elementary schools in Montgomery County Public Schools. And she came to us very, very shy with some learned helplessness. Her self-esteem, we do a intensive baseline assessment of all of our children that we serve and their families. So we did a needs assessment where we not only evaluate where they are in reading, but also in social emotional skills. And we also do an ACEs, Adverse Childhood Experiences assessment. And we get a very good picture of both Stephanie and her mom. And so Stephanie was having a real difficult time with phonemic awareness, decoding, and reading fluency. Despite her 8 years, she was an English language learner. She was really bright and motivated to learn to read, but she just had not had enough exposure to direct instruction and really the environment that provided her a safe space to make mistakes and learn and ask questions in both her native language, which was Spanish, and in English, which was her adopted language. So through our curriculum, we offer reading lessons, and I'd like to say literature lessons. So we choose our books very carefully for grade level, but also because of their messaging, our books are aligned to the CASEL Social Emotional Learning Framework. And also they really highlight our children's heritage. So mostly the Latino culture and background, since 100% of the children that we serve in the elementary schools are Latino. And she came in, I remember her wearing a hoodie and having to be told that she had to look us in the eye and that we were there to help. And slowly she came out of her shell. We did small group instruction. We built phonemic awareness skills. We played games. We had a lot of discussion. And throughout the program, we also met with her mom and the other parents of the children in the group. And we showed them the data. Because unfortunately in our public schools, grades do not reflect reading level. So it is possible for a child to get an A in English language arts and be reading 3 grade levels below. So it was important for us to share this information with parents. We taught her some frequency words. We sent books home. We took them to the National Book Fair when this was pre-COVID. Well, long story short, Stephanie snapped out of it. She eventually became fluent in her reading because of the exposure, the support, the caring environment. We had identified her leadership skills and she was always a class helper. And then she totally blossomed. And by the time that she graduated from our program a year later, she was reading on grade level. Not only that, but Stephanie came back to us in 4th grade to help tutor the 2nd and 3rd graders who are now in the program. And now Stephanie is about to enter high school. And in all this time, Stephanie has blossomed and she is now in honors and AP courses, ready to take courses. She is reading way above her grade level. And all it took was a little bit of anchoring, a little bit of TLC, and a lot of practice to be able to get her through that hump, to have her recognize her own assets. And she now tells everyone she wants to be a teacher because she was so profoundly moved by her own experience. And she is a totally different child. She has received accolades from her schools, and she is ready to be the next generation leader that we all need and really are looking for every one of our kids to grow into.
Oh, that is awesome. And thank you so much for sharing this and helping us get to know Stephanie, because she sounds amazing. And that change, we hear this all the time, but that sounds life-changing. Thank you so much, Nora. Thank you. I'm going to switch now to Lauren. Lauren, you have worked with caregivers of children with dyslexia in Harford County and around the state of Maryland. Can you tell us about a child with dyslexia so we can picture what that child goes through on a daily basis? And again, tell us how old that child is, where does the child live, and what excites this child, and also what frustrates this child, and what does this child dream of doing with his or her life?
Thanks, Winifred. I'm happy to. This child that I'm describing is bright, she's inquisitive, and she's full of potential. Her name is Callie, and I know her intimately because she's my daughter. She's 14 now, an 8th grader at Magnolia Middle School in Harford County, and she's currently pursuing her goal of becoming an auto mechanic. She got accepted into the Automotive Diagnostic Magnet Program at Harford Tech. I'm incredibly proud of all of the progress that she's made, but she's also dyslexic, and it took us a lot of work to get to where she is today. I mean, she started school like most kids her age, eager to learn, but she had a secret, and she was trying to tell us that she was struggling to read. And those books that, we talked about, those, encyclopedias that Willie described at his grandmother's, they weren't portals for her. They weren't ways for her to explore faraway lands. They were obstacles. I had to watch her flip those pages of those illustrated books that were sent home from school, and watch her work so hard to hide that she could not read those words that were on the page. So, at first, no one understood her struggle. And, we had to figure out why this smart and driven kid couldn't read. We were following the teacher's directions. We were looking at the pictures. We were trying to make sense of words in this book about horses, but she would confuse her words. She would say pony instead of horse that was on the page. I mean, she could tell you all about ponies. She was, she rode one on vacation. She could spin tales of her favorite animal at the time, but it wasn't because she was learning it from a book. She was learning it from background knowledge and experience, and she was able to compensate for the most part in school because of that background knowledge. So, as we carried on through school, she would tell me that once those pictures went away and her memorization coping skills started to fail her, she told me she felt dumb, and she was ashamed of being pulled out of class to get reading help from her teachers. And, I saw my once eager child become distant and resentful and avoiding schoolwork because a simple assignment took her hours to finish. There were fights, there were tears, and over, we heard that she couldn't focus, or she should just learn to apply herself better, or that we needed to build her confidence and that she would just naturally get it. Eventually those words would not be foreign and she would be able to make sense of them. But unfortunately, she didn't have the tools she needed to figure out the code, and that reading was exhausting as the content got longer and more complex, and letters started to represent more than one sound, and spelling was proving to be next to impossible. So fast forward to today, she had evidence-based reading instruction from her IEP team, and we were able to get her the help that she needed. But unfortunately, it took us a lot of years to get that support. Sorry, it took us a lot of years to get that support in place for her. Unfortunately, our story isn't unique, and it's common to many of the stories that I've heard as being an advocate for decoding dyslexia. And it's not a story that's limited to children with dyslexia. It's a story that starts out and is mirrored across all of the students that I have come into contact with that have struggles with reading, whether it's a learning disability or just struggling with not getting the appropriate core instruction like Nora so beautifully described in her narrative. So, we are working very hard to make sure that those evidence-based interventions are provided early and often, and that, we have the benefit of that early screening and evidence-based reading programs in our schools from kindergarten and not waiting until 4th grade.
Yeah, I was going to ask that question. So when did she get help? Was it 4th grade? When did it turn around for her?
It was after we had to pull her out of school. We had extensive tutoring that we had to do outside of school to get those supports in place. And then we brought her back into public school at around 4th grade, and we had the appropriate support. By then, the school was on board with getting her those appropriate services with an Orton Gillingham-based approach to reading. And then she was eventually taught, you know, she had to take it back to the basics. You know, we had to teach her the relationship between sounds and symbols of the letters, and then be able to apply that knowledge consistently to decoding words. And then once those decoding skills were established, she then needed to learn how those sounds and the structure of words and their origins all work together to make meaning. She couldn't rely on picture cues. She couldn't rely on things, just her background knowledge to get through. So yeah, in about 4th grade, things started to turn around once she started getting that intensive reading instruction. I mean, we didn't have the benefit of universal screening in kindergarten, unfortunately. So she wasn't identified early enough, and those resources weren't available early enough for her to have probably mitigated some of the issues that we saw as she progressed through elementary school. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I'm so excited that she is now doing automotive. I hope you guys got an opportunity to visit She Mechanic up in Pennsylvania.
Yes, it is on our list of bucket list things to do before school starts in the summer. In the
automotive place up in Pennsylvania where it's all women. And I immediately, when I heard that she was interested in that, I shared that with you, because then she gets to see women already, you know, doing what she's excited to do. Thank you so much for sharing her story. And we're so excited to hear that she's doing well. So now, Mr. Flowers, I'm back to you. Can you tell me about a child that you know who struggles in school with reading? And again, how old is that child? What frustrated this child, and what excites the child? And what does that child dream of doing with their lives?
Well, I'll frame it a little different, and I want to follow up on the kind of the nucleus of what I shared earlier about the experience I had with just, you know, having a thirst for learning and reading, and as a Black boy, not being bothered by the stigma that comes with being smart, you know, because that's a real challenge. Based on the community you grew up in. And the community I grew up in, I didn't really let everybody know that I was reading and wanting to write, like literally wanting to be a writer. But what my experience was, because I think I felt like I could read from the time I saw a page, because my grandfather guided me to appreciate newspapers and to appreciate the news. But the reality was, even though I was I guess, sight reading, when I got into school, I was placed in the lowest reading group. So when my mother got the report card, it was a A or whatever, but I was in the lowest reading group, and there was some esteem challenge that came with that. And it wasn't until I was in the 5th grade that a reading teacher, like, I don't know how I got into this situation, but she identified something. And on that day, I think I went from the lowest reading group to the highest reading group, like in one day, because she discovered something. And I don't know what she saw or whatever, but the reason I bring that story up is that I think in some ways when students are tracked for something lower, and you got some comfort with, I guess people that you're with, you might not be aggressive about being, forward about what you want to do as it pertains to reading, writing, or anything else. And in my situation, that triggered my confidence so much so that I began to be very aggressive about writing. I ended up being the sports editor for my high school paper and yearbook. That triggered my interest in journalism. And I ended up finishing with an English degree. So I bring that up to say that it was, I guess, the guides that saw something, but at the same time, pursuing what was next motivate me to continue and not really care about the reality that, Black boys are often criticized or ridiculed for their thirst of knowledge. And then if you talk about writing, and carrying books around all day, that is a reality too. So I wanted to share that because I do think that the tentacles of guiding young people to what is next, and it's very easy to do with technology these days, is kind of, I guess, basic to it. If they're given outlets for this appreciation for reading and or writing, I think their esteem can be such that they can accomplish anything. And then, you know, the knowledge that you get from reading anything and the ability to interact and be emotionally mature is significant as well. Combined with the confidence that comes with all of it.
Yes, thank you so much for sharing that, because that is another lens and a viewpoint when you talk about young Black boys and reading, because oftentimes we hear of the bad behaviors which we know children can display when they are struggling. But then there's also that confidence and you know, I don't want to be the one that's reading or that's excited about it because it's not cool, right? It's not the norm. And then there's kiddos that will bully you and tease you. And we don't often think about that when we think about Black boys and their excellence. So thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you. Marla, I want to turn it over to you and ask you to tell us about a child that you know who struggles in school with reading. Again, how old is this child? What frustrates this child? And what excites this child? And what does this child dream of doing and becoming later on in their lives?
Sure. Thank you for asking. You know, I have a background in pedagogy, so I've been an educator as well. I've taught world languages, Spanish, French, and German, and I've also taught English as a English language learning courses as well. So my experience with that, there's several children that actually come to mind. I can also talk about myself as Mr. Flowers did, because when we also speak about literacy, I think one of the very important things with regards to literacy is addressing mathematics and reading word problems. And I would like to reference that because things like the symbols, as we talk about symbols, the less than sign, the greater than sign, you know, we often talk about literacy in terms of text that we read in books, but we don't really emphasize literacy enough when it comes to mathematics and reading symbols, because the higher you go in mathematics, the fewer words you see, you actually see more symbols, Greek symbols, all kinds of symbols. And so I want to say that's really important, because I reflect back on myself on how I had a really difficult time in mathematics. And although people would say, my math teachers would say to me, you know, a certain symbol was less than and another symbol was greater than, I knew that, but I didn't know how to put that in the context of reading 3 and a 4 and that symbol being in between. I didn't realize I was supposed to say 3 is less than 4 because I couldn't interpret the symbol correctly. So that's really important in terms of literacy. One thing that is also related to that, I know many of you might be maybe an 80s kid like myself, perhaps born in the 70s, where we would go out for recess and we would be excused by rows, right? Row 1, row 2, row 3, you line up to go outside and play. And so in terms of literacy and mathematics, when my teacher said row 1, row 2, row 3, I grew up believing, I got to AP Calculus my senior year, right? But it wasn't probably to my junior or sophomore year that rows were actually columns. And if you think about it, because if the teacher is standing right in front of the classroom and says row 1, you think the up and down is a row. Row 3, whatever row is quieter, up and down is a row. Well, up and down, when you go up and down, those are actually columns. They're not rows. And it's something so simple as that, coming from a pedagogy perspective, that when it's said to you in the 3rd grade, in the 4th grade, in the 5th grade, you really grow up thinking wrong. And it's not intentional that the teacher made you think that way. It's just something so subtle that, oh my God, it was 7, 8 years later until I realized, my God, these are actually columns and not rows. So when we think of literacy, we also have to think of the audio, the oral, how we hear things. It's literate. I mean, a lot of us, we have to be multiverse in what we think is literacy, because we also hear literacy when it's spoken, because we see things on paper, we don't often think of it. Another way to think about literacy is through pictures, having taught English as a English to learners, English language learners. A lot of times, and I didn't hear this in the breakout room, and I didn't get a chance to reference it coming from a pedagogy perspective. Using pictures is extremely important in teaching, in identifying objects to words. Even when teaching high school students a world language and geography is really important. Teaching the shape of a country helps people learn the country name, whether it's Chile, that's really long, or Argentina, or Brazil. So a lot of those things are oftentimes not emphasized because we're talking about people who are learning English, but you also have to talk about people who are English speaking, but learning other languages. So I want to emphasize that that's a different kind of literacy perspective, because we're all English speaking here, but we don't think of ourselves as learning French and German and Spanish, but it's all connected. So I hope I do have the opportunity to talk more about what the PTAs do in terms of family reading events and what they do to host in communities for their schools, like reading nights and having collaborative events like that for local unit PTAs to get families to come out together, because I really want to emphasize that. But that is my specific example with regards to teaching in youth and in children.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that answer and bringing literacy and mathematics to light, right? Because that's often something that's overlooked, that we're not associating with each other. And it's very important. As a former high school teacher, I remember having a student who struggled with that. I was trying to teach overtime, right? Because I taught career research and development, and I was using word problems to describe the rate of pay, and then I wanted to know who made the most, right? And that's how I realized one of my students was a struggling reader, because the math problems, that's what she couldn't grasp. So thank you for sharing that. I want to talk about, caregivers, parents in this space. We often have dreams of success and happiness for our children, and having a child who struggles in school is disappointing. It's stressful. It's stressful for caregivers as they try to support their child and advocate. And then I want to also add in here, in my breakout session, I didn't get to say it, but oftentimes the parent too is a struggling reader, right? And so they can't help. I had a student who was getting tutoring and learning to read. Then the dad, 40-plus-year-old man, finally decided he wanted to learn to read. And so he was taking Dr. Sean Anthony's word analysis course, and he told me his daughter looked and said, this is the same Daddy, this is the same material I'm going over. But here he was saying, you know what, I want to learn and improve, and I want to do better. So oftentimes you take on the fact that it's expensive, it's stressful, and then you yourself may be an adult who is struggling with reading. So families are often blamed, by the school when their child doesn't learn to read. Children who struggle might also misbehave. We did mention that. They may act out, and some of them do shut down and they're real quiet in the back of the room, or they have to go to the bathroom every time it's time for them to read. Can each of you tell us how your organization supports parents in these situations? And Marla, I'm going to take it back to you because you wanted an opportunity to talk about that. So can you tell us Free State PTA support families whose children are often struggling to read in each school?
Sure. Thank you. I appreciate you starting with me. So we do a lot of family engagement, and a lot of times families don't always have the resources at home to promote reading, and oftentimes they feel like they're alone. So a lot of PTA units throughout the state, they have family engagement opportunities where the families are invited back to school. A lot of times, often they have a meal available to make it more conducive to a situation for families to participate. And they have reading nights, oftentimes in the gymnasium or in the cafeteria, where they have books out and kids and families, they get to read to one another. Sometimes they're read to, sometimes they do it with friends. A variety of different situations are set up so that they can have the resources and that they can do it together as a family, because not only is the child learning, sometimes the parent is learning along with the child. And they do have educators there to help facilitate that as well. A lot of times there's book giveaways where families can come and obtain books. They host literacy activities that improve book access and book choice to incorporate a lens of diversity and representation. So it's not just books, it's a variety of types of books, including audiobooks, in different skill levels and interest levels. And so those are some of the ways they have family engagement nights to invite families and the students back to school to learn. They have book bingos, they have build a library night where people might even bring their own books and exchange them with their other friends. They don't have access to different types of books in school, so they might exchange those home books with other people for reading at those events. And so I just wanted to mention that. Some of the things that PTs also do is host a person who is an author or an illustrator to come in the class to read, or they might have that person come back for an assembly to read during the daytime. So some authors are also sponsored to come. So I just wanted to share that. That's what some of the PTA units do.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to go ahead and go to Nora. Can you tell us how your nonprofit, Identity Inc., supports the caregivers of Latino children who struggle with reading?
Yes, absolutely. So as we know, there can be a correlation between parents' educational attainment and their job, and also their literacy rates. So when we do our needs assessment of families, we do make sure we are clear of which parents have low literacy rates. About 65% of our parents in Identity are 100% are English language learners, and 65% of them have only completed up to 8th grade in school. So about 25% of them are illiterate. And so for us, our family engagement, which we have 3 forms of family engagement. First, we offer wraparound case management to provide a stabilization of the family, either economically or with healthcare or food. The second type of family engagement we do is monthly community building activities where families can get to know each other and build peer support. And the third type of family engagement that we do is targeted at the content that the children are learning. So whether it is targeting special social emotional skills or fluency in reading, what we do is we talk about everyday reading skills and activities. So how does language and dinner time conversation structure how we read and write, right? If we ask our children to complete a question using full sentences, that gives them a heads up on being able to write in full sentences. If we're asking our children to retell how their day was with a beginning, middle, or end, well, that is exactly how we ask children to write their stories at school. If we're asking, if we're watching TV with children, right, and we're asking them to predict what's going to happen next in the story, well, prediction is a literacy skill. So we talk to parents about demystifying literacy, especially given their educational attainment levels. Oftentimes they have either carried from their home countries that parents are supposed to just focus on home and teachers only supposed to focus on school, and that the two shall never meet. Or they feel extremely humble and embarrassed that because they don't have a master's in education or they don't have a PhD, then there's absolutely nothing they can contribute. And that is absolutely not true. We talk a lot about reinforcing our home language and how knowing more than one language helps children to be able to decode and improve their literacy skills across all languages. We also, for the family members who are able, we invite them in to be guest readers. And you get to see the parents really enjoying reading, and that is exactly what we want the kids to feel when they're reading. We want them to feel joyous. And last but not least, I think sometimes we undervalue the built-in structure of the cartoon. So I don't know the last time you've read a cartoon comic strip, but you need to know what main idea is about in order to get the joke. And so we use comic strips and Far Side comics and other ways, comic books, to also help kids understand what main idea is, because any teacher in the elementary or middle school level will tell you that one of the hardest concepts for kids to grasp is main idea. So we like to make things doable. And we also teach the growth mindset that just because they don't know it now doesn't mean they can't know it tomorrow. So you don't know that yet. And we also practice something that I don't know if I should say this or not, but we do teach the parents about this. We call it 15 minutes of torture. And so we often give out timers, egg timers, the old-fashioned egg timers from the dollar store. And we tell parents to set the timer for 15 minutes. Because when a child is learning a new skill, they hate it. It's like brushing your teeth, eating broccoli, or whatever other things the kids don't like doing. But if kids know that a skill building activity is only going to take 15 minutes, they know there's a beginning and an end. And so we tell them, parents, tell them to work on those high frequency words, tell them to work on their arithmetic, tell them to whatever they need to do, whatever skill they need to master, and tell them they only have to do it for 15 minutes. And over time, you will start seeing them getting better and better and better. And sometimes you can increase the time to 20 minutes, to 30 minutes. But that is a trick that we all psychologically need to know, that the thing that we don't like to do is going to end. So these programs that make kids sit in 90 minutes worth of drill and kill is absolute torture for our children, and it's not fair, because I don't know a single adult that is willing to undergo 90 minutes of anything they hate. So, so we can't expect 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12-year-olds to do that. So let's give them a break and teach them small nuggets of information. And that's what we tell parents to do. And they can do that and be successful.
Thank you so much for that. We're running out of time, but we're going to continue this conversation and, you know, empowering parents with the tools to then, you know, follow up at home and encourage their children is so important, because a lot of parents feel like they're not equipped to help their children. But what it sounds like you're doing is empowering parents and giving them tools and strategies so that they can be that #1 advocate at home and feel as if they're making a difference. So I want to thank all of you guys for participating on the panel. And like I said, we're going to continue this discussion around parents and how we build vibrant communities and partnering with schools so that children learn to read. So DJ, I'm going to hand it back over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. And so much. And one of the things we wanted to really emphasize is that community is so important, that we're engaging our communities, that we're in the communities, we're working with our community stakeholders, and that this is not as I said, this is not an issue just for education and educational professionals, that this is an all-encompassing issue. So thank you so much, Winifred, and thank you for all the work that you've done. So at this point, we're going to break for lunch.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jennifer Littlefield. I'm Director of Undergraduate Studies for the School of Public Policy. And I am really thrilled to introduce and turn this over to my boss, my colleague, and my really good friend, who is such a tireless advocate for this work, Dr. Nina Harris. She's our Associate Dean for Academic Affairs at Academic and Student Affairs. I'm going to turn it over to you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yes, I want the playlist too. So include me in on the distribution of that. Good afternoon, educators. And Jen, thank you for inviting me to come here and to just kind of bring you a few brief words on behalf of the School of Public Policy. I've known about the work when this started last year, been tremendously supportive of it, so I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here today to just kind of give you short greetings on behalf of our students, our faculty, and our staff in the School of Public Policy. Honestly, the work that you are all doing is critically important. You are advancing agendas around equity and literacy that we know are super, super important. So it's really good in this space to see scholars, researchers, policymakers all kind of coming together to tackle this issue together. We know that we cannot make a difference unless we work together and do something on behalf of our students. This is very important. I love that we have the right stakeholders. I was looking at the agenda and who some of the speakers were, and hopefully I can stay on this afternoon for a bit, but you have the right stakeholders here, and you're focused on solutions, and I really like that. We teach our students in the policy school how to solve problems, and we wholeheartedly support today's work, so I definitely want you to know that. Thank you for doing this and for all that you will do beyond today, because I know that this is just the beginning. We come together for these days and workshops and sessions, but the real work happens outside of this. So I wanted to thank you in advance for doing that. And also state that if there's anything that we at the policy school can do in the future to kind of support these efforts, please don't hesitate to reach out, and that could be through Jen, directly to myself, or any kind of outreach that you have, even if they're just ideas or resources that we need in between. So definitely reach out. Congratulations on having a successful morning, and you will have a successful afternoon, and I appreciate being here with you. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. You know, we appreciate the work that the School of Public Policy does, and I know there's a lot of collaboration, hopefully more collaboration with the School of Education and on this important work. So thank you so much for your continued support of these efforts. So I want to introduce a very important person in our state education leadership, and I've gotten to know Mr. Clarence Crawford for the past few years as we started this process of hosting these summits over a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, and we've had several conversations over that time about the importance of literacy, but also the importance of instruction. And so Mr. Crawford was appointed by Governor Hogan to the State Board of Ed, and as president, he has led that board of State Board of Education for, I think, it's 3 years now. Is this your third year of leadership?
Two,
okay. But it has been an important, critical period of time, obviously, as we all know, through all the turmoil and transitions that we've been through. And in addition to being a member of the State Board of Education, he's been an adjunct professor at American University's Masters of Public Administration. He's taught federal budgeting, ethical leadership, enterprise risk management. He's been in the federal government dealing with issues of policy and learning how to be strong leadership. He's also been a senior executive, the equivalent of a four-star general, a chief operating officer and chief financial officer. And he's been, I mean, just a master of leadership. And I said this to in an email to Clarence just yesterday, and I said I watched the meeting, Tuesday's state board meeting, and he gave an address to the board and had some wonderful words about failures, but about, so many things that we try, we do fail at. And I think that's one of the things that we both have to take as lessons and things that we look to do. But what he really spoke to is what leads to success, and bringing people together, and commitment to the cause, and commitment to the principles are some of those aspects. And I think, as we've seen here, that we've got a group across the state and the state board led by Clarence has been a leader here of being committed to these agenda, to these ideas, to the blueprint, to literacy. And so I really want to applaud his leadership, and I want to allow him to speak a little bit about that leadership and about their role. So I'm going to turn it over to Clarence Crawford. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DJ, and everyone. Very humbled and honored to be able to just share a couple of thoughts with you. First, on a personal note, this issue of literacy is personally very important to me. I have dyslexia, and when I graduated high school in the district, I was unable to read. And when I started college a few years later, my mother had to read to me. And with great support from mentors and friends and family, and by the grace of God, I was able to learn to read. So I do that quite well. But I remember what it was like over 50 years ago. I don't think anybody ever talked about this thing called dyslexia. And I remember what it was like to be in a classroom or in a Sunday school and not be able to read, and to be ridiculed sometimes by teachers and fellow students. So I remember that. I also want to just pick up on something that DJ talked about, and that's the challenge that we have in front of us. I believe that we can definitely implement the blueprint and the strategy, and I can assure you that a centerpiece of what we're going to be doing is going to be around literacy. But also, as we talked to the board the other day, we need to approach these issues in a realistic way. As I mentioned to the board, if you look back 30, 50 years or so, 60, 70% of major transformational initiatives fail. So if you were going to place money on this issue, then the smart money would be to place money on the fact that this will fail. But I firmly believe that we can do this. We are trying to approach this in a smart way. And so we're looking at, what I mentioned on the other day was sort of a pre-mortem, where you look at, you look into the future 2, 3, 5 years, and you try to conclude that and you assume that it didn't work. Then what was it? Well, number one thing is we couldn't stay focused. Number two, we were unable to build a coalition of key stakeholders. Then you get into things like poor execution. We're talking about making dramatic changes that have a tremendous impact on the lives of children in a very, very complex setting. So you're looking at, can you stay focused 5, 7, 10 years? Can you manage turnover in key staff? And do you come up with the right? And the last one is sort of, were you able to come up with the right things that would make a difference? And on the challenge that I want to just dwell on this piece for us to consider here is, when you look at literacy and we look at changing outcomes for children, and we have an extraordinary board and leadership at the state these days. And I can say that as a team, we're 100% committed to transformational change. But the real question, as you think about transformational change, because transformational change sounds nice. We passed a resolution last month that said that's our priority, but those are simply words. What it comes down to very simply is this. And there was a football coach, I believe, that issued a statement, something to the effect, there's a tremendous difference between the will to change and the will to do what is necessary to change. And we're going to get tested on this second part. Are we, as a community, prepared to do what it takes to drive the change? That means that probably at all levels, at the state level, at the local level, with the universities, the nonprofits, the stakeholders, to achieve the kinds of objectives that we have listed in the blueprint and that we're going to be addressing from operationally in the strategic plan. We have to be prepared to change everything. Got to be prepared to change not just what other people do, but are we prepared to change what we individually do? So that's going to be the real test. I believe we're up to the challenge. And I also mentioned we were reviewing over the weekend a report from 1916 to the General Assembly on the state of education in the state of Maryland. Goodness, you could have almost done a search and replace and the dates, and it would have been largely relevant today. With respect to literacy itself, we're at the front end. I can assure you that you have deep commitment on the part of the superintendent, the departmental leadership, the board, in terms of making transformational change with respect to literacy. We are just a little bit early in terms of being able to clearly identify exactly what we're going to do and how it's going to be done. That's being worked on as we speak, gathering input from across the state. So we're looking forward to this, and we thank University of Maryland for hosting this summit, because it's, again, an opportunity to learn more about what's working, ideas. Hopefully many of the ideas that are being expressed here today will be taken into account and may even find their way into what we ultimately decide to do on literacy. But again, very humbled about this opportunity to be able to come and to take part. And want to again thank the University of Maryland for its commitment in the area of literacy and its willingness to host an event like this. And then all of the speakers and all of the people who have taken time out of their busy schedules to either participate or to just be on board, just to listen and learn and try to figure out what's working and how can we take some of these ideas that are working and bring them home and make a difference in the lives of children. So DJ, again, thanks a lot for the opportunity to speak, and look forward to being able to, I'm gonna stick on for a little bit, got to run in a bit, but I'm gonna stick on for a bit to see. And I think we got panel members from the state here as well. So again, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So I have the opportunity now to introduce the next panel. This next panel is entitled Busting the Myth that Black and Brown Children Can't Read, and Poor and Learning Disabled Children too. And the young man who is going to serve as the moderator is actually my brother. You don't know me now. He went to Morehouse, I went to Spelman. So, and I just got the opportunity to learn that about you. So this is my big brother. He is, his name is Curtis Valentine. He's the Deputy Director of the Progressive Policy Institute's Reinventing America School Project. But I'm gonna tell y'all, the truth is, this young man has done a little bit of everything. So I can take the next 10 minutes and do a run through of everything he's done, or I can turn it over to him so he can talk a little bit about some of the work that he's doing. But I'm super excited to learn from you and to participate in this panel. Sorry, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. You had me at young man, and so that's you call me young man, everything else is icing on the cake. And so thank you so much for what you're doing at the Morgan State University. And I've been following your work as well. So the admiration is mutual. Thank you, President Crawford and Dr. Harris, for kicking us off this afternoon. This fearless conversations, we're going to dig deep into these topics and challenge ourselves as well. This morning, you all talked about reading research and what the evidence says about teaching historically underserved students to read, write, and to spell. This afternoon, we will be talking about bringing that evidence to the classroom to improve instructions for Black and Brown students living in poverty, and those who have learning disabilities. Changing how we teach reading and then making it work in the classroom is complex. This is not easy. We don't want to give the impression that we have all the answers. But to focus the discussion, we broke this panel into two parts. The first part is lessons for teacher preparation and professional development, the science of reading in action. In this first part, we will zoom out to focus on the bigger picture of literacy. Our panelists will discuss the role that teacher preparation programs and professional development play in teaching students how to read. In part two, we're calling that Lessons for Our Schools, the Science of Reading in Action. In part two, we will zoom in to take a closer look at factors affecting literacy instruction in Maryland schools. We'll talk about Superintendent Chowdhury's blueprint for Maryland rollout, as well as how educators are teaching our children to read. We have a lot to cover. To start, I would like to ask each of my panel one panelists to introduce themselves. Please take 2 minutes to tell us about your background and work with reading instruction for historically underserved students. And I'm going to start back with you, my Spelman sister, Dr. Simone Gibson.
So I'm at Morgan State University, which is a historically Black college or university in Baltimore. It's not too far away from College Park. I am one of the literacy folks in the department. When we have bigger institutions, we tend to have folks who might be reading, and within reading, they have very specific foci, right? We're a small department, so it's just kind of literacy, right? And everything that falls under that. But over the past 4 years or so, the fall will be 5 years, we've worked to really intentionally integrate science of reading within the training of our teacher candidates. And I can talk a little bit more when we start with questions, but I think my placement here is because of some of that work that we've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gibson. Dr. McHale Small.
Hi, hello everyone. Thank you for having me here. I am Monica McHale Small. I am currently an adjunct associate professor at Temple University in school psychology. And I'm also a consultant to the Learning Disabilities Association of America. My background and what got me interested in literacy and literacy for all students is I started my career as a school psychologist and quickly found that I knew very little about reading, and what I was taught in my preparation program was not accurate. And things like dyslexia wasn't really relevant to an educational setting or to school psychology. So I became what I like to call a student of reading, and I educated myself and learned a whole lot. And I started my career in an extremely diverse school district where the elementary school I served, we had over 90 languages spoken in the elementary school. So I had to educate myself on reading and English language learners and immigrant students and a whole lot of stuff. But I became very passionate about reading because as a school psychologist, so many of the students who are referred to us are struggling in reading for one reason or another. And I realized I wasn't having as much as an impact as I wanted to, so I jumped over to the administration side and eventually got into the curriculum and instruction side. And then as a curriculum director, assistant superintendent, and superintendent, I was able to put changes in place as far as intervention, and then later core curriculum to really follow the evidence and implement science-based reading instruction. And then I also had the opportunity to assist other school districts through some work I did with the Pennsylvania branch of the International Dyslexia Association and our involvement with the School District of Philadelphia. And I also worked as a consultant for the Pennsylvania Department of Education on our dyslexia screening and early literacy program, where we helped many school districts in our state implement science-based reading instruction.
Thank you, Dr. McHale Small. Dr. Moss.
Thank you so much. It's indeed a privilege to be able to be here this afternoon talking about reading with each of you. I am a senior professorial lecturer of education policy and leadership at American University. I came by way of Mississippi. I believe much of the reason I'm here is because of my time as a state education agency leader at the Mississippi Department of Education, where I supported our pipeline strategy work to build the kind of educator workforce we needed to be able to actually teach folks reading. But reading is near and dear to my heart, as I taught high school ELA and often taught struggling readers and believed in the science as a secondary English teacher and took that work to the state agency with me. I've taken it now to the university level with me. I'm also a member of the Reading League National Board of Directors. And so I believe one of our individuals who works at the Reading League is part of this panel today, and we'll be able to talk about that work. But largely, I really believe we need a strong pipeline strategy of highly skilled reading teachers, and I've devoted my life's work to that. I had an opportunity to build the nation's first state-run teacher residency at the Department of Education in Mississippi, where we squarely focused on ensuring that teachers who completed that residency were trained in the science of reading. So just immensely thankful and just glad to be here to represent the work in Mississippi. And now I live in DC and get to work at AU, and I serve a member of Congress as a policy advisor on the House Ed and Labor Committee as well. So just thankful to be here.
And thank you for having me. And I'll just say, for those who are in this space and follow this work, there is tremendous work happening in Mississippi. For those who are knowing this work, folks who do this, for those who are in Mississippi, they probably weren't as surprised as those outside the state, but those who have been paying attention have been using Mississippi as a model. So I'm glad that you're here, and those on the call can really listen in, because even in my work, I'm following what's happening there, and I have some colleagues who are in the state. John Bennett, please introduce yourself.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I think it's my privilege to be here alongside such esteemed colleagues. My business is simply sticking my nose in schools and thinking about how we coach teachers and how schools are digesting the information that is kind of the onslaught of information they're getting, and how schools are digesting that and how it's translating into teacher practice. So I make it my business to think about how our coaches are actually walking alongside our teachers and bringing transformational change there. So I'm not a researcher on that. It's just where I found my love and passion. I started my career in the Arkansas Delta, so just on the other side of the Mississippi border in a small rural town, helped to found an elementary school and build that out from K-1 to a pre-K through 4th grade. And I both taught my kids from 1st grade all the way up and saw them in middle school, and they graduated in 2021. I was lucky enough to, in my very first year of teaching, I went in through Teach for America, so I didn't have a robust, teacher prep program behind me, but I met a woman named Linda Farrell of Readsters in my 2nd month of teaching. And so she taught me how to teach reading aligned to the science of reading. And I thought that was the only way to do it and that there was no other way. And then I moved to Rhode Island and found that that was not the only way. And so I'm now supporting, I support out five schools in addition to other things, as working with their coaches who are working with teachers. It's great to be here.
Thank you, John. And I love when we name drop folks who are mentors and our teachers. And so please keep doing that. We want to make sure that the world hears the names of those who impacted us the most, particularly our educators. Last but not least, please make sure I'm pronouncing this correctly. Is it Kari Kurto?
It's Carrie.
Carrie, I'm sorry, Carrie. Gotcha.
You know, AR should say R, so you're right. There's my OG self. Thank you so much. I am humbled and grateful to be here on this panel with some friends. So my name is Carrie Curto. I am the National Science of Reading Project Director at the Reading League. I myself began teaching in Austin, Texas, and I was eventually hired at a school for students with dyslexia called Ross and Saunders. It's a really great school. Not sure if anyone on the call knows it, but that was the first time that I started to just kind of raise my eyebrows a little bit. You know, maybe the master's degree that I got didn't quite prepare me as much as I thought it would have to teach reading, right? My master's in balanced literacy, that is. So then when I moved to Rhode Island, I became trained in the Orton-Gillingham approach, and I was able to work at a wonderful school for students, high school students with learning differences in Narragansett. I also engaged in a lot of advocacy work with Decoding Dyslexia Rhode Island, which resulted in the passing of the Rhode Island Right to Read Act. So since we are discussing professional development, this law requires, among other things, all teachers to be trained to the level of proficiency in the science of reading and structured literacy. Those folks that work in an elementary setting need proficiency, and all others require training to the level of awareness. It's a law that we borrowed from Arkansas. So when I worked that law, then I began working at the Rhode Island Department of Education, with my primary task being to implement that law. So through that work, we developed tools and resources for educators and administrators. We also developed tools to support educator preparation programs. One tool that I will mention briefly is a great syllabi refinement tool that's on the Right to Read Act landing page. It helps programs to look at their program as a whole, not just one syllabi at a time, but the program as a whole, to really see if you are hitting all of these target areas of the science of reading and structured literacy. And the really cool part about the tool is that it also comes with an aligned resource bank. So if you find that there's an area that you're missing, you can go over to that resource bank that was developed by Stephanie Stoller and help support your syllabi refinement. So I also worked closely with colleagues who supported the needs of students with learning differences, and I worked closely with my colleagues in the multilingual learner department at RIDE, and all of this experience has really helped me prepare for my current role at the Reading League.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And those who are listening in, you've heard the bios and what these panels are doing, so you're in for an amazing conversation. I would only advise you to do one thing: get something you can write with, because you're going to learn a lot today, and I don't want you to miss this. So I want to start with you, Dr. Gibson. Morgan State University is forging a different path in teacher prep by training undergraduate teacher candidates in evidence-based practices that are based on the science of reading. Why did Morgan State change its teacher prep curriculum, and what changes have been made in the program?
Thank you. So Morgan, I want to make sure I'm unmuted. Morgan is a small education program, right? We are the second oldest major, the original being religious studies, and that no longer exists. I guess actually we're the oldest major. And even though we're small, I talk about the history a little bit just to suggest that we're small, but relationships with our students is really important, right? And our students value, they respect us, they are differential, exceptionally respectful. But we had more and more alum coming back and saying, as much as we love y'all, I don't know how to teach kids how to read. You didn't adequately prepare me for the issues that I'm dealing with in the classroom, specifically because of reading. So that's not a great conversation to have, especially with folks in we're small but mighty. There's some of my colleagues on the phone right now, on this call right now, and I think they could attest to the same thing. We work really hard to make sure that we're not a part of the system that is recycling some of these inequities with kids that look just like us. But when our alum are coming back saying you didn't prepare us, that's a tough conversation, because ultimately what we came to is, well, we're hurting, we're not helping, because folks are graduating from this department and they have no idea what they're doing when they get in the classroom. So this brought about some very real changes within the department. I hope y'all don't mind, I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. This is just a visual. I'm a super visual person, so I hope it's okay. that helps to create a bit of a framework for how we've approached this work that we did with Science of Reading. I personally come from more of a balanced reading background. That's what I was trained in. That's how I taught my kids to read. And that's the training that we were giving a lot of our teacher candidates until, again, they were coming back to us saying, you didn't actually adequately prepare us. As much as we love you, as much as we respect and value, you didn't prepare us. It just so happened that we'd established some really great relationships with some schools in Baltimore, in the Baltimore community, the Odyssey School, the Jemisi School, and based on conversations with them, we were given some exposure to Science of Reading and some training specifically in Orton Gillingham. And when I tell y'all, it's like a light bulb went off. And what immediately surfaces is the fact that we're not doing enough of a job, a good enough job in helping our candidates to understand themselves the explicit rules of why we read things the way we do, but also teaching them how to teach kids. So what you see in front of you is a bit of a visual. We start with Science of Reading because that's what we were seeking to integrate to better support our teacher candidates. But what we quickly came to realize is it goes beyond our teacher candidates. And we've been doing this work, again, the fall will be 5 years. So for starters, after you're clear on the fact that, or someone in the department is clear that Science of Reading is a really good direction we need to go in, you gotta not just keep the information to yourself, but the entire faculty really needs to be trained on it, and not just like a surface level training. They need to be really clear on it and how it connects with the classes that they speak. While you're training, it's also really important to connect with community partners. I mentioned the Odyssey School, as well as the Jemisi School. We also had a great relationship with dyslexia and tutoring program because the partners had knowledge that we didn't. And so, you know, the assumption is you're in higher education, you're supposed to know everything, but the folks in higher education know we know a little bit about a little bit about a little bit. So it's really important to capitalize on the relationships you have with the experts, who are not necessarily the folks who have the really fancy degrees. These are folks who've been doing the work. So those community partnerships are really important. So we got the faculty on board, and we've got our community partners working with us, helping us to understand better how do we communicate this. Notice I haven't talked about teachers at all yet, or teacher candidates. So after our faculty and our higher level administrators are clear on what's going on, what Science of Reading is, and we come up with a plan for how we want to integrate it, that's when we start to connect with our PDS principals. In Maryland, there is a professional development school model. So when students are in their clinical experience, their formal internships as teacher candidates, you have specific relationships with schools where these students do their internships in. And those are called PDS, or professional development schools. So after our department and administration at Morgan was aware of what was going on and trained, and we've got our community partners who are really supporting us, then we reach out to the PDS partners and parents. Y'all, we talked a little bit about parents, and we had a panel that talked about the significance of parent work, but parents are part of the reason that this work can and will move forward, especially when other folks who are higher up in different administrations don't necessarily believe in this work. It's parents who can kind of start to get that job done. So it's really important to start training parents around Science of Reading, and also training parents how to advocate for their kids. And some of you all may say, well, that's patronizing. A lot of folks don't necessarily know how to go about advocating for their kids, right? And how to advocate for explicit instruction for their kids. So the conversation is not just about, we're going to train you on Science of Reading, but we're also going to talk to you about how do you go about advocating for this work for your kids and other kids. And then school system administrators. Now, when I'm saying school system administrators, I don't mean Morgan. I mean literally the school systems around Morgan where we're seeking to implement this work. I have a teacher here also within this group. Not a lot of teachers, but really just one or two. And the reason just one or two right now is because, at least in the school systems where we work in, it's a top-down hierarchy. So even if you have a group of teachers who believe in this work and think it is really important, what we found is when we just train the teachers, but don't start with the principals, even though the teachers value it, they ultimately end up embracing whatever the directives of the principals are. So this work becomes an add-on. And if it's added on, that means sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. So the reason that teachers aren't really a part of this like third loop with the PDS principals and parents is because this is where we believe you need to start training a handful of teachers, a small group, to really be the trainers of this work. So expose them to it, folks who are really interested, and really train them up. But, and then we go to the next rung, which is where we start to introduce this work really to more teachers, greater amounts of teachers and teacher candidates. Now, the reason that teachers and teacher candidates are a little bit further out and not further in the middle, and some of you all may disagree with this, is again, where we're working, it's very top down. So what we wanted to ensure is that we had some teachers who see it, who understand it, who can put it into place and can show other teachers to help get buy-in. But they can also show other administrators to show, look at what we can do, right? So we are working with PDS principals, we're working with parents, slowly but surely bringing teachers into the fray, but also school system administrators. So really, really important. In terms of teachers and teacher candidates, if you all will see on the outside, I just gave a little bit of an overview in terms of what training takes place. Science of Reading has a bunch of different ways that it evidences itself. We embrace Orton Gillingham. Notice that the conversation about language is a really important part of not only our training for our teacher candidates, as well as for our teachers. And we heard a panel earlier that went into some detail about that language piece, but it is so important because too often teachers have biases about how students speak. And unfortunately, based on how students speak, they make assumptions about students' intelligence. They make assumptions about ways that they can engage students. It's all kinds of problematic ideas and beliefs around speech, non-standard English specifically. So that's a big part of the training that we're doing with teachers as well as teacher candidates. And then last but not least, we have the students who are ideally impacted by this work. We're still very much so developing this framework. And I meant to actually say in the beginning, this came about as a result of a grant that we got through MSDE. It's called the Teacher Collaborative Grant, and we partner with Baltimore City and Baltimore Teachers Union specifically to help develop this framework and try to figure out how do we go about enacting this work within Baltimore and within our school. And so this is the framework that we've created so far. Again, it's a work in process. So this is what it looks like from Morgan. I'm gonna stop sharing.
I'm sorry. I should have learned how to unmute myself after 2 years. I beg your pardon. Thank you so much, Dr. Gibson. That's so insightful. And again, folks, you're gonna get a lot of information today. Please take notes, ask questions. We have the chat open. Please engage. Dr. McHale Small, I wanna come to you next. As a former district superintendent, some of you all may know, I'm actually a district school board member. I've been on the Board of Education in my district for 9 years. You've changed how the district taught reading. What prompted your district to change how reading is taught? And tell us about the biggest challenges you faced and were there any surprises, good or bad?
Sure, I can tell you, I'll speak to my time as a superintendent, but also as an assistant superintendent and a director of curriculum. I also was able to, make some changes in how we taught reading. And in all three of those cases, the driver was really the data on how our students were doing in reading, and also our referral rate to special education, and the number of those referrals that were driven by reading failure. So data is always a good place to start. And as you mentioned, being on the school board, you as a superintendent or assistant superintendent, when you're trying to make some big changes, you have to first justify that to your school board. And I find that using data and using our student data is a really good way to be able to do that. So I was able to show the need through the data. As far as challenges and surprises, there were many, and they really varied by the setting. But I'll start with the most, my most recent experience as superintendent, because when I retired a few years back, I was superintendent. And that's the place where I was able to make the most change, and probably the most, most expensive change. But it was also a place where the school district had not raised taxes. The school board had not raised taxes in many years. And I'm proud to say we were able to implement a new core curriculum and also get teachers and reading specialists trained, special ed teachers and reading specialists trained in Orton Gillingham all without any change in the budget or raising taxes. So I mention that because most people who are in school districts will say that money is a challenge. I'm not going to pretend it's not. And I know that money continues to become a challenge. But what I will, or to be a challenge, but what I will say is that when leadership is motivated and when you see the need to make something happen, you can find the money. You have to just be creative and you have to look at your budget very carefully. And you have to be willing to let go of things that might be something that's really, fun and favored or has been a tradition, but you have to prioritize student needs and your goals around literacy for all students and look at the budget through those eyes. So money is a challenge. Anytime in our work in our dyslexia screening and early literacy program in Pennsylvania, the Department of Education has tried to address that money challenge with providing training that was at no cost to districts, and providing some incentives in terms of grants. But there's always ways to find to work around the money challenge. So that's always one. I'm going to say that an even greater challenge to me as a superintendent and what I know from working with other principals and superintendents and assistant superintendents, time. So the time to do the professional development that's needed, because unfortunately, as has already been mentioned, we have many teachers who are in classrooms who don't have a good background in evidence-based or science-based literacy instruction. And so there's a whole lot of professional development that has to happen. So finding the time for that is always a challenge. And in working with some school boards believe that, teachers should come to the classroom knowing everything that they need to know. So trying to argue for increasing professional development time often falls on dead ears. And then you have the whole, trying to get teachers in the summer, which is also a challenge, not just because that's, their time off, but because many of the teachers that I've worked with are working other jobs in the summer. So time is a huge challenge, and not just for professional development, but also collaboration time, team planning time. If you're going to do this and you're going to do this well, you teachers need that time to talk with their colleagues, to talk with their literacy coaches, because that's another critical piece to this. You're not going to implement any sort of transformative change without having those supports in place. So teachers need a lot of coaching in the beginning, and all that takes time out of the classroom. But we also, and that's been a challenge for me, like a moral challenge for me as well, because we know that children do better when they have their regular teacher there in front of them in the classroom, right? So then we have to take those teachers out of the classroom to do professional development and do coaching and give them opportunities to work with their colleagues and look at data and lesson plans. And so it's big. There's a lot of moving parts in this and a lot of challenges, and I'm never going to pretend that it's easy. But it's something that we need to do. We need to do if we're going to do better for kids, all kids, especially traditionally underserved kids. And then another big challenge is changing the mindsets. Somebody already, Dr. Gibson mentioned how critical principals are, and I cannot underscore that enough. If your building leadership is not committed to this change to science-based or evidence-based literacy instruction, whatever you want to call it, if they don't understand it and they don't support it, you're spinning your wheels. You are not going to get what you need to have in place without that leadership, that building level leadership. So even, if your district superintendent or assistant superintendent is fully on board, if the person in that building is not standing there with you and supporting everything, it's not going to happen. And then a surprising, and it shouldn't have been surprising, but it was a surprising challenge that popped up. One of two surprising challenges was teachers, like I knew that teacher mindset would be difficult to change because, you know, we all kind of get set in our ways. There was a mention in some of the prep materials for today's summit about how, you know, research has shown that teachers really hold on to what they learn in their teacher prep programs. And a lot of the professional development that we have to do around, you know, science-based reading practices is undoing some of what they learned in their teacher prep programs. So there was that challenge of undoing. Anytime you're trying to undo a habit, that's really hard. But what I found, and I should have anticipated as a psychologist, was that guilt that teachers were feeling. So first you had the, oh, this is how I've always done it. It works for me. It's fine. I don't need to change kind of thing. And that's once you work through that, and you work through that by starting to put the curriculum in place, the intervention in place, and teachers start to see the success and see students that they had kind of written off have success and start to grow. Then what layers in and can sometimes stall everything is guilt and anxiety. Because now the teachers are reflecting and, oh my God, how many kids have I failed? And I found in both in my practice and when I was a superintendent working with my small group of teachers, but also in our program in Pennsylvania, is that we really had to attend to those feelings from the teachers. And we had to give time and space for that. And we adopted the Maya Angelou quote that, you know, when you know them, do better, right? And we can't kind of dwell on our past failures. We just have to focus on what we're going to do moving forward. But if we don't acknowledge that and we don't give time and space to kind of process that, it can kind of gum up the works. And you see resistance where you weren't expecting resistance. And when you get the opportunity to talk through that, you understand why. And then another surprising challenge sometimes where parents, I agree, parents have been such advocates. And if it were not for parents and the work of groups like Decoding Dyslexia around the country, I don't think the attention to science-based reading instruction would be getting, you know, we wouldn't have the same level of interest and potential change. However, I also found that some parents can be really resistant because they viewed that when their child was reading those little predictable texts and when their children came from a very high literacy home and had lots of books and they memorized a lot of books and they memorized a lot of sight words, that when you started teaching those children decoding skills, because your data shows that they were woefully, you know, there were big gaps in what they actually knew and words that they could decode and not just recognize by sight, then sometimes parents were not happy and they felt that you were taking their child backwards or treating their child like they had a disability when they didn't. So, you know, you never know where the surprises are going to come from, but that was one that I didn't expect, and that in some places proved to be a bit of a challenge.
Thank you, Dr. McHale-Small. And if we have time, and I know we're short on time, I do want to talk about the cost savings in what we're doing. I know we talk about the outlays, but as a school board member and the research I'm doing at PPI, we're looking at where there's cost savings, and the argument, particularly for early childhood, the conversation almost starts with how much will we save versus how much it costs. And so we'll touch on that, but I do want to get to Dr. Moss in the interest of time. The focus of your research, Dr. Moss, and your consulting is coaching for administrators and principals to lead for equity. Does equitable leadership lead to higher student achievement in reading and literacy? Why or why not?
Yeah, I really appreciate this question. And I believe my colleague on the line served me a nice ball here to be able to talk about this, and talking about if we don't have leader capacity to improve schools, then all this work is for nothing. And so I want to land there and talk about what the research says. The Wallace Foundation brought us about some research in 2021, and earlier they had been conducting research about the role of the school leader. And what they found is, perhaps, as some of my students would say in my class, that we've been asleep on the role of school leaders in advancing outcomes for young folks. in that we've spent much of our time, our energy, our resources and talents focusing on teacher training and teacher retraining. And often what we find is that school leaders are not really set up to lead for the science of reading. Just before I jumped on this call, I was on a call with my colleague, Sarah Belson at American University with one of our doc students who is actually working to build a dissertation in practice focused on a number of principles in DCPS to build their working knowledge of the science of reading so that it translates down to reading outcomes for young folks. And I can't even answer this question for you today and be able to draw clear correlations or suggest that there's a great deal of evidence of when we train leaders in the science of reading, we see strong outcomes because folks are not yet doing that work. And so I think we've got to get ourselves together and get on a mission to do that. That points me to the work in Mississippi. And so one of the things I'm so thankful that I was able to benefit from it, even as a school leader, was going through letters training in Mississippi and these learning modules that were built by the Barksdale Reading Institute that were specifically designed for school leaders. And so, but what Mississippi has been able to find is that when we actually engage leaders in this work, we do literacy walk with those leaders, we ensure that leaders are trained in the science of reading, they can lead for reading, right inside of their buildings and hold teachers to unbelievably high expectations about phonics instruction, about language comprehension, word recognition, all those things we know that build good readers. And so I just submit that at some point, we've got to have a complete turn in our country where we're all focused on building leadership capacity to lead for this. If we just focus on teacher retraining, we focus purely on high dosage tutoring, if we just focus on teacher preparation, and we don't shift leader preparation, right? We're going to find ourselves in trouble in terms of being able to advance our reading goals. We're going to hit a wall because teachers are going to understand this, leaders are not. And we often know that teachers complain about leaders asking them to do things that are not research-based or that are not productive or just not good teaching. And so I've been calling on our colleagues that are beginning to prepare principals, and we've changed teacher preparation, but we've not changed leader preparation. And so we've got to see the science of reading courses built into leadership preparation programs where leaders can speak just as passionately about the science of reading as teachers are doing. You know, many states are putting the onus purely on teachers to do this. We've got to do it. We've got to put the onus on school leaders. And I'm saying that having been a school turnaround principal, I'm saying that having worked at the Department of Ed, we spent a lot of our energies in our office at the Department of Ed, putting assessments in place to know that teachers were trained in the science of reading. And we did nothing, right, to really adjust leadership preparation. And my colleague, Dr. Burson, is doing that now. But I think when we know what the research says about principals and the ability that they have to impact student achievement, we've now got to layer that with good practices. You know, just a few years ago, teachers said they don't leave kids, they don't leave school, they leave school leaders. And so given that understanding, we've got to make sure school leaders are able to do that. So that's why I'm excited about the work that our reading cohorts are doing at AU to really understand this issue at a practitioner level. I have really been pushing my colleagues at the Reading League, our CEO, to really think about how we can build communities of practice across this country that are focused on building leadership capacity and creating the evidence, right? We don't have the evidence we need. We know it happens, but you know, this country is built on evidence. And so if we don't have an article in a top tier journal saying that this is when you do it, folks don't want to listen to us. And so we've got to be able to create the evidence for that. And that's what I've committed my life's mission to. But we're only going to be able to advance outcomes for Black and Brown children and all students for that matter, when we have a clear focus on building the capacity of school leaders to lead for reading.
Thank you so much. And you talk about particularly equity and teacher pipelines as something, you know, something I'm working on, particularly with a endeavor I'm calling Real Men Teach, which is how we get more men, particularly men of color like yourself, into the profession. But once they get in, to make sure that they're in that space. And so I'm going to put just a link to that in the chat. There is so much working that in many ways you can't get to where you want us to be until we create those pipelines, and love to see what's happening, particularly at Morgan State, but also pushing Maryland and other schools where I teach to be more thoughtful about those Black and Brown male educator pipelines. John Bennett, want to come to you. You have experience helping teachers change how they teach reading. but not everyone embraces change. How did you approach helping teachers change their reading instruction to improve reading achievement for each student in the school?
Yeah, I think this is a great question. And actually, Dr. Gibson, Dr. McHale-Small, and Dr. Moss before me, I think, did a nice funnel on it. I feel like Dr. Gibson really, right, when you think about teachers changing practice, it's complex. There's the school community, there's the actual knowledge base they're bringing, there's what the principal, there's that whole web, right, that makes the actual act of coaching a teacher for a coach really, really challenging. And Dr. McHale-Small talked about that feelings piece, right? And all of that goes into making the change. And then Dr. Moss, I feel like, hit at really making sure our leaders are knowledgeable of the science of reading and those evidence-based practice and leading that charge. Which I think is a nice then segue into how kind of I think about it and approach it. So I couldn't agree more that I think the principals have to be the lead. They are the lead instructors in their school. And so when I say coach, I don't just mean as somebody entitled as a instructional coach or a literacy coach. I think the aspiration here is your administrators are also coaching and on the ground, walking hand in hand with those teachers. So I think one way that I feel like we need to really shift our thinking around coaching is moving away from your coach is strictly the expert in the content matter, right? And the coach's role is to give you the material that you need and hand you this thing and then do a walkthrough and give you 2 glows and a grow on Post-it notes and then come back and check back in and see how you're doing, right? We've got to think about coaching in a transformational way that is really walking hand in hand with those teachers, and it's making space for how hard and difficult it is for a teacher to manage the 50 things we're asking them to do on a daily, take attendance, call families, make sure every kid has had breakfast, right? They have a lot on their plate. And here we're saying, here's all the new research, implement a new approach to irregular high frequency words, implement this new curriculum, implement this, and that is overwhelming. And so I firmly believe the way we go about this is we walk hand in hand with our teachers, which means we don't have a one size fits all approach, right? If I need daily meetings, I'm going to need daily meetings, right? And I might get a spot where I need once a month meetings. Great, I'm giving that, but we're adapting to that. And then how we approach that teacher is in a strength-based model. We're not going in saying, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong, you're doing this wrong. And I'm not advocating that we allow for practices to continue on unaddressed that we know are doing harm to kids, but I don't think it's effective to go in and villainize the teacher, identify all the things they're doing wrong, add to that feelings bucket, and then kind of move on. Right? So how do we do that? We do that with a strength-based approach, right? We think about their practice and we authentically look at what is one thing that you are doing really well right now? And we help that teacher unpack that thing they're doing well into action steps that they actually did. Teachers are notorious at externalizing their successes. That lesson went well because John had a better day today, or that lesson went well because this spot in the curriculum was better. I find it so hard for teachers to actually think about the things they did well and that they brought to that lesson. And when you can get teachers to articulate the genuine strengths and action steps they took to make something go well, you have a framework to leverage to then help them make that change. So if we're thinking about shifting a practice from leveled readers, you might have to, as a coach, go in there and feel really uncomfortable talking to a teacher, doing a practice you might know is not what you want it to be, but pause and remove your own ego from it and actually sit and say, how did you get this group structure going so well? The structure is a strength here, right? What did you do to do that? You collected data, you planned, you had this opening routine, right? And now you have a framework that they can utilize when you want them to shift to adding decodable readers into their practice. Hey, we're going to collect data. We're going to have an opening routine, right? And we've got to think about coaching from that way. And then that teacher is on board a little bit more because they see a bit of their old practice in their new practice, as opposed to just being told, that's wrong, this is right, try this. Because the only way that works is you can be in their room every single day ensuring they're doing the thing, but you can't do that. And so I think that strength-based, I know from my experience that is the approach that gets teachers moving in the right direction. And coaches need help coaching to that way, because I often find then an instructional coach might do that for their teacher, but they have no one doing that for them. And so I think a radical shift to how we approach our support from a, yep, you have to be the expert and a content area expertise, but you've got to also have mastered then that feeling side of it, right? And I think that strength-based approach really helps that. And I think then also leaders can pivot in the moment. I've found so many times you come into a coaching meeting, you want to drive your agenda and the teacher's not there. They have those feelings. And if you don't make space for that, you've taken 2 steps backwards. And it reminds me of, I believe Tuesday night, just the role of coaches overall, like, after the tragedy in Texas, both Steve Kerr, the coach for the Golden State Warriors, and Jason Kidd, the coach for the Dallas Mavericks, they didn't go into their conference and talk about basketball, right? They made, there was feelings there, and they made space for that. And I think we have a lot of lessons to learn about how we make space for some things other than just the right approach in that moment.
Thank you, John. And I think it's powerful that you talk about one size does not fit all. And so that's incredibly important. As you're listening in, you find out what you need in your toolkit and what applies to your students in your district and where your teachers are. So that, because you're right about that. Carrie, I do want to come to you. Could you talk about the purpose of the Reading League and how can this organization benefit teachers in Maryland?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. And John, I agree with so much of what you say. Thank you for that. So the Reading League is a national educational nonprofit. We are led by educators and reading experts, and we're dedicated to promoting knowledge to reimagine the future of literacy education and really accelerate this global movement toward reading instruction that's rooted in science. Our purpose is to increase knowledge of evidence-based approaches to teach reading, and also promote the research that really demystifies how people learn. That research that a lot of us did not receive in our educator preparation programs. Also, an essential part of our mission and our mission statement is just that we believe all children deserve to learn to read and that all teachers can learn to teach them. So how can folks in Maryland benefit? There are several ways. So first, the Reading League has chapters throughout the country. And if you were here at the very beginning of the day, you heard from the president of the Reading League Maryland. They have a website that I will link in the chat. So if you're interested in joining, it's a great way to meet other folks that are engaging in this work, to connect with one another, to really ensure that all students in Maryland receive the literacy instruction and intervention that is aligned to the science of reading. So let me pop that in the chat for all y'all. So that's number one. Reading League National also has many helpful tools and resources for folks that are just hearing about the science of reading for the first time, as well as for folks that have been on their journey for a while. We offer parent courses and some really amazing school-based partnerships. We have a stellar 2-day conference that will be occurring in October 20th and 21st in Syracuse. And there's the Reading League Journal, which is the only peer-reviewed publication that's written and edited by both educators and researchers that focuses on leveraging the scientific evidence to improve practice. So if you don't subscribe to that yet, it's really helpful. The Reading League also, we produce, I don't know if y'all know this, but produces a television show, a children's television show that teaches kiddos pre-reading and reading skills through the magic of Dot and her adorable dog, Dusty. My kids love it. And we also have lots of free resources like the curriculum evaluation tool. And I'll let y'all know that that is actually being revised and updated. And we hope to post a new version of that around June 1st. So that's coming up soon. So keep your eyes peeled on the Reading League and social media for that. We also have my personal favorite, which is the Defining Guide. We know that there has been confusion about what the science of reading is and is not. I usually have it right next to me. I will find that and hold it up for y'all later. And so the Defining Guide helps to clarify that. There's a definition. It includes practices that are aligned and not aligned. And for folks looking towards implementation, it just offers guidance in a really like clear and unbiased way. So I'll also put the link in the chat for the defining guide. And was there, I believe there was a follow-up question as well, right?
Yeah, so the follow-up is particularly, you've taken on a new position at the Reading League. Can you describe what the focus of your work will be and how it will benefit educators and the professional learning community?
Yeah, I would be glad to, thank you. So I have been hired as the director of the National Science of Reading Project. I began this role on March 1st. And one of my main goals is to really, this is a personal goal, but part of the work is to ensure that all voices are heard and represented in the science of reading movement. One example of how this work has begun is an ongoing conversation that we have helped to establish with the National Committee for Effective Literacy, which is an organization for multilingual learners, experts, with really the primary goal to connect with them, to listen and learn what is, maybe being left out of the conversation, to hear them, to establish the many, many places where our thought and messaging aligns, and also to understand where there needs to be further conversation for our messaging to align to prevent confusion in the field, right? And we hope to really have similar conversations in the future to ensure that we learn from all communities of educators and experts to ensure that they see themselves reflected in this work. But I've really been tasked with developing what we're currently calling the Science of Reading Hub. When educators, administrators, and policymakers, decision makers encounter the science of reading, they often face difficulty finding reliable and understandable sources of information. We might go to a Facebook page or do some Googling, right? But that leads them to become vulnerable to implementing practices that actually are not aligned to the scientific evidence-based. So we will be developing a go-to digital space for educators, administrators, policymakers, multilingual learner practitioners, educator preparation faculty, state education agencies, right? All these essential players in our students' education, a place for them to go to understand the how and the why of the science of reading. So we're going to curate and translate the research. We'll provide a few of the top tools that are available for understanding curriculum and intervention and assessment. This will all be really based on the needs of the field. So we're also hosting some communities of practice as a beginning step to this work, so that we can be responsive to the needs of the folks in the field. So the first is a community of practice for state education leaders who are working to bring evidence-based practices and policies to their state. If you're interested, I'll put my email in the chat when I go ahead and mute myself. And the second is a community of practice that I run with Dr. Stephanie Stoller for educator preparation faculty who are working to integrate the science of reading into their pre-service candidate programs. So each month we'll highlight the work of educators within the group. We'll bring in outside experts and others who have found successful models that the group can learn from. So Dr. Gibson, don't be surprised when an email shows up in your inbox. I might be inviting you for the wonderful information I got from you. There's folks from a variety of programs all across the country. All are welcome. So I'll pop the sign up form into the chat as well. And Dr. Moss, maybe we can both work on a community of practice for administrators. Later we'll talk about that. It sounds like a wonderful idea. And just overall, these communities of practice, they're wonderful ways for role-alike folks to meet and learn from one another. The resources that are curated and the needs that are expressed will also drive the content of the Science of Reading Hub once it comes online.
Thank you so much. Amazing panel, amazing amount of information. We have about 5 minutes left, and I want to give you each 1 minute to answer one question for me. Make the case to a policymaker, school board member, on why districts should invest in this. Everything we talked about is going to cost something. And oftentimes when I talk with my students, it's often about, again, what the savings are, but also the consequences of doing nothing. What is the cost of doing nothing? And what are the savings over time if we do everything we've talked about? So I want to start with you, Dr. Gibson. In 60 seconds, make the case for why districts should do this, and where are the savings and where are the opportunities, and what happens if we do nothing?
So I think my message to policymakers, to administrators would be, follow the data. And if the data suggests to you that what you're doing is not impactful, and I'm not saying short-term data, something you put in place last month, but if you've been using the same program, wink, wink, I'm winking at some of these administrators out here for 5, 10, 15 years, and the data suggests that what you are doing is not working, do something different. Doesn't have to even be this, okay? But you need to do something different, because doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome, we call that what? Crazy, right? And that's what happens within a lot of school systems and even schools of education. We've been a part of the foolishness. We do what we've been taught to do. This is what's normal and natural for us, even if it's at the detriment of both our teachers, our students, and their families. So look at the data, and if it's not working, do something different. Lots of data out there, lots of evidence that supports other ways you can go.
No, thank you so much. Dr. McHale Small, why should we do this? And where are the savings?
Right. If I'm talking to a policymaker, first I'm going to remind them, or maybe not remind them, but show them the research that shows that all students can learn to read. Even kids with cognitive disabilities can learn to read, and learning to read the words opens up new vocabulary, new learning, new background knowledge. But if I'm talking to a policymaker, probably what I'm really going to focus on is the idea that a literate citizenship is essential for a functional democracy. The future of our country, our economy, our form of government depends on every child learning to read and write and becoming literate. And once you're literate, not to take away from science and math educators, but you can teach yourself a whole lot once you know how to read and to write. So that would be my focus on why.
Dr. Moss, make the case for what happens if we do nothing.
Yeah, I wasn't prepared for that part. I was prepared for the other one. But I think if we don't do anything, we'll be right where we've always been, right? And I think that's understood. The argument I want to make here, though, is we commissioned a reading panel in 1997, and we just need to follow the folks who understand the issue and get away from our extramarital affair with outputs and also focus on inputs in this country. We've got to think about inputs. And so that would be my argument, is we don't focus on inputs, we'll continue to be invested in these outputs that are never changing because we've not changed what we're putting into the system.
Thank you so much. John Bennett, why now and why invest in it?
Yeah, I think similar on the data front. I think even schools that are touted as the most highest performing, some wind up with 70% achievement rates on the output, on the state exam output, and even 70% leaves 30% behind. And follow, and those 30%, there are names and there are faces, and those are people's babies, those are people's kids that we know how to do better by, and 70% isn't good enough when we know how to move the other 30%.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Carrie, why should we invest our time in this, in money?
I'm going to cheat here because I don't think anybody can say it better than Dr. Tracy Whedon, who drafted a preamble for the Science of Reading Defining Guide. I'll just read the first part, but there's no way that I could come up with anything better than her. Humankind's most precious treasure is our children, and our future depends on them. We recognize literacy as a fundamental human right that empowers individuals in a society. We know that grim life outcomes are connected with illiteracy, and we are resolved to prevent the collateral damage that is incurred by our students, especially the most vulnerable among them, when adults have limited access to the convergent scientific evidence. There's more, but when we have classrooms where we are using strategies that we know from science are how poor readers read, that is a problem for democracy. So.
Well, that's a great way to end this panel. And we're going to be moving into our second panel, but I just want to give a round of applause to these amazing leaders in education, particularly in this space. Please give them a round of applause virtually as well for taking time out of their day to join us. This is an incredible amount of information. I told you take notes. There's a lot of links in the chat, and we're recording this. And so please, 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 please do your research. This is incredibly important, and it's going to change not just sort of large numbers as John mentioned, but individual lives. Souls will be impacted by the work that we do. So thank you all so much. As you all move out of the Zoom, we're going to be moving an entirely new group of leaders into the Zoom. And so as they're entering, again, I just want to thank everybody for joining us today as well. And, you know, our second panel is going to focus in on Maryland. And so we really want to focus in and zoom in on what's happening in our state and how our state is addressing the science of reading in action. And so all our panelists work in Maryland public schools, and I'm going to give them a brief chance to introduce themselves as well as they're coming in. As you know, I had an idea. People talked about, someone mentioned, again, John mentioned in the beginning, someone who really, really impacted him in his teaching and his role and sort of his story of teaching. I want those folks who are listening in to write in the chat the name of your reading teacher or someone who was very, very important to you in your own journey to becoming a reader. Definitely want to shout out influences that many of us probably can identify. You can't forget about Mr. Rogers. You can't forget about LeVar Burton. You can't forget about Sesame Street. These are things that really, really impacted my life coming up. But also I want to definitely shout out Mrs. Davis, my second grade teacher, who was so important to me. And these teachers, some of the educators have moved on, some of them have passed on, but they will have, I don't know if they'll ever understand the true impact they've had on us, because opening up reading opens us up to an entire world of education. As people are coming in, I'm reminded of a story someone told me, particularly about how during enslavement, it was illegal, obviously, to teach the enslaved to read. And a historian said the power of reading was so impactful that they said that if we teach the enslaved to read, they'll read about foreign places and they'll want to go there. And it will be almost impossible for us to confine them to the plantation, because they'll read about waterfalls and want to see them. They'll read about mountains and want to see it. They'll read about snow and want to know what it feels like. And so you can't confine someone mentally to any place if you can unlock the power of imagination, which is what reading is really doing. When you can open a book and you can take your mind to a different space, it is almost impossible to confine you mentally to any one location. And so at the same time, when you take away that power, particularly right here in 2022, you are stifling that imagination and that discovery and that ability to sort of see the world for what it is and to want to see those places. I had a chance in college post-college to become a Peace Corps volunteer in South Africa. And I'm reminded that in 5th grade, I did a book report on Botswana. And I just actually go to Botswana. I said, it's just something, my 5th grade teacher gave me a book report on Botswana, and here I am in Botswana. That is the power of education. It's the power of reading to really put us in a place and then take us there, and then eventually take our bodies to that place. And so as we start off, I definitely want to welcome everybody in. I hope we all have our panelists in. I'm going to start, and I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves as well and tell us about their background and the work with reading instruction and historically underserved students. So let's start with you, Dr. Collins. Can you introduce yourself and tell us about your work, particularly in reading instruction?
Sure. Good afternoon. And it's really, really exciting to be here. I bring you greetings on behalf of the Maryland State Department of Education, Superintendent Mohammed Chaudhary. We're excited that we can join you. As you all know, MSDE is going through a great time of transition. And I'm new to MSDE, coming from Montgomery County Public Schools for 24 years, very exciting. Had a great journey. In terms of working with underserved populations, I was a principal in a Title I school. So that population is very near to my heart. Also had the privilege of working with English learners, students with disabilities. And we did use a lot of our Title I resources to support those students and provide high quality professional learning for staff. And then eventually I transitioned into central office roles where I oversaw Title I programs in the district, but also early childhood programs. And thinking about those, again, early childhood, near and dear to my heart, I love it. But major emphasis around literacy, right? And how do we support students with learning to read and then eventually reading to learn? And so that's a little bit of my experience. And now coming to the Maryland State Department of Education, it's exciting because it is a pillar. And literacy and reading is something that our superintendent has said. Even this week at our board meeting, our board president said it is a priority. It is a priority in the state of Maryland. So we are just excited to be asked to partner in this work with other districts across Maryland, also national researchers in this work. So thank you for allowing us to join.
Thank you so much, Dr. Collins. Dr. Fagan, can you introduce yourself and tell us about yourself?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Fagan, and I'm a faculty member here at the University of Maryland. I'm actually the coordinator for the Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages program, which is my main role here. I actually direct all of our programs that are partnership programs with the local school districts, so preparing non-ESOL teachers, specialists, and most recently administrators, which I was happy to hear in the last panel, how to address the academic, cross-cultural, and language needs of English learners across the curriculum. So I'm actually now directing a brand new doctoral program in school system leadership with a specialization in TESOL and dual language education to prepare school administrators, people in central office, teacher leaders of Prince George's County, which has the largest number of English learners currently in the state, how to address those students' needs from the top down at a very macro level. So that's the majority of the work that I'm doing here at the University of Maryland. And as of last week, I am now the president of the Maryland Teaching English to Speakers of Other Languages Association. So we are very busy trying to see how everything that's going on with MSDE and adult education and the changes that are happening very rapidly in our state, how that can definitely be a benefit to our English learner populations. And actually, a quick shout out to Dr. Collins. I work with her very closely on the work group for English learners that is directly connected to the blueprint that was discussed earlier that I'll be talking about in just a bit.
Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you.
We will have representation from teachers, principals, and system administrators. And so this is an amazing diverse group of educators who are working in school buildings every day. From the teacher perspective, we have Rhea Espedito Graham from Baltimore City Schools. Introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rhea Graham, and this is my 16th year working for Baltimore City Public Schools. I taught special education for pre-K to 5th grade students at Liberty Elementary School, which is a Title I school. And in 2014, I became the lead teacher at Liberty, which means I have to spend 50% of my time was spent in coaching teachers and 50% in teaching special education students and also providing reading intervention to students performing below grade level. And as a lead, my investment for our school improvement was and continues to be accelerating student achievement through effective reading instruction. So I have 3 big initiatives at Liberty because I keep on, observing, gathering data, and really identifying the needs. So in 2013, I implemented the reading intervention program. And in 2014, I implemented a school-wide writing program. And in 2015, I started our school-wide close reading program.
Thank you so much. Brian Powell from Kenwood High School is a school principal. Brian, introduce yourself.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks so much for having us here. Excited to be here and share some input from our school and the programs that we have. I am the proud principal here at Kenwood High School in Baltimore with Baltimore County Public Schools. We have been doing a number of different things with the reading programs that we'll get into here in a little bit, specifically around Systems 44 and Read 180. But I spent also 5 years as a special educator at Dundalk High School prior to this, and then 3 years as an assistant principal. So my background has been primarily in special education and providing services and accommodations and things of that nature to our students. And literacy has always been a big, kind of backbone of things that we want to focus on in our education and our instructional program here at Kenwood. So great to be here with you. And I think I may have said, but in case not, this is my 6th year here at Kenwood. So thank you all again for asking me and inviting me to participate with you all here.
Thank you so much, Principal Powell. We also have Kelly O'Connell, who is the principal at Mars Estates Elementary School. Please introduce yourself.
Hi there, everyone. Thanks for having me. I am Kelly O'Connell. I'm the proud principal at Mars Estates Elementary School. We are located in Essex on the east side of Baltimore County, southeast area. I am really lucky to have the best community, best families, best kids. And like Brian said, we'll get into a little bit more of the work and the specifics in a little bit. This is my 6th year here at Mars Estates as principal. Prior to that, I served as assistant principal at Chatsworth School in Reisterstown, where we had about 25% of our population were students who have special education needs. Many of the students have social emotional learning needs. So that was a great learning experience. And of course, we learned that students that are communicating through behavior oftentimes have some reading gaps. And that's oftentimes a big why that drives my work with behavior here at Mars Estates, part of the drive. I also was assistant principal at Colgate Elementary School in Dundalk, where about 70% of our students were English language learners, where we did a lot of innovative ideas as far as helping our students that had those language needs with beginning reading. Prior to that, I was a 1st grade teacher, 2nd grade teacher, and 3rd grade teacher at 2 schools in the county. And I'm really proud of the work that we're doing, but we have so much more work to do. I chimed in the last few minutes of the last session, and wow, I should have been in all day, really inspired by what I heard. So thank you for all your work, and thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. We also have a number of system administrators from districts around the state as well. Jennifer Bingman.
Well, Curtis, why don't we move with this group, and then we'll go with the other group.
Sure, sounds good. Okay. Well, thank you all for being here. We appreciate it. Dr. Collins, I want to come to you first. With the Maryland State Department of Education, MSDE is going through a strategic planning process with the new superintendent. Do you see a role for MSDE in helping districts implement the science of reading while also phasing out practices that are proven to be ineffective in teaching reading?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So as you mentioned, currently right now, the superintendent and the state board are in the process of going through a strategic planning process. And for those of you that were able to watch this week's board meeting, the superintendent, along with President Crawford, said literacy is a priority, and it will be a priority in our strategic plan. This is why the current stakeholder engagement that we are conducting across the state is really, really important. We want to make sure that this plan is not built internally by MSD staff, but it really reflects the collective community and thought across Maryland. And so when we talk about literacy, going out and do listening sessions and roundtable is really, really important, so that as we build our plan for what we want Maryland to look like around literacy, we have the voice of those that are directly impacted every day. We have received some information from parents and educators and families and business leaders and students at these roundtables. And we've heard from thousands and thousands through our online survey. By the way, if you haven't taken it, go to MSD's website and take it. But it's really, really important because our superintendent reads every single comment. And we've seen feedback and comments already around literacy. So we want to make sure that, again, as we build the vision for Maryland, that it's included. While it's too early to say exactly what the strategic plan will look like around literacy, again, I can tell you that literacy and the science of reading is a top priority for our superintendent. And this is evident by many of things that the Maryland Leads Initiative, which many of you are aware of, has a high leverage strategy. One of them is the science of reading because it was so important to us. And it's the first time that we've had a big pound of money where we've had control over to really make something a priority. So we're very excited, and it will definitely remain a priority.
Dr. Collins, I do want to stay with you. What practices, policies, or procedures will MSTE use to facilitate local district literacy changes, including districts that didn't apply for Maryland Leads grants in the categories of science of reading?
Mm-hmm. So as you know, several states are actually now moving in the direction of policy to align foundational literacy in the science of reading. I was reading recently about Tennessee. Tennessee implemented some great work around the science of reading, even during the pandemic. And their results are showing that students are making really great strides and great progress. So in the absence of formal legislation right now in Maryland, we are using the Maryland Leads Initiative to strive to advance foundational literacy in Maryland and to support districts through a strong emphasis on the science of reading. Within Maryland Leads, this is an incentive for districts. Nearly all 24 LEAs applied, and more than likely will receive, we're going through the finalization of who's going to receive, but we'll receive funding to support this. So implementing the science of reading across the state provides a time for a transformational opportunity. It's going to give us data points where we'll be able to see specifically how the impact is, not just within one LEA, but across the science of reading. And it's really important that there were 3 key focus areas that LEAs had to focus on. It's the training of all K-3 staff, but including principals and administrators and special education teachers. So to hear Drew talk about the focus on training administrators and others that are not in front of students day to day is really important. It was also important that LEAs use high quality, content rich, and culturally relevant materials and assessments as they implement the science of reading. And then they're also required to create a system for progress monitoring to ensure that all students are reading by the end of 3rd grade, and that they also have the supports if they're struggling, and including the use of universal screeners. This data is going to be really important that we gather because it's going to leverage the policy and the advocacy that we as a community across Maryland can do. Also, our superintendent is very hands-on, and this is near and dear, so much so that every single application that was sent to MSTE, he read every single one to make sure it was high quality and really address those key areas around the science of reading. The last thing that I will say is that it's great that across Maryland through this initiative, we're creating a huge professional learning community where LEAs will be able to grow and learn from each other and really impact transformational change across the state of Maryland.
Thank you so much, Dr. Collins. Dr. Fagan, I do want to come to you. I'd like to explore the role the Blueprint can play in helping to reduce achievement gaps for students who are learning English. Students who are learning English in Maryland have not typically performed well on PARCC or MCAP assessments. Will the Blueprint change how Maryland's school systems teach reading to students who are learning English? And if so, what changes do you foresee?
Thank you so much for the question. Absolutely. What the Blueprint is really focusing on, and this is something that Dr. Cardenas-Hagan really focused on earlier today, and we've been hearing throughout the day, is this notion of what are the strengths that our English learners are already bringing to the table. Looking at the fact that our English learners are already bringing to the table when they enter our classrooms a vast, diverse linguistic repertoire that they already are experiencing from their home language, their first language, whatever term you would like to use with that into the classroom. The blueprint, at the core of the blueprint, and at the core of what we're doing in the English Learner Work Group, which is one of the many work groups that's connected to the blueprint, is helping everyone in education, from paraprofessionals to teachers, to school level administrators, to school district level administrators, understand is looking at English learners from an assets-based perspective. That is the most macro component that you can think of when we're looking at the blueprint. Understand that when we're focusing on the teaching of literacy, when we're focusing on the teaching of reading, our students are already bringing something that we are able to work with and that we should actually promote and should not be viewed as a hindrance, which traditionally has been viewed by many people across various disciplines. I don't want to touch the home language. I don't want reference to the first language because that will hinder English. Quite the opposite. Within the field of teaching English speakers of other languages, we have known for the past 4 decades that the more you know and understand about your home language and your first language, the easier it is to actually grasp literacy, linguistic components of the second or additional language. That is a fact. Now, taking that as the basis of what the blueprint is trying to achieve, let's break down a little bit of what else is trying to happen when it comes to English learners and the teaching of reading. Number one, as has been talked about numerous times, particularly at the last panel you just had, is that there's going to be a big change in terms of teacher education based on the blueprint. The work group is focusing on various different types of recommendations that we are given to MSDE, the state board, the state in general. One of those is being that for any teacher in any certification, they must have dedicated credit hours towards addressing the needs of English learners. We already have that in terms of addressing special education. That's already there. Regardless of what certification area you're going in, you already have to have that in your teacher prep program. That is not the case when it comes to English learners in the state of Maryland. This is something that we are promoting. Everyone, regardless if you are becoming a general elementary teacher, reading recovery, going to that specialization, special education, you must have dedicated credit hours to understanding who are our English learners, what do they bring to the table, and how do we go about addressing those academic, cultural, and language needs. Point 2. Point 3, in addition to thinking about teacher education and the teaching of reading, the blueprint is also trying to promote this notion of bilingual teacher certification. Many of our students who were English learners going through the Maryland public school system, they go back to colleges of education. They look fondly, very often, on who their ESOL teachers were, who else worked with them on helping them to achieve their language success. And many of them choose to go back into education. But what isn't often the case is, again, promoting the fact that they bring with them a plethora of language background, of linguistic repertoire to the situation. So what the blueprint is also trying to promote is to make things a little bit easier for them to actually bring in their bilingual knowledge and really trying to promote and bring to the forefront a notion of a bilingual teacher certification. Now, another point that I want to emphasize is, in addition to focusing on teachers, what the blueprint is also trying to do is bring in communities and parental involvement, which has been discussed numerous times in various different panels. Parents are essential. They need to bring a lot and connect a lot with the schooling of their children. That has been shown with all student populations. But as we're seeing, particularly with our English learners and their families don't always understand the educational system of, number one, the United States, but number two, Maryland specifically. So a few years ago, I, along with a few colleagues at MSDE, we actually co-wrote a guide for education for families of English learners in Maryland, just to give them the basic in and outs of what it means to understand what is education in Maryland. So when we're talking about screenings, when we're talking about interventions, when we're talking about what does it mean to learn literacy, many of the concepts we're discussing today, not surprisingly, are American-based concepts. Parents don't fully understand what's going on. Even if you do a direct translation, parents still struggle with understanding it. We have to break those concepts down, and that is something which is also key with the blueprint. Clearer connections with the communities, with parental involvement in terms of working with English learners, just so, again, they can help promote, number one, home language literacy, and number two, have a better understanding of what's actually going on in the classroom.
Thank you. It is, I mean, again, so much information. and so much happening, particularly at the state level. But I do want to talk to those who are in the school buildings and our practitioners, where the rubber meets the road. And so, Ray, I do want to come to you, and particularly your work at Liberty Elementary. You all have seen it as a leader in literacy in your district. So how did Liberty Elementary transform its literacy instruction and improve the reading proficiency of students? And have you been able to sustain the literacy changes and the improved test scores?
So before I answer the question, I would like to take this opportunity to shout out Morgan State University, because they have one-of-a-kind teacher preparation program. So I work closely with Dr. Gibson, and she sends her students to us at Liberty to learn from us, like to have a firsthand experience. So their students already learned to analyze reading data like DIBELS. They were able to create targeted assistance plans and implement their plans with students. So I think that experience for them is very, very powerful. So to answer your question, the reading achievement of our students can be attributed to so many factors. So most of our literacy teachers are trained in instructional strategies based on the science of reading, such as letters, Orton Gillingham, and 95% phonics program. And we also have 100% teacher retention. So our teachers don't leave for 10 or more years. So there's consistency there. And majority of our teachers are highly effective. We had 7 national board certified teachers, and we implemented data-driven small group instruction. Our K-2 teachers also worked with the organization Improving Education to improve their skills in analyzing data and planning lessons based on data. So we implemented a school-wide reading intervention program wherein we dedicated the first hour of the day for small group instruction. We had several years of summer school with an instructional focus on reading fluency. And we also implemented a school-wide close reading and writing program. So when Common Core was implemented, we implemented close reading because before we identified the need for complex text, because before we veered away from using contrived passages because that doesn't really provide a lot of good vocabulary for the students and content. And teachers also regularly engage in collaborative planning and professional development in reading and writing instruction. We did school visits locally and in other states to learn about effective instructional practices. And actually our school became one of those schools to learn from. And our parent involvement was also really strong. We had amazing community school coordinators that helped open tons of engagement opportunities for parents. And we had tons of field trips to enhance our curriculum. So, because they're reading, we have to tie that to experiences. And then we also had virtual reality field trips that really provided out of this world experiences to our students, such as being able to virtually land on the moon to strengthen their knowledge about space, or visit Anne Frank's house, or see the deepest parts of the sea, and even travel inside the human body. So all these virtual reality experiences are extension of their learning of the module from the Wit and Wisdom curriculum. So as a community school, we also provided wraparound services to address the needs of our students in all aspects of their lives. And in the past few years, our K-3 teachers have been using Foundations, which is a multisensory and systematic phonics spelling and handwriting program. And our K-2 teachers also use Hegarty, which is a research-based 35-week curriculum of daily phonemic and phonological awareness. Our K-3 teachers have also been working closely with our intensive literacy site coach, which is part of Baltimore City Public Schools Blueprint for Success. So they engage in regular data analysis and planning for targeted small group instruction. So all this contributed to their academic success. So this year we actually started with response to intervention program, but we were not able to implement it effectively because of the challenges brought by the pandemic. So the teachers were really overwhelmed. But doesn't mean that we did not provide tier 2 or tier 3 intervention, but we did. But we did not really implement RTI to, like, you know, with fidelity because of other limitations. So we were able to sustain the reading proficiency of students and test scores, but there was a dip in the past few years. So every year we discuss the possible variables for the increase in our test scores, or to the increase or decrease in our test scores to determine our next steps. So we attributed the increase in our test scores to our close reading program, writing programs, small group interventions, explicit phonics instruction, ongoing professional development, and technology integration that increased student engagement. So we were one of the first schools that have 1-to-1 iPad ratio. So we have an amazing principal that wrote a lot of grants, and he was able to provide our student with 1-to-1, our school with 1-to-1 iPad ratio. And the teachers were all trained in technology integration. For the decrease in our test scores, some reasons that came up were the transition to a new curriculum, because of course the teachers have to learn the new curriculum. And then also we also have some behavior problems in the classroom, and teachers have to deal with those. Varying skill levels of teachers, and sometimes ineffective differentiation strategies or lack of, and less focus on reading fluency during the school year, and inconsistent implementation of explicit reading instruction. And also during testing, some students have weak testing stamina. But then I couldn't say all of these with certainty, because there are so many other confounding factors, such as like testing environment or student motivation or mood during testing. So yeah, I guess that's it. I hope I answered your question.
No, thank you. Answered it and then some. And it's clear what you're doing in your classroom is having an impact. But as we all know, having a strong school leader makes all the difference as well. And this is why I'm so glad we have Principal O'Connell and Principal Powell here to talk about what they're doing from the school leadership level to ensure that they have educators like you in nearly every classroom. And so let's go with you first, Principal O'Connell. Why do you embrace the science of reading in your schools? And what would you consider to be the most important thing about what you do as a principal to make this transformation possible?
So when I first came to Mars State 6 years ago, taking a good look at the data, realizing that many students were not reading on grade level, and taking a look at student groups, many of our students, our Black students, were underperforming. We had to do something different, and what we were doing was clearly not working. I believe, my teachers believe, my leadership team believes that it's a civil right for students to be able to read, and it's our job to make sure that happens. So I think that kind of answers that first part, right? Like, why are we embracing the science of reading? Because the science of reading, when we're implementing strategies that are, built upon the science of reading, that's when we see students learning to actually read. So that's, a pretty simple answer, right? But it's hard work. And we had to do a lot of things differently. So the first thing that we did was really think about, what do our teachers know? What do I, as an instructional leader, know about the science of reading? And where are the gaps in our own knowledge and from our teacher prep programs? And we need to teach the teachers first. And that includes myself, my assistant principal, my leadership team. So that first, the second summer after the first year, we did pay for some folks to come in and do some letters training with my a whole group of teachers. About 50% of the staff that teach reading were able to be trained in letters, which really helped them to develop a lot of background knowledge. So, and myself too, I was part of that. And just, we didn't even know what we didn't know. So that was a great first step. We also had the great privilege of Dr. Fran Bowman, who, unfortunately is not with us currently, but she was super instrumental in getting us to where we are now. She worked with us through our curriculum offices and our central office, and we were able to get about 7 of our teachers trained in Horton-Gillingham strategies. We know that, I believe the data shows, you're all experts much more than me, but I think 1 in 5 or 1 in 4 students that does have dyslexia, right? And those strategies does help. We've seen great growth where we're actually using those strategies with our students. And then the other piece was, okay, so we can do the training and that's great, but we all know so well that when we do training, if we don't follow up and we don't have accountability and we don't have coaching and we don't have support, then the training's not going to do anything, except for give us some background knowledge. So one of the things that we did as well was we had assigned 1 literacy coach. You know, if we don't focus on reading, then we're not going to do the necessary work. So we assigned 1 literacy coach for every grade level. So I was 1, my assistant principal was 1, my staff development teacher was 1, my reading specialist was 1, and my ELA resource teacher. And that was a commitment that we made for the whole year when we were really first starting the work, to make sure that the teachers felt supported. We were in their rooms, making sure that we were giving some non-evaluative feedback, some coaching, some modeling, working together. And that really just kind of allowed everyone to be there for the learning and the growth, and you know, not a lot of worry when folks were in their room or anything. So that was a great first kind of step with coaching. Then we were able to really shift our schedule. The next thing we had to do was really think about how are we scheduling to ensure that we have staff that can support the classroom teachers. Classroom teachers have a lot on their plate. So can I have my, I have 2 phenomenal paraeducators that we got trained, and they go in and they're helping with small groups. So kids aren't leaving, they're not getting something else necessarily, but teachers sometimes can't get to all the small groups. You know, they might say they do, but it's really hard. So we are able to align where reading is not happening at the same time in every grade, so that we can use our human resources more efficiently in order to put the plans in place, put those practices actually in place in the classrooms, and really making sure that we're looking at that data. And, you know, when we're teaching explicit phonics, do we have the routines actually in place? You know, to be vulnerable and honest, I taught first grade for 8.5 years. I was a really good teacher. I was like nominated for Teacher of the Year. When I became really even more invested in the science of reading and learned what I didn't know, I'm like, oh my goodness, I need to call all of those 20-year-olds and apologize because I didn't even, you know, realize. And that's the same for many of our teachers, and we can't blame them. So it's really important that we continue that work and that we're continuing to develop. So it's not a one-time thing. So last year we had a series in the summer for our teachers, all of our primary teachers in particular, on how to implement the phonics routines with fidelity. And then when we came back in the schoolhouse, and we went in and we practiced together, and you know, we still have more work to do with that, but it really is making sure as a school-based leader that that is at the forefront, that you know, it's not a one-stop Monday meeting and then we move on to the next thing, because we'll never see that growth. Rhea shared a little bit about some of the same work that we're doing here at Mars Estates. In addition to the explicit phonics instruction, all of the teachers have the Hegarty resource, and they're using that every day, which has been great. We created some model classrooms. We found that was helpful as well, where we see teachers implementing portions of reading instruction really well. So how can we take other teachers into their classrooms to see the work in action? That has been really helpful for our teachers. But I think it's really making sure that the professional development's there, that it's continuous, that teachers feel supported, that I know what that data truly looks like, and you know, why students are not learning to read, that we're making sure that we're changing and shifting little bits as we go, and that I'm using my experts to help me and to help all the teachers in the building. I could keep going, but is that?
No, thank you so much. I do want Principal Powell to come in, but I do want to just highlight something you mentioned, particularly as it relates to the paras in your building, and how that's low-hanging fruit. That's folks who are in the building, have a strong connection to the students already. Please don't estimate the power of those parents. Principal Powell, same question. Why did you embrace the science of reading? And what's the most important thing you do as a principal to make this transformation possible?
Actually, Principal O'Connell is always a tough act to follow here, so I want to do my best. But Principal O'Connell and all of our elementary, colleagues and teachers, as a high school principal, I'm always very indebted to the great work that elementary schools and middle schools do, especially that vertical teaming and vertical articulation from elementary to middle to high school. And so in terms of at the high school level, we take a long look at our incoming ninth graders and their school data and their performance data, whether it's around map scores and things like that, that tell us that we do need to embrace the science of reading. And it's also in sharing that same belief that it is, our jobs, our responsibility to make sure our students have every opportunity and ability to be able to read, once they leave here, especially for us and me as a high school principal and our high school community. We operate from the place of, we have to make sure that our graduates are able to compete at the highest level once they graduate. And that's going for job, military, jobs, colleges, whatever it is that their choices are. We have to make sure that they're ready and they have the skill set to be able to do those things independently. So that's really, where we began from and operating from that question, making sure that every, dollar we spend or things that we do as a school building goes back to that mission and making sure that we are able to have our students compete at the highest level. And so with that also comes our instructional program as a whole. And we focus our instructional program around 4 pillars, and that's reading, writing, annotating, and discussing. And so our entire instructional program asks our teachers to make sure we're doing a combination or one of those things in all of our lessons. So we continue to build on that repetition of things in our instructional program, making sure that our students are seeing that, whether they're in their English classroom or whether they're in their PE classroom or their science classroom. And so it becomes a consistent for our students in every single class. And so some of the big important things that we did here as a school was the big part is finding our teachers and those right teachers to be able to be trained in Systems 44 and Read 180, especially that have that nice blend of all the intangibles, the SEL focus, the comfortability factor, the core background, the knowledge of the science of reading and implementing those things into the classroom. And so we found our good core group of teachers as well as paraeducators that support those classes here in the building. And we focus on Read 180 and Systems 44 are our 2 specific programs that we have adopted and really implemented here at the high school level. And it's primarily for 9th and 10th grade. And then we have the ability to float some other students that maybe have some high needs in that area and really could benefit from some additional reading instruction there. But one of the most important things we did is around scheduling. And we wanted to make sure that we offered these classes at the same time. So that way some of our students could be able to go back and forth between the 2 programs based on how they were performing. And so we offered them during second period. And even another kind of small, intricate detail to the scheduling is, what time of day are we offering this? Because sometimes our high schoolers, 4th period, end of the day, we lose them a little bit in terms of their attention spans and things like that. So we wanted to make sure that we put those in the morning. And so we run at second period, our classes. But that also puts a little bit of a strain on our master schedule a little bit, because sometimes they become singletons, and to be able to offer those classes at the same time is something that we needed to make sure we dedicated to and stood behind it and the reasoning why we were doing it. And so we have our students in those classes, and they're able to, based on their assessment and their progress in the courses, if we need to make an adjustment, we can move a student from Systems 44 to Read 180 or vice versa. And those 2 teachers are very collaborative. They participate in the professional development sessions together. Our paraeducators participate in those professional development sessions together. We have one of our assistant principals kind of directly oversees that, but I also play, it's near and dear to me, so I play a big part in that as well, and diving into that data and diving into those classrooms to make sure that our students are getting what they need to be able to move on to the next step, but also feel comfortable. And especially at the high school level, there's that realistic component of sometimes our students and the feeling of embarrassment and around in a class such as this, and getting down to the SEL component of, this is important to make sure that when you go out to the real world, in society, you have these skills, because we don't want you to not have these skills to be able to compete again at the highest level. And so part of that is working into those things. And another part of that is making sure they're earning credit, and they see it as another very beneficial class, and they're getting credit towards, their overall, 22 credits that we have here for Baltimore County, and also as an elective credit that they can build towards their graduation requirements, and building those components into there. So those would be, a lot of those big important things that we've done here as a school. But a lot of that also is our collaboration, as I said, with the middle schools and elementary schools, especially within our feeder pattern. That's very important to us. And we have two primary middle schools that feed into our school. And we do a lot of collaborative efforts in that articulation and vertical teaming with our ELA department chairs. We do a lot of conversing around students and their scores on MAP. And then, of course, looking at the progression from those MAP to what we've recently really started to dive into around those progression of MAP to MCAP, and seeing, okay, what's the grades in my English class or my reading class, and how am I performing on MCAP at the same time, and diving into that data to see where there's any continuing disparities or gaps that we're having between our subgroups here in the building. So, hopefully that answers your question there a little bit, and kind of extends a little bit upon what O'Connell is doing at the elementary school.
No, thank you so much. Again, such tremendous work happening in your district, in your school, in your school building, obviously Principal O'Connell School building as well. And I want to thank you. I do want to shift a little bit to administrators. Now, next we'll hear from Maryland school system administrators representing districts like Baltimore City, Frederick County, Montgomery County, and my district of Prince George's County. Studies have shown that teachers retain more of what they learn from their initial teacher preparation program than later professional development. With that in mind, what strategies did you employ to educate your teachers about the science of reading? And as you are answering the question, please introduce yourself. And this question is for all 5 of our administrators. So as you answer the question, please introduce yourself, but particularly, what strategies did your school district employ to educate your teachers about the science of reading?
I don't mind going first. I'm Jennifer Bingman, and I'm the Director of System Accountability and School Improvement in Frederick County, Maryland. And we really had a comprehensive approach when we looked at the science of reading and where we were and where we needed to go. And so we really looked across our district and across our stakeholders to say, where do we need to start? And then how do we need to grow? And that's basically been our approach. We've had lots of partners that we've partnered with that have really helped us to build our capacity of our teachers and to provide the professional learning that was needed and necessary. And I'll just name a few of the professional learning that we have provided. So we really partnered with ASDAC, the Atlantic Seaboard Dyslexia Education Center, and we provided language foundations intervention training to teachers across all of our levels for elementary, middle, and high. They were trained in the structured literacy science of reading, utilizing that intervention, and they were also provided a practicum. So each of the teachers who had that intensive training, they also had a 9-month practicum where they had teachers or supervisors from ASDAC who came and observed teachers and gave them feedback to help them to grow. And it really helped to make sure that what they learned during the professional learning, they were actually able to utilize in their instruction, and they were able to make tweaks. Because what we found is when they went to the training, they all walked away feeling as if they were ready and prepared, but it would be easy to slip back into some of the practices that they had previously. So it was that practicum piece that became really important to help them to grow in that area. We also provided letters training to our teachers at the elementary level, and it actually has expanded across all of our levels. At this point, it was more teachers signing up for letters training, and they were able to get MSDE credit. And we continue that, but we've had great success with many teachers signing up, with over 280 teachers who are a part of it. We've also partnered with Bauman and Bauman Enterprises and have the OG Plus intervention for our special education teachers, because what we knew is that special education teachers needed to make sure that they had the intense understanding of the science of reading and knowing how to respond to students. And so that intensive training was provided for special education teachers and to help them to continue to grow. One of the things that we're looking towards is to provide them with some of that supervision and consult where we were getting in the classrooms and making sure that what they did, they learned and that they're actually implementing. And so that's been an additional piece. We've also partnered with Really Great Reading. They have, because we shifted our core program at K-2 to utilize the Really Great Reading program. And so they provide also that science of reading training. And so I believe that these multiple trainings and professional learning on science of reading has really helped to reinforce, because although all of them have a little bit of different tweaks, they all have the same commonality. They're all looking at the Scarborough Row, and they're all helping to make sure that teachers have that strong understanding of how the reading takes place for a student and how we have to build from one piece to the next. And so it has been that comprehensive piece from each. In addition, we've utilized the Amplified Dibbles assessment, which also provides training to the teachers, because it's important for teachers to understand how to administer the assessment, but then also to interpret the data. And so that training has also taken place, which has continued to reinforce the work and the learning that has happened across the other pieces. And so it's really been comprehensive. We're also looking for next year. I was listening about the English learners, and next year we're going to be utilizing the Lectora, the Dibbles assessment for our English learners, because that was one of the things that we had the most concern about. Are we going to over-identify our English learners? And do they really need to have an intensive intervention, or just they need to have more time to learn the language? And so that additional assessment in Lectora will help us to be able to really identify. So it's that professional learning for teachers, not only for the instruction, but also to know what assessments are going to help them determine the best needs for the individual student so that they can be personalized. And so all of this has taken place for K-12 across our district.
Thank you. Anyone else, particularly, what strategies did your district employ to educate teachers about the science of reading?
Good afternoon. I am Simone McQuaige, and I am the supervisor of elementary reading language arts in Prince George's County. And so one of the things that we had to kind of start with was a mindset change. We were a district very much like other districts in the state of Maryland who were balanced literacy districts. So we had to work on shifting the mindset. And we did this, one, by providing professional development and having ongoing collaborative conversations with stakeholders. So it was important for us in this work that it was not just in ownership of the Elementary Reading Language Arts Office, that it was part of the work of our central office partners, as well as our school-based teams. We were involved in a textbook adoption the year of the pandemic and centered our training sessions on the shifts that we were making in our curriculum. The focus on the science of reading was prevalent in our professional development with reading leaders, teachers, administrators, special educators, and ELL teachers to ensure that everyone received a consistent message. We also had to ensure that our teachers saw the components of structured literacy in our curriculum, because we recognize not only are we making this shift during the pandemic, but we needed people to understand exactly what we meant when we said we're shifting from balanced literacy to a structured literacy approach. So we talked to them about how, what we meant by being comprehensive, what we meant by being systematic, explicit, and intensive in our curriculum documents. Now, to further build our teachers' capacity, we offered a variety of professional development opportunities. It was important for us to recognize that not everyone could experience the training in the exact same way. Letters, language essentials for the teaching of reading and spelling, is intensive coursework. And so some of our teachers were not able to start in that training at that particular time. So we also looked at vendor support as colleague mentioned just previously, but also featured presentations from some outside experts that we invited into the district. For those teachers who are part of Letters, as well as teachers who are implementing this new curriculum, we wanted to offer them coaching sessions, to give our teachers time for some of those collaborative conversations around planning. The coaching sessions were presented by a consultant that works really closely with our district. Not only did it work in supporting teachers within their comfort level, but it encouraged collegial conversations that happened that are continuing to occur at the school sites. By providing professional learning communities structures, we were also able to see that a lot of our schools started to do book studies to start to build their knowledge around this work. Our reading leaders are key partners in this, and they provided site-based professional development at their assigned schools. But we, as we heard earlier, when we talk about this, we cannot leave our administrators out. We cannot leave our area office out of this equation. So we started to provide what we call chat and chew lunch sessions with our administrators of a variety of topics so that they can kind of hear and engage in some of those conversations around the work. Next year, we're planning to support our schools by providing site-based science of reading sessions with coaches actually providing this training at each one of our school sites. So as I mentioned before, members of our SPED and ESOL offices also participated in these professional development sessions. But my partner on the call today is going to talk about the sessions that were provided by the Department of Special Education. Camille?
Thanks, Simone. Good segue. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Camille Johnson, the coordinating supervisor in the Department of Special Ed, the Office of K-12 Instruction. And as Simone indicated, we were super excited to work in collaboration with our partners in curriculum and instruction, particularly over the course of the last 2 years with our elementary reading language arts office. It's been an ongoing conversation through our partnership and with our executive leadership's strategic move to place the Department of Special Ed under the Division of Academics. It really allowed for us to forge a partnership, an intentional partnership that was really aimed at both educating both not just our special education teachers, but every professional learning that we did. We included our general education partners so that as we talked about and included, particularly around the science of reading, we really looked at it to understanding, realizing that we wanted to talk in the scope of a tier 1 interventions, but really looking at now understanding the disability of a student with a disability and how explicitly impacted that child might be within the learning environment. Because as a special educator, I'd like to believe that we have worked to employ a structured literacy approach to teaching reading instruction. But I realized just as our students need to be explicitly taught, we came to the realization that our special educators, they needed to be explicitly taught how to teach reading to our students. And so that was just a mindset, a part of that ongoing conversation of our mindset shift. So ultimately, through our collaborative efforts, we began really focusing on the conversations of explicit instruction in the delivery of specially designed instruction, particularly around scientifically based reading instruction for our special educators. And so one of our strategies that we really worked as the department to include and work collaboratively to ensure that every training we had going forward included general education teachers, included our ESOL teachers, our instructional stakeholders at the schoolhouse level. When the English Language Arts Department rolled out our letters training, it was my intentional focus that before we went to look at our special education teachers, to ensure that our in leadership staff within the Department of Special Ed. So all of our instructional specialists, our supervisors, myself included, we made sure that we went through the LETRS training so that we would be able to coach and participate. So just as our teachers, we expected the teachers to do it, we wanted to be able to say that all of the administrators in central office, at least in the Department of Special Ed, that we had been through the training, we had completed the coursework. Of course, because we did not have the demands of students and classrooms and lessons and, you know, parent calls and homework assignment and all of those different, we had a different lens, but we definitely understood the coursework and was able to support them. And so we wanted those directly working with students and teachers to understand the importance of our leaders being able to carry that messaging back, that the shift is happening, going from a balanced literacy approach to our structured literacy approach. I've been super excited. And as a department, we've done a number of professional learnings and partnerships over the years. We have partnered with ASTEC through a grant in which they received through Prince George's County Council, which was an initial 3 years ago. But then in the last year and a half, 2 years, we've had some wonderful professional learning from our outside partners where we looked at literacy across the board. We didn't just look at reading instruction for our teachers. We also looked at math instruction, and we really partnered. That was the importance of having our special educators be intentional and giving them options so that they can offer that. And so we really were intentional about them understanding the science of reading and being able to implement it, as well as understanding multisensory math instruction. So those experts were able to partner with us and conduct professional development. But what was really the essential thing that was the most critical was that we embedded coaching sessions for our special education teachers. So it wasn't just about a professional development. Our game changer was making sure that they had opportunities to really come to coaching sessions, to really talk about their work and intentionally focus on breaking down the skill, breaking down the strat, breaking down the instruction, the lesson planning, really helping them to then implement this new learning. And so it wasn't just training them, it was really helping them to transfer that knowledge into practice. And so we've had to embed that. We've only just begun. We've only been able to address some teachers. We've had it. What was wonderful is that it went across the K-12 continuum. So we not only really were able to get our elementary special educators involved, but we had middle school teachers that signed up for our LETRS training. We had some high school teachers. So we've begun to start having the shift of the conversation to really beyond that, to really hopefully look at how we can intentionally understand that while we're excited about the tier 1 intervention and instruction that's happening, that it's important to critically enhance the content knowledge of our special educators while being able to give them the instructional strategies to deliver and implement that in the goal towards delivering specially designed instruction for reducing the achievement gap for students with disabilities. And so those are just some of the efforts that we've begun here, and we've only just begun.
Thank you so much to the three of you. I definitely want to bring you in, Mrs. Brown and Bowles, as we're talking about training teachers. And so if you are training teachers in the science of reading, but your district's literacy curriculum is based on balanced literacy, can the instruction provided to your students be effective for teaching your students to read?
I'm happy to jump in on that one. So excited to be here, so honored. I am Malika Brown, the elementary supervisor, ELA supervisor in Montgomery County Public Schools. And I want to say a proud graduate of the University of Maryland and a proud mom of a UMD student. So extremely honored to be here. I think that it's challenging, right? When our curriculum is structured in a balanced literacy way and the shift that we're making is very different. And so some of the things that we are doing and mind you, 10 months into this position. So what I'm hearing, you guys are way ahead, but I'm picking up pace because one of the things that we know to be incredibly important is teacher knowledge. Right? When teachers have the knowledge to do better, we do better. And so we have really focused on what does that professional learning look like? And we've been really strategic in hitting it from a few different points. So what we've been doing with our administrators, really providing administrators to engage in letters training for administrators. Our classroom teachers, not all of them, we have about 5,000 elementary teachers here in MCPS. So, you know, it is a challenge getting them all trained in letters, but that's the direction that we're moving towards. And our school-based reading specialists who serve essentially as the literacy leaders in their building. And so what we've done is really create this environment of inquiry this school year to build their knowledge, to build their capacity around what should instruction look like using the tool. And so in the area of, again, with our balanced literacy curriculum that we are currently employing in schools, we're doing two things. So first, our first area of focus in K-2 is we did have to make a shift curriculum and program-wise. So moving forward, we're going to use Really Great Reading as our core tier 1 for foundational skills. So that's a little bit easy of a shift, right? Because that aligns with the science of reading and structured literacy. In 3 to 5, it poses a little bit of a different challenge because, you know, the way that the curriculum is currently designed, it does not provide that opportunity for explicit systematic instruction. And so what we're doing with our 3 to 5 teachers, we have the benefit of having summer, the time and space for summer training. And so we are engaging them in deepening their understanding around the science of reading and how to transform those lessons to be able to provide that explicit and systematic instruction, particularly when we're looking at our vocabulary and our word study. So using that resource that we have, using their knowledge and their understanding to then make the decisions around how do I effectively teach the students that are in front of me.
Ms. Bowles, did you want to add anything? Anyone else want to add anything, particularly as it relates to if your district is already using balanced literacy, you know, if you're training teachers in the science of reading, how can it be effective?
If it's okay for me to go, actually, we have moved away from balanced literacy for years. Prior to the pandemic, we were moving into more of a structured literacy format. But if I can address the initial question just a little bit, I appreciate hearing everyone talk about the importance of coaching in addition to and embedded with professional development. That's something that in city schools, I'm really proud that we've been able to accomplish. My name is Heather Bowles, by the way. I'm the early literacy coordinator for Baltimore City Public Schools. And I believe that Ms. Graham, when she was speaking, she mentioned the targeted assistance plans. Those were plans that I created to help our teachers kind of bridge the gap. We also have partnered with Letters as well. But as most of you know, Letters is agnostic to curricular programs and materials. So teachers would have the knowledge, but they weren't necessarily sure how to apply it with Haggerty and Foundations. And we use Wit and Wisdom as our language comprehension building program. And so I have a team that I lead called the Early Literacy Team. And essentially what we do is provide job embedded coaching and professional development with teachers that is structured around the targeted assistance plans. And we use that as a form of data analysis related to DIBELS. And we are really excited, similar to what Ms. Johnson mentioned in PG County. Our program has really only been around for 3 years. And of course, a good chunk of that time was during the pandemic. But this year with in-person side-by-side coaching, where we're offering professional development directly to schools, as well as professional development during systemic days to a larger group of teachers, we are amazed at the results that we're getting from where students are starting and where they are now, because we are supporting them with teaching strategically, not just tier 1, but also tier 2 in small groups, really honing in on the DIBELS data, digging deeply and looking at exactly what their students need. And by aligning that understanding with the science of reading. So what I like to say to teachers, and forgive me because it is not grammatically correct, but I say the fMRI don't lie. I have a background in cognitive psychology, so I like to actually show them what the brain looks like when students are reading to support that notion that all students can read, because the research tells us that 95% of students are cognitively capable of reading with the right systemic support and direct explicit instruction. It can happen. It can be done. We just have to do it. Let us show you how. And again, there is no magic pill. There are different ways to approach it, but really giving teachers the opportunity to look strategically at their DIBELS data and make very clear decisions. We are very pleased with what we're finding in schools.
I want to get back to sort of a topic I posed to the first panel, which is potential obstacles and cost. Professional development, PD, is not cheap. It's costly. In your respective districts, where are you finding the funding for the training that you're talking about? And when are these teachers receiving the training that you're giving them?
So I can jump in. I am a beg, borrow, steal type of gal. And anywhere I can find it, I am using it. Our director and our associate, actually, when they see me coming, they're like, not again, she wants more money. And absolutely, because it is very expensive. Time and money are hard to come by. And so a couple of things that we've been able to do. Coming into the position, there were some grants and leftover grant fundings that we didn't spend. And so that's where we started. We took those grant funding and we requested, how do we make that into contractual to be able to use that for training? And so we have used every little bit of grant funding that I can find to put towards letters training for our teachers. The other thing that was incredibly important is really looking at our budget coming into for the upcoming school year, and advocated for some additional funding for professional learning for the summer. And so we were able to get, again, training 5,000 elementary educators costs a lot of money. But we were able to make it happen because, they saw the passion. We were able to spread far and wide to those who have the money in their hands, how important this is to be able to get our elementary educators trained this summer. And so our K-2 teachers are going to get a full day. Our 3 to 5 teachers are getting a half day, and very important, our administrators and school-based leaders are also getting a half day of training. And that'll be the start, right? And so we give everyone sort of this system-wide foundational learning, and then we continue into school year. We're also, applied for the Maryland League grant to provide some additional professional learning. That was the area that we really wanted to hone in, knowing that we have, again, so many teachers and the costs associated with it, that was our primary area to be able to utilize those funds, and put it towards PD. And so every different way, and anyone who says, here's a couple of dollars, I raise my hand. I'm like, yep, I'll take that. When someone's like, they can't spend their money, yep, I'll take that. I can figure it out. Let me go. And we prioritize professional learning because we know the impact that it has on student outcome, ensuring that it's ongoing, and it's very strategic and very systematic, similar to what we want for our kids. So time and money is rough, but we're making it work. So if anyone out there has some additional funding, I'll take it.
Jennifer, how are things done out in Frederick County? How are you all paying for this?
Yeah, so we were fortunate that we had some advocates that really came to our Board of Education on a regular basis and shared concerns with regard to reading. And our Board of Education listened. And so the advocates really helped to have our Board of Education designate funds specific to the science of reading, and making sure that we were targeted in how we were going to respond to make sure, because it really is a civil rights issue. We have to make sure that every student can read. And so that was something that they targeted. And so we have $800,000 every year that must be spent on this purpose. And we have to give updates on how we spend that money. So that it can't be spent on other things, which I think was really fantastic. So we've been doing this now for 5 years. So we've been able to, you can't do it all at once. And so if you're going to try to make change really quickly, it takes time, and you have to be patient and strategic as to where you're going to start and then how you're going to grow, because you can't get to everybody in that first year. So it takes time. We were also fortunate that we were able to utilize some of the Striving Readers grant because we were working on this at that time. And so we were able to utilize some of that money as well to support. But, having your Board of Education who is behind this work helps to move it along, and having that designated funds that really are targeted and specific to making sure that we are making a difference for every single student group really helps. And then our Maryland leads, we put a significant in there with regard to helping to continue this work.
Heather, how is Baltimore City paying for this?
I've already heard some of my colleagues mention the same thing. So we obviously have pursued the MD Leads grant. We also have advocates who have supported struggling readers, and Striving Readers is another grant that we have been able to use to assist us. But one of the beautiful things about having an in-house team, there are 5 of us on my team, because half of us are letters trained. And again, I have a background in cognitive psychology. Some of my other colleagues also have additional training. We're able to do it in-house. So our salaries are the professional development, and we offer our services. Although we work with a core group of schools, we offer our services to anyone in the district that's interested in receiving the support from pre-K up to 12th grade. So that is one benefit of having a team in-house who can provide professional development.
And last but not least, Simone, Camille, how are we doing it here in Prince George's County? How are we paying for that?
Well, I think we're very much in tune with my good friend, Ms. Brown, when you described how you negotiate the deals, and that is me personified. I have to say that we have, for the past couple of years, really started this work around through the use of our Kerwin TSI funds. That has allowed us to really focus and have stipends and workshop funds for our teachers for professional development. But that is where our letters journey began. In addition to that, just like my colleagues mentioned, we also applied for Maryland Leads. And so we will be continuing our letters training, and also other pieces of our structured literacy program will be strengthened through the use of those funds. Through Title II, we were able to also access funds to support with professional development. And with ESSER funds, we were able to purchase really great reading and additional supplemental materials. I think what's essential is this period of time with this funding has really caused us to be innovative in how we've laid out these plans, because we always say we cannot think for this moment. I have to think for tomorrow, next year, and the next 2 years. So we're building this, building out this plan and using the supports and the fundings that we have right now to drive what we're trying to do.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to share one more thing that I had forgotten. We've hired 4 academic language therapists that have that highest level of certification, that they're on staff. And so they're also a wealth of resource and support for providing professional learning. And many of our teachers that did the practicum also are certified academic language practitioners. And so we've really helped to build the capacity in-house, like Heather was talking about, so that we have those folks who are here that can help to continue to help others to learn and grow.
Yeah, and
thank you all. I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say that that mindset was always one that came for us, and we partnered and utilized mostly for the Department of Special Ed, Maryland State Department of Education, because each year we applied and we received the ACWES Equity and Progress Local Implementation for Results Grant, and that was given to our K-12 office. And so we have utilized that granting funding from the Division of Special Education and Early Intervention through MSDE, and really utilize that to fund and be able to cover all of the supports that we've done from year to year. And so was really just been able to continue to build that, and then use Kerwin to buy resources. This year, we're really excited to have partnered with Simone and her team. And for the first time, you know, it's always hard to get curriculum resources for special educators, and they're always, but our teachers of every special education teachers have gotten a set of decodable readers throughout the district. And so we were able to really purchase and give them the materials and the resources to continue with their taking their knowledge, applying that instruction that they're receiving in their trainings, and really being able to apply it within the classroom in their small group, working with their students with disabilities. So.
No, thank you so much for everything you all said. The cost of this could be expensive, but the cost of doing nothing is way more expensive. I'm gonna highlight something that Dr. Littlefield put in the comments. Consider the cost of not doing it. It's a pay me now, pay me later proposition. We need to invest now. Thank you so much to everyone who has joined us, all of my panelists, to you, Dr. Collins, for sticking with us, for everyone who's joined us. Thank you so much for the engagement, the conversation, the new information. Please take notes, share, comment, connect with one another. This is so important. This is such an important topic for our district, for our state, and for our country. Thank you so much for having me today. I'm going to throw it back to Donald to take it from here.
Yeah. I thank you so much, Chris. And so, I mean, this was such an important conversation. It was so wonderful to hear from our teachers, our principals, our administrators, and our state leadership. You know, and I think if one thing that we've seen is that we've had such a, I started the summit saying a coherent and cohesive message. And I think of where we were 18 months ago, where I said, this is what we needed, that we need to have a coherent, cohesive approach. And, 18 months later, I think one of the things that you see from the messaging from this morning to the messaging this afternoon, both from national leaders and our state leaders and our local leaders, is that we're starting to get that coherent, cohesive approach, and having everybody work together and listen to each other. I think that's as Clarence Crawford spoke about, right, is that's what's going to lead to success. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, Curtis, for all of your immense leadership, both in so many ways, both in Prince George's County and all your leadership work. Thank you so much for your moderation of that, and thank you. Now it gives me great pleasure, and I know many people have to, may have to take a quick run to the restroom, but we're going to move on to the next panel, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce our moderator, and someone who will not just moderate, but actually will be presenting and dialoguing in this part is Dr. Kimiana Burke. Kimiana is so dear to my heart in so many ways, and we've had so many conversations over the past 2 years. And so Dr. Burke is now a senior policy fellow at Excel and Ed. And before this, she was worked with Cortez Moss, Dr. Moss at the Mississippi State Department of Education, where she led those efforts along with Carrie Wright. And she's such a wealth of information, and she spends much of her time now really providing information to policymakers and legislators across the country about how to do this immense work and what types of policies and information. So this part of our summit is really going to focus on just that policy conversation. We heard Dr. Collins say, what MSDE is doing in absence of certain explicit legislation in certain ways. And so getting those messages right are exactly where Dr. Burke's expertise comes in, and looking at what we've seen across the country. So I want to introduce Dr. Kimiana Burke, who was with us last year, 18 months ago. She was with us then as a panelist, and now as leading this panel, but also in many ways providing her expertise as well. So Kimiana, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Again, it's 18 months later, and I'm still looking for the unmute button. So I am just excited today to moderate this panel to talk about the policy and the legislative aspects of it all. I always say that a literacy law is an equity law. And so I have some very important guests that have joined me today to have this conversation. I want you to first do just a brief introduction, and then I'm going to share a very brief presentation just to give us some context for this conversation. So I want to start first with Delegate Solomon. You're muted, Delegate Solomon.
Oh, thank you. I will find the mute button myself. So thank you, Dr. Burke. It's a real pleasure to be here with some really distinguished colleagues. And I just wanted to start off by thanking Dr. Bolger and Trish Brennan-Gack, who I know have been working tirelessly behind the scenes for months, literally, to put this together. So I actually started my career as a high school teacher in Baltimore City. I've worked in education. It's my passion. It's one of the reasons I decided to run for the House of Delegates to begin with. And I serve in Montgomery County in sort of the Wheaton, Kensington, Chevy Chase area. And I'm really lucky to serve on the Appropriations Committee as Vice Chair of the Education and Economic Development Committee. So we oversee the budget for all the education programs in the state of Maryland. And we also get to oversee the policy side of higher ed, which is a really wonderful place to be.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you're here. I'm going to talk a little bit about money too. So glad you're here. And also thank you for your experiences and just your contribution to the field. All right, so next, I'm hoping that I pronounced your last name correctly. Delegate Lutke.
It's, you know what, I accept any pronunciation, so that's totally fine. You were close, it's Lutke, it's Lutke. My students used to call me Mr. L because they couldn't make it work, so.
With a name like Kimyana,
I'm sure you feel my pain.
I do.
Well, thank you, Dr. Burke. I'm Eric Lutke. I am the majority leader of the Maryland House of Delegates. I'm a former middle school social studies teacher. I did that work for 11 years in two high needs middle schools in Montgomery County. I've served in the legislature for 12 years now. 5 of those years, I was chair of the education subcommittee, among other things. Growing out of that work, had the privilege of working with many people who were on this call today to pass the Ready to Read Act, which I was the lead sponsor of in the House of Delegates. And more recently, since I became majority leader, I do a lot of work on a range of issues across the spectrum. I also teach here at the University of Maryland, Go Terps, hence the background. So thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you so much for being here. And we definitely are going to talk about those early literacy supports that have been put in place by the literacy law in Maryland. And last but not least, we have John Willems. Is that
Good afternoon, John Willems. Dr. Burke, thank you. And to Dr. Bolger for putting the summit together. Delighted to be here. Just wrapped up my 21st legislative session as Director of Governmental Relations, representing the 24 local boards of education in Annapolis and before the State Board on Regulations. And while we tend to oppose curricular mandates, including the Ready to Read Act, once issues transfer into what we call the education arena and are implemented through regulations and guidance and policy at the State Department level, we tend to be much more hands-off and respect the role of professional educators. So I really appreciated everything I've learned participating throughout the day today. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for joining us. The conversation is extremely important because we are really talking about how we bridge this policy to practice. You know, in this role now, I've worked with so many policymakers across the country, and then also state education agency staff who are responsible for giving this guidance, right? So what's being written in legislation now, they actually have to, I always say, put the legs on it. They have to make it work, but they have to be able to assist in translating these expectations to those who are the boots on the ground, to those who are really responsible for making these things a reality. So I'm going to attempt to share my screen here. Are you able to see the PowerPoint?
We are indeed.
Yes. All right. Fantastic. So I'll just provide a little context about this panel in Maryland and really nationally across the country, what's going on with early literacy. So first, why is this so important? Why do we talk about this threshold of learning to read, transitioning from learning to read to reading to learn, and why read by 3 matters? So of course, these are some statistics that some of you may be familiar with about students who, 88% of students who fail to earn a diploma or struggling readers in 3rd grade. But then we get into some of our subgroups nationally. Students who are not reading proficiently in 3rd grade, 4 times more likely to not graduate high school if African American or Hispanic, are 6 times more likely to drop out or fail to graduate from high school, and if low income minority, are 8 times more likely to drop out or fail to graduate from high school. And these other statistics speak to, as a former classroom teacher myself, when you walk into your classroom and you get students who have, who come to you with varying levels of preparation and readiness for your class, but then also we have teachers who also have varying levels of preparation, right, or readiness to ensure that they're addressing students' needs. So this, the bottom left-hand corner says, who has dyslexia in your classroom? Dyslexia affects 10 to 20% of the population. And if we think that our classrooms are these microcosms of society, then we know that teachers in their classrooms also have students with dyslexia for whom they need to be able to provide instruction. And we always, we've talked about the science of reading today and breaking the code, and students who are struggling readers, even those students who have dyslexia can benefit from the science of reading. And then lastly, the 7 out of 10 inmates cannot read above a 4th grade level. And I know President Trump, I believe in 2018, signed the First Step Act that relates to dyslexia in prisoners. As upon their intake, they must be screened for characteristics of dyslexia. And I said, well, the irony is that it's called the First Step Act, right? And we know that that is definitely not the first step by waiting until, someone is in prison to begin to addressing their needs for dyslexia. So we have to do these things early. And I know that we've talked about the costs and the benefits of doing this. So there are great costs to not ensuring that our children are ready in learning how to read. So why is a policy necessary? With this panel, that's what we're focusing on, all right? Why is a policy necessary? I've been on some panels or done some, had some conversations where people say, isn't this what we're doing anyway? So why do we need an early literacy policy for the state? So more than half of US adults aged 16 to 65 lack proficiency in literacy. And when you think about the economy and where people decide to move their families, where businesses decide to locate, the nation could be losing up to 2.2 trillion annually due to low adult literacy rates. And then of course, what is the bigger picture here? I heard someone say earlier, and I've always said as well, our students who are struggling readers become adults who are struggling readers. And that impact goes far beyond any state test score, or anything that we're talking about. This is someone's ability to engage with his or her community, to engage in the democratic process, to earn a living for their families, and also just participate in society. This is the issue, right? This is a big deal. And so this is, again, why we're here talking about this today. Okay, so with Excel in Ed, as DJ stated earlier, I look at what does it take to have a comprehensive approach to improving literacy outcomes. And as I talk about some of these fundamental principles, I want you, for those, of course, on the panel and others, to really begin to think about what is being implemented statewide. And then, of course, for those of you who are trailblazers in your school districts, what's being implemented in your community. It's really kind of like a checklist of sorts. But again, implementation goes a lot deeper than just checking off boxes. So the first bucket is really supports for teachers and policy. How are you ensuring that your teachers are trained in the science of reading, that they have supports such as reading coaches, and that for our candidates who are exiting teacher preparation programs, that they are coming out of these programs with the knowledge and skills that they need to teach children how to read on day one. A lot of what we're doing now with professional development for teachers is because many of our candidates went through educator preparation programs that at varying degrees taught the science of reading or not, right? Balanced literacy or whole language is still alive and well in some of our colleges. So how can we ensure that our EPP coursework is aligned? And then lastly, funding. No one wants an unfunded mandate, right? No one wants to hear that they have to do all of these things, but there's no money to help them get there. So funding is also extremely important. The next bucket is assessment and parental notification. How do we ensure that we identify kids early and that we provide the supports that they need, and also engage their parents in the process? Too many times parents don't know until the end of the school year when they get the report card or progress report and they say, well, your child's either not going to pass to the next grade, or your child needs to go to summer school or get some additional tutoring help. We need to make sure that parents are notified early and also often through the progress monitoring process. And then where the rubber meets the road, instruction and intervention. We have to have the high quality instructional materials. We have to ensure that there are individual reading plans for students, for identifying those students and making sure that we are monitoring the interventions. Also, opportunities for summer reading camps for students who may be behind. And this is for students as early as kindergarten, first, second, third grade. And then of course, resources for parents to help their children at home. Lastly, retention and intensive intervention as a last resort. You know, people kind of shy away from the retention component. There are several states, Mississippi included, Florida included, and others that have the retention component if children are not reading on grade level by the end of third grade. And there are good cause exemptions that students may meet in order to be promoted. So let's look across the country and see what else everyone else is doing, right? If you look at this map, this is from 2021. There's been a lot of movement in legislation this year, so this map will be updated this summer. But if you look at the map, the colors mean, of course, different things. If it's shaded a dark blue, these states have all of those fundamental principles that I just spoke about. And as the shades get a little lighter, then the presence of these fundamental principles in a state-wide approach through legislation are not as evident, right? So if you are looking at this map, and you notice with Maryland, Maryland does have some of the fundamental principles that we talked about earlier. So what we're going to talk about on this panel today is also, you know, in addition to some other things, you know, what do we feel that we need in Maryland to really strengthen some of the legislation that has passed recently? Are there things that should be legislated, or are these things that that districts have decided that they're going to do anyway? You know, how are we going to approach that? So let's talk a little bit about the data, because someone earlier said something about start with the data. And so we have to be able to do that. We have to look at where we have been in order to know where we're going. I know that that's cliche, but seriously, right? So pre-COVID, our National Assessment of Educational Progress was administered in 2019. For early literacy, we look at our fourth grade reading scores, which means that our students should have mastered those foundational skills for early literacy, kindergarten through third grade. And now they're being exposed to, of course, more complex material that doesn't have the pictures, that they can't rely on the cues and all of those things, that they really have to know the code of how to read. Now I'm comparing Maryland and Mississippi. I know in 2019, when those NAACP scores were released, and Mississippi was the only state that had significant gains, the statistically significant gains in reading, there were a lot of conversations around, okay, what is Mississippi doing? Well, all of those things that I mentioned in the comprehensive policy are in Mississippi's policy. We still have a lot of work to do. We do know that, and we do understand that. But of course, pre-COVID, we were headed in the right direction. I do want to just, for one moment, compare the two. Compare Maryland on your left. In 2017, Maryland was scoring 225, the scale score for fourth grade reading. And in 2019, there was a statistically significant drop in student improvement. Conversely, on the right, we have Mississippi, who in 2017 was scoring at 215, and in 2019, for the first time in the history of NAACP, Mississippi's fourth grade students reached the national average. And you can see that Maryland had, just over the years, had some consistent improvement, and then there was some inconsistencies, and now we're inconsistent again with the data, right? Mississippi, on the other hand, has had some steady improvements, some inconsistencies over time. Our law was passed in 2013. Our comprehensive early literacy law was passed in 2013. At that time, we were at a scale score of 209, and we've made those gains over the years. Okay, so what does this really mean? We talk about scale scores, we talk about the national assessment, but really no one is where they need to be. Regardless of how you're ranked on NAEP, no one in this country is where we need to be. Only 35% of our country's fourth grade students are considered proficient or above in reading nationally. So these words are from Peggy Carr, and I think that they're a great starting point for us today to really talk about. Reading struggles are not just limited to Black or Latino students. We do talk a lot about this gap, all right? It's not just limited to Black or Latino students. Across the board, NAEP has shown that lower performing students are struggling with reading now more than they were a decade ago. So this is everybody's problem. It's not just a problem for poor students or students with special needs. We are all represented at the bottom, perhaps disproportionately for some relative to their representation in the population. Nonetheless, we are all there. Most recently, Connecticut, last year, Connecticut, Tennessee, North Carolina passed comprehensive early literacy policies. This year, Virginia passed an early literacy policy that focused on the science of reading in teacher training, curriculum. Missouri just passed a law around teacher training and literacy practices, evidence-based literacy practices. Colorado has just passed a law around professional development for administrators. And then of course, Utah passed a law around coaching and professional development. So as we talk about this system and we see where the state legislature is in this system, we know that again, it takes the legislature, it also takes the DOE, it takes the district superintendents and leaders, our principals, and also our teachers in order to make this work. So guys, let's have a conversation around our roles in making sure that this policy is as strong as it can be and how we can communicate our expectations of this policy and even support our teachers and educators who are on the ground even more. So I want to start with, we've talked about Maryland's just decline just over the last 2 years pre-COVID in NAEP data. So what really are your thoughts on some things that can be done, some additional things that can be done in Maryland to support the state agency and teachers in making sure that students are ready to read? And I can start with you, Delegate Lutke.
Sure. Well, I unmuted myself and then the host unmuted me and we double unmuted. So maybe John can correct me, but I think part of the issue with our NAEP scores is that for some time we were undersampling our special ed students to a certain extent. So, what looks in the data as a decline in NAEP scores is at least partially really just Maryland's NAEP scores better reflecting where our students actually are with reading. And draws into sharper contrast what the conversations we've been having over the last few years. We sat on our laurels in Maryland for a very long time, assuming that we were doing better than we were doing, and trumpeting we were for a time ranked first in the country in education when we had a lot of students that were just falling behind. That said, I think we are starting to head in the right direction. We now have the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, which is making a lot of investments in training and professional development. We now have the Ready to Read Act, which, frankly, I think probably needs some strengthening over time. But I think the most important development from my perspective personally over the last few years is the new leadership we're seeing at the State Department of Education, because legislation is a blunt instrument. Maryland has been a state that has traditionally made education policy through the department and through our local school systems, and less so through our legislature for what I think are very good reasons. But you know, we can't get anything done without strong leadership at MSDE. And I have personally great faith in Dr. Chowdhury, in the folks he's hiring to, you know, implement these laws, but also kind of help inform our decision making in the legislature about where and how to intervene.
Thank you so much. All right, Delegate Solomon, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you know, Delegate Lutke has not only just been such an incredible champion, but you know, is really just an expert in our chamber, really in the General Assembly, and it's great to get to work with him. I mean, I think he's spot on. I'd say, you know, I think one of the silver linings of the pandemic, and really just this conversation as a whole, you know, over the last couple of years has really been, and I know somebody mentioned it earlier, the focus on data. I think we've sort of burst the bubble. You know, that so many people had, you know, this rosy picture that, oh, Maryland is wonderful, we're the best in the country. Well, we've seen the numbers, and I mean, even in a place like Montgomery County, where, you know, everybody sort of says, oh, MCPS is one of the best school systems in the country, we still only have 50% of our students who are proficient by 3rd grade. You know, and that's a failure. I would include myself in that. I mean, I know I had students who I was not helping learn how to read in high school in Baltimore, and you know, and they were really behind when they got to me. I'm sure Delegate Lutke had the same thing with his students. You know, so it's not putting this on anyone in particular. It's a failure of our whole system, of our collective community, that we allow, you know, those kind of number of students to progress through their education without ever learning how to read appropriately. And I think when we are able to identify what the problem is, and we can identify what the data is, we can have a really serious conversation about fixing it. And that's one of the things I love about this state, and you know, is clearly representative on this call. We have literally experts in every facet of education and science, and some of the most brilliant people literally in the world. And so once we've agreed that there is a problem, I have no doubt that we can all put our heads together, build on some of the legislative successes that we've had, and really figure out what do we need at every level, from teacher education to professional development to the investments from the state side to, you know, legal things, to make sure that everybody's getting what they need so our students can be successful. You know, we can figure this out, and once we've identified and agreed that the problem exists, let's get to work solving it.
Fantastic. You know, you talked a bit about, you know, just even those states across the country, and especially school districts that are saying, okay, we're doing well. But then when we look under the hood and we look at our subgroups, and then we see this large gap, you know, I've said recently in a lot of conversations that, you know, we can no longer mask how well we're doing by how well our white students are doing, right? So we have to make sure that we're looking under the hood. So I want to turn to you, John, about just what does it take? And I know Delegate Lutke, you know, just leading, you know, legislation like this. But John, what does it take when you're having these conversations around legislating what happens in schools, you know, in classrooms? I know that's a huge deal. Those are conversations that, you know, a lot of opponents may say, well, you know, we should legislate what happens in schools. It's up to the teachers, the school districts. They can decide what's best for their children or their community. So what does it take to just kind of bring everyone together to get on the same page about it?
Well, I think one of the facets of the Ready to Read Act that really helped it gain unanimous bipartisan support was that it was about the data. It was about finding out where kids are and then targeting interventions based on the failures, the gaps, and certainly identification of students with dyslexia, but other reasons and evidence of students not reading at grade level. And so ultimately, when that legislation passed, it had been somewhat pared back, not including grades 2 and 3, and the regs dramatically expanded the legislation. And as I referenced, once the legislation passes and sets in motion this new screening program, and it certainly intends that Blueprint funds be able to be used for programs to respond and provide professional development and instructional enhancement. The State Department really ran with it and proposed regulations that went significantly beyond the law. For reasons that aren't entirely clear to me, it took 2 years for the regulations to be finalized. And so, and if it weren't for COVID, that would probably be even more alarming and disturbing. But here we are at the outset of the 22-23 school year, really with the first full year of implementation of the regulations and the new Ready to Read Act with students learning in person. And so in terms of curricular mandates, almost none passed this year, everything from sexting to financial literacy and everything in between. But I think when you're focused on the data and screening tools, that everyone can see that information, you can connect the dots, that's going to result in improved instruction and interventions for those kids. And then I think the blueprint mentions curriculum almost 40 times relative to higher ed and pre-K-12. And so we know that there's going to be a lot more accountability in the form of state direction to redirect, reorient, transform our curriculum in ways that are identified as best practices and working elsewhere in the state as we get that expert technical advice from the department to implement the blueprint through our local implementation plans. So we know it's a new era in terms of state top-down, if you will, accountability that comes all the way to the classroom level.
Okay, so here's a hard question. I guess they didn't tell you that I really like this moderating thing. But here's a hard question for you. So what would be, and I know that you mentioned, okay, so there are things that are in statute, then there are things that have come through regulations. Should those things then be in statute? So what are the pros and cons of allowing for some flexibility in the law, right? And how does that translate then into flexibility into implementation? Because leadership indeed matters. It indeed matters from the top down, from your state chief, but it also matters in your school districts, and then in your schools. Leadership indeed matters. So then you have those superintendents and the best of the brightest. And I've been taking down names, y'all. We're looking for a state chief, by the way, in Mississippi. But Dr. Wright is retiring. But you have the best and the brightest in some of your areas. But what about those areas where you will have our, maybe school district leaders who are saying, well, it's not necessarily a priority for me. What do you believe are the pros and cons of not having some of these things that now you've seen in this blueprint? Like, that's pretty good. We probably should have included that. What do you think are the pros and cons of that type of flexibility and it kind of being in two places? And I guess the second part of that is, does that now prompt you to say, maybe we should strengthen the legislation to a degree?
Yeah, I mean, to take a step back for a second, Maryland, our legislature has this long-standing tradition of not getting too deep into the weeds, into the details of education. And there's a reason for that. And frankly, you don't need to look too far right now to see why we do that in Maryland, where laws being passed out of this fear, this mythological fear of critical race theory are being interpreted to force teachers not to discuss Dr. King, like things like that. So we very intentionally and consciously try to recognize that, the stakeholders in education, the parents, the educators, those folks are better positioned than us as legislators, because we are by nature generalists, most of us, to make these decisions. So we do try to craft our legislation to allow for a significant amount of flexibility in Maryland. And we do shy away from, as John mentioned a second ago, passing curricular mandates in particular. There's constant tension about that in the legislature. It's a real challenge. It's an ongoing debate. I think that position works when you have school systems and a state Department of Education that are implementing the general guidance coming from the legislature with fidelity. And frankly, bluntly, there are times where we've seen that and there are times where we haven't. And part of it is just a question of leadership. And again, that's why I think the appointment of Dr. Chowdhury is so important for us. The appointment of the Accountability and Implementation Board, the hiring of their new executive director, who's someone I also have a lot of faith in, is very important. But we will always have challenges with implementation at the local level. And Dr. Burke, you bring up an important issue where you might have some systems that are really, implementing this stuff with fidelity and some that aren't. And I would argue that when you see a range in the first year of the Ready to Read scores, when you see a range of 83% of students who are identified in Baltimore City as being in danger of reading failure, and school systems reporting 4%, that is such a statistical outlier. I really have trouble believing it. I have real concerns about whether the law is being implemented with fidelity.
Right.
So go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I always challenge school board members too. Now is the time. Hey, it's on everybody at this stage, right? School boards that are approving things. They approve curricula, they approve screeners, they approve these things, but how much do they know about the science of reading, or how much do they know about these efforts that we have statewide to improve reading outcomes? And I always say your agenda reflects your priorities, right? So how often are school boards being briefed on data? Are they being briefed on, these are the schools within our district, and let's look at the performance of the results of the screener or the assessment that's been given, and did they make growth in those, and asking some questions. Because when we talk about accountability, everybody has a boss, unless you're the boss, but everyone has a boss and it's not just being accountable to another adult, it's also being accountable to our students and our families, right? Because they trust, I'm sending my child to you. When I pick my child up, you've done your thing, right? You've done your thing throughout the day. I'll stop. And
no, I mean, that's a great question. It's a question I think John can answer better than either Delegate Solomon or I. I'll just add one more thought, which is, as we're talking about implementation, one of the challenges that we haven't discussed, but was really important, is the difference in capacity between the large systems, like we heard from earlier, like PGCPS and MCPS and Baltimore City, and the small systems, some of which, have a handful at best of central office folks who can implement these laws, and that creates issues. But John, I don't know if you wanted to address that really good question about school boards.
Well, one thing that occurs to me is something that MAVE has adopted now for several years and promotes, is that boards utilize an equity lens in reviewing all of their funding and policy decisions. And so measure up what may be a very broad policy objective. You direct the superintendent to, say, teach kids to read and have them reading at grade level. That's pretty basic. And everything else is kind of below the bar, right? Everything else is the superintendent's job to administer through his or her staff and administrative procedures. That said, there's accountability. There's an accountability role that the board has. Where are we relative to the standards? And it's extremely important, I think, to keep in mind that while we've been disaggregating data now for almost 20 years in Maryland and talking about achievement gaps, we haven't been talking about equity as an intentional facet of policymaking for more than just a couple of years. When we hired the consultant to develop the blueprint, equity was not a word that was in any of their materials. It was a Maryland initiative to embed an equity analysis in that Kirwan Commission review and development of the blueprint. So, we're at a new spot. So it's not just the 2019 legislation, the 2021 regulations. We're also looking at education policy from a board perspective in I think, a new and better way from this point going forward. At the same time, that doesn't necessarily counsel in favor of bringing these issues to the legislature. I'm not sure we're going to get a unanimous bipartisan support for anything in the curricular realm in the near or distant future. And so I would just strongly counsel to keep these policy developments in the regulatory and agency level, and so that educators can implement these new policies in the best interest of students and avoid the kind of curriculum wars in the legislative arena.
All right, Delegate Solomon, did you want to add a little bit to that?
I mean, I think, John and Eric both touched on a lot of it. I think, and I saw Eric's comment in the chat as well. It's, incumbent on MSDE to really make sure that they're enforcing what's going on. We sort of, I worked a lot at the federal level before getting elected, and it's the same kind of thing. There's a lot of built-in accountability measures, and the Federal Department of Education very, very, very rarely ever sort of takes example of it. But I think it was Ellen that put in the chat there as well. I mean, yeah, it is frustrating when you do see districts purchasing curriculums that clearly have not been working for a long time, and yet they're continuing to invest money in the system that produced the same broken results that we're seeing. I mean, I'm really excited about the Maryland, the new grants that MSDE is doing. I think the LEAD grants really emphasizing the science of reading and sort of using, the carrot approach of more resources through the ESSER funding, hopefully will really pay dividends. And I think, as Eric said, honestly, I think our first instinct in the legislature is to not mandate things and sort of give school systems the ability. I know John's smiling because he and I have worked on another sort of non-curricular related issues that have been mandates versus not. And it's, I think you want to give school systems the ability to do these kind of things on their own without a mandate. But I think if, given the opportunity, they're not taking advantage of that, or they're not, doing the right thing, then I think it is incumbent upon the legislature to step in and say, we need to put some guardrails in place.
Yeah. And I think that's where we were at with the Ready to Read Act, right? I think there was some frustration with, no shame on anybody, but with the systems really implementing it and really getting the kind of data that we needed to judge how well we were doing on reading. And that's why it saw such broad support in the legislature.
Yeah, we know about that honesty gap. Dr. Wright always says that Mississippi is the poster child for that. Until we changed our assessment to align more with NAACP, we had so many of our students who were proficient, and the NAACP scores came out was like, nah, right? So there really wasn't an alignment there. So, okay, I'll stay with you, Delegate Solomon, around funding. And I know that we don't have a lot of time, but let's talk just a bit about how important it is to fund these things. Now, we have more money in our school systems now than we have ever had before with COVID. I mean, there are people just trying to figure out how to spend it. A lot of the guidance that we have to have from our state agencies is really, what's the best way to spend your money? Big, bold moves like investing in curriculum, like getting the curriculum that they know isn't effective out of there and making these purchases with it. Not just buying a whole bunch of iPads and saying, hey, we're going to integrate technology, but really some strategic and intentional thoughts around how funds should be used. So really, what are your thoughts about funding some of these things, and how are you supporting these implementation efforts, through legislation?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And Dr. Burke, I think your point is well taken. I do a lot of work with school systems in my other job around the country. And yeah, I mean, school systems they're seeing an influx of money. And frankly, one of my biggest concerns is we are going to see we're seeing this huge influx of money. And in 5 to 10 years, if we don't see results with them, the entire premise of what many of us have been advocating for decades of our school systems are underfunded, they're not getting the resources that they need, we're going to lose that battle for the next 50 years, because for perpetuity, the point is going to be, well, we gave you billions and billions of dollars and you squandered it and nothing came of it. And so, I think to Delegate Lutke's point, one of the most important pieces to me of the blueprint, beyond what we did as a legislature of funding it, and this past session, with our really unprecedented budget surplus, kudos to our budget chairs and to our Speaker and Senate President in making sure that the blueprint was fully funded for the entirety of the 10 years of its existence, is to really make sure that we have accountability measures in place, and having leadership at MSDE that is not just going to say, okay, we sent the money out the door, give us your report, we'll check the box, but it's really sitting down and saying, okay, you spent it on this is what the intent was for that money. We're not seeing the results. Let's fix it. Let's shift the investments, because if you don't have the accountability on the back end, I mean, we already saw some school systems at the very beginning, sort of skirting the very edge of what was in the legislation of, yeah, well, we actually chose to spend this money that you gave us for, I think it was supplemental instruction, for something completely different. And frankly, prior to the change of leadership at MSDE, we had an oversight hearing and we got a report, and it just said 3 school systems decided to spend the money on something different. And when we asked the question and said, well, what did you do about that? We just got sort of a blank look back. And as a policymaker, I mean, you know, we are a part-time legislature, you know, and many of us, our staff is literally, you know, 1 or 2 other people. Most of us have other part-time jobs. And so that's not really our role. You know, we can call attention to things, but we just don't have the capacity to dig into everything. And so to have really important leadership at MSDE that gets it, that is going to work, you know, again, not to beat anybody up, but to work collaboratively with school systems to make sure that policies and funding are being implemented appropriately is just so critical, because I think we've done our job in the legislature of making sure that school systems have the money they need. And I know Delegate Lukey will say the same thing. I will commit to make sure that, you know, as we are adjusting our policies, particularly around literacy, that we'll put the funding behind it, because there's really no better place to invest our money, but we have to make sure that money is being spent appropriately.
And here's the challenge though, and Jared just referred to it, right? We're putting a huge amount of money into schools through the blueprint, through, you know, ESSER funds that are coming from the feds, all of this different stuff. It's going to be a long time before we fully see the impacts of those, right? If the blueprint is only fully implemented 10 years from now, then a kid who's, you know, in pre-K 10 years from now, it's going to be another 14 years before they graduate high school. So that's a quarter century before we really get a sense of whether these investments have fully paid off. The advocacy by the folks on this call and education advocates and folks who are arguing for science of reading and these changes in how we're doing things, it's got to be long-term sustained advocacy, right? Because 10 years from now, people are going to ask, you know, where's the results? And we're going to have to say we have some results, but we're not going to get the full picture for a while yet.
Yeah, so from those who've been on the call today, there is a sense of urgency. I always tell people to find your people, and I think all of us have found our people today, you know, on this call. So as we wrap up, one sentence: what does Maryland need to do or to keep doing in order to move all of its students forward? And I will start with you, John.
I think to focus on the equitable implementation of the blueprint with fidelity and focusing on certain things first, including, maybe most importantly, reading literacy.
All right, Delegate Solomon.
Yeah, beyond one sentence. You know, it's a hard question for elected officials. I think we really need to follow the science, and I think we really need to work collaboratively with our schools of education to make sure that our teachers get what they need coming out of it. And I think we really need to make sure the teachers have the time and the training, those who have already been in the classroom, to get the support that they need to be able to implement these new policies and get the training to make them successful. Like I said, yeah.
That was a run-on sentence, Jared.
I failed that question.
Yeah, so you're the one that causes all the problems in the legislature, I see. All right, I'll end with you, Delegate Lukey. And again, thank you so much just for being a champion.
Yeah, well, and I'll say, I think collaboration is important. I think everything that both Delegate Solomon and Mr. Woolham said is important. I also think, frankly, and this isn't a position that makes everybody happy, but I think one of the things that needs to happen is MSDE and the Accountability Implementation Board need to be serious about holding people accountable in school systems, in local schools, in schools of education in particular, if they're not meeting the requirements of the blueprint and other laws.
Thank you all so much. I see someone said slow clap for that. Exactly. Thank you all so much for just contributing to this conversation today. This has been extremely, extremely informative. I could talk to you all day. All right, so I'm going to turn it back over to DJ to close us out.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I know I've spent so much time on the phone and on meetings with all of you, including Delegate Solomon and Delegate Lukey and John. You know, but it's this coming together. As I said, the whole point of this is the coming together. Is having you know, this message and this coherent approach and working together and you know, not pulling in different directions. So. I appreciate all your time and effort. I know you guys took time out of your day to be here to talk policy. So I appreciate it. Kimiana, again, thank you so much for all of your expertise and all of your work. You're amazing in this field. And so I think, yeah, I really appreciate you doing this for us. So thank you again. So I'm going to bring in Simone. What do you think?
This is awesome. So thank you so much for letting Morgan participate in this and be a part of this day. I learned a ton. I got so many questions. I've met a lot of fantastic folks. For the folks that are still here, thank you for bearing with us. Even though the day went long, we didn't want to cut short any of these conversations because some of them are so important. So DJ, the family at College Park, everybody who's still here, thanks so much for letting us do that.
Special thanks to lots of our people in the background who've been helping with all of this stuff in the background, and Carlene Spitulnik, Laura Schultz, all the people who have helped. Thank you so much for everything. We appreciate all your help. And we're going to close out the summit, but again, keep in touch, and we will hopefully, we announced, not purposely, that this would be an annual thing. So I don't know, maybe that accident will become a real thing. So thank you all for coming, and we hope to do this again.